One family once existed who was even more famous than the Joestars, mysterious, sinister and famous for their dark alchemy. They were the Pelsriod family, total psychos, who obsessed over the laws of the universe, desperately chasing immortality through horrific human experiments. They also unleashed terrifying biomechanical disasters across the land, synthetic dragons that wiped out entire villages with plagues, and monsters straight from a nightmare, slashing everything nearby, and mind-sucking mosquitoes that would starve on empty heads. However, 300 years ago the family went into deep decline, leaving only one guy standing. Meet Iso, the highly talented descendant of the bloodline and the absolute greatest alchemist of the century, who had sworn to create the ultimate biological weapon to rival the gods and restore his family's ruined honor. Now he stands directly in front of a glowing green vial, attempting to engineer the most powerful biological weapon. Called Final Calamity, promised to his family 3,000 years ago, it is nearly finished. He turns his gaze toward his assistant, a massive overgrown rat, declaring that the final steps are within reach as he barks out nonstop commands to finish the project. This angry, rabies-looking giant rodent snaps back, telling Iso not to call him a filthy rat. His name is Cheese. Cheese begins draining the fluid inside the vial, carefully tracking the subject's heartbeat and vitals, while injecting it with dark black sulfur and every other ingredient required to form the perfect, terrifying biological weapon. With the prep work finally done, Iso smiles. The last step is draining the radioactive chemicals containing the Final Calamity. Cheese pulls the massive lever and thick mist blankets the entire laboratory. Iso laughs hysterically. Finally, his ultimate creation is about to wake up. He can finally destroy the world and prove his family's absolute supremacy. He glances over the blueprint of the Final Calamity, a beast that looks like it crawled straight out of a nightmare, a spiked horror that can slaughter anyone with a flick of its wrist. But trust me, he has absolutely no clue that this result is going to be wildly unexpected. Iso is practically drooling to see its terrifying form so they can conquer the world together. As the fog begins to fade, what emerges is not a creature born of nightmares but a stunning fantasy, a 10 by 10 blonde babe. With curves far bigger than Iso's head, he cannot believe his own eyes. Instead of the Final Calamity, he is looking at the ultimate degeneracy. It seems he accidentally mixed sugar, spice, and everything nice to create this gorgeous little calamity. Cheese tells Iso not to panic. They will run tests to check if she still aligns with their dangerous biological safety protocols. Iso leans in close, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Maybe the Final Calamity has taken on a female disguise, since women are the most unpredictable creatures anyway, and every single woman is a natural disaster. He also reasons that those massive features must be specialized energy sacs capable of storing enough power to destroy the entire planet. Naturally, our mad scientist decides to test this theory by touching them. But the unbelievable softness instantly makes him lose his mind. There is no way this is an ordinary human weapon. He immediately schedules a few more hands-on tests, which include burying his face right into her massive chest. He then examines her glowing emerald eye. The Empress was supposed to have sad eyes. She was also meant to have a heavy mechanical heart pumping blood 24/7. Suddenly, the entire atmosphere shifts and Cheese warns Iso to watch out. Instantly, Iso goes on high alert as he gets pinned down by Blondie. Honestly, anyone would gladly trade places with him. Cheese fake apologizes, swearing to take over the legacy of their weird family. He even drafted a eulogy in case Iso got killed by his own bizarre inventions, planning to call him a sad 15-year-old virgin who died holding onto his villainous pride. Iso screams at the rat to mind his own business and shut his mouth. Meanwhile, the terrifying Final Calamity is actually just resting her massive weight right on her creator's lap. Good thing they added his soul extract to keep her loyal, but looking at them, Cheese scratches his chin. He is highly doubtful. He remembers Iso handing him that vital vial of soul extract to put directly into the holding tank, but with his absolute lack of brain cells, he thought it was wine and gulped it down. Iso tells the girl to back off, but she just stares up with beautiful emerald eyes. He accidentally made a pure freak instead of a weapon, especially when she starts licking his face. Iso blushes hard as something begins to rise, and no, it is not the shield. Hiro, shoving her off, he desperately struggles to keep his wild urges under lock. He grabs a heavy-duty purification spray and locks her inside a container to deal with her later. Iso frantically douses himself with disinfectant while his active mind begins connecting the dots. Even their pet rat Splinter looks curious about what Iso is searching for. The young inventor digs through old records, researching the experimental subjects. He finds a purple-haired test girl who was used as the living foundation for this ultimate weapon. Suddenly, Cheese remembers saving that exact girl years back. She had no limbs and was on death's door. But she definitely had purple hair then. Why is she suddenly rocking blonde locks? Now Iso flips through the files. Maybe the shift to bright blonde means she is incredibly strong, like a Super Saiyan or Android 18, but her personality is the problem. Iso recalls their legendary bank heist 1 year ago using a sleeping gas bomb to knock out the building. While the victims fell unconscious, the duo finished up in the restroom, fully prepared to breach the main vault. Donning their absolute edgiest villain masks, they strutted through the quiet bank in pure style. When a terrified mother begged them to spare her young child, Cheese simply stole the kid's lollipop and started eating it, making the toddler sob. Truly a menace. He then melted the massive vault door with a lava gun. Before clearing out the remaining heavy debris with a quick blast, they finally stood right before an absolute mountain of cash. They were definitely eating good. Sharing a quick high five, they left the bank, celebrating victory. Iso stuffed his bulky backpack to the brim with stacks of bills, while Cheese blasted music on a boombox, still enjoying his stolen candy. The job was a total success, meaning they could finally hit the local clubs to drink. Iso strictly warns Cheese not to act like a simp. At the venue, he remembers exactly how Cheese got played and lost his gear last time, but they must keep their eyes on the prize, creating their ultimate biological weapon. Once this terrifying final calamity is fully complete, the world is theirs for the taking. Playground and their family will finally claim their rightful place, and Cheese can do whatever he wants. Turns out their ultimate dreams are actually pretty hilarious. They want to force the mayor to pour drinks and make heroes wear diapers, then do a humiliating dance, but a sudden gunshot ruins their fun. Diving for cover, they scramble to figure out who is shooting at them. Judging by the loud bang, it sounds like a heavy-caliber revolver. The shooter is Bullet, a steampunk investigator working for the city bureau. Right now, he is chasing a helpless girl with a massive bakery. She is missing an arm and a leg, which Chorizo and Cheese notice. They wonder why Bullet is targeting a disabled girl instead of bank robbers. Bullet calls out to her, revealing she was actually once an elite soldier. She belonged to the Hellhound unit, but a top assassin caught her. He tries to interrogate her for answers, but suddenly remembers something important. Every member of the elite Hellhound Brigade had their vocal cords removed. This forces them to communicate using only a specialized sign language. Taking a puff from his cigarette, he brutally stabs her remaining hand. Even pinned down and wounded, she desperately tries to fight back anyway. Bullet spots a bloody teddy bear nearby and demands to know its secret. This distracts her, and he instantly smashes his heavy rifle stock into her. The strike knocks her out cold as he stomps on her toy. He prepares to finish her off, since claiming her corpse pays a bounty. But Chorizo steps out, calling him a money-hungry monster, not a hero. Bullet is just a greedy killer instead of the selfless hero he plays. Everyone is fooled. Bullet immediately points his gun right at Chorizo, who claims to be the most brilliant alchemist of this entire century, with one legendary exception, Edward Elric. Nearby, Cheese clears his throat, eagerly waiting for his own grand introduction. Chorizo presents his sidekick as the dangerous crazy mouse. Honestly, Cheese would much rather be called an equal partner than a mere sidekick, but he decides to let it go. Naturally, they start arguing over whether Crazy Rat sounds much better than Crazy Mouse, while they bicker like children. Bullet loses his patience. He furiously threatens to instantly delete them both. If they keep interrupting, they wonder if this veteran assassin underestimates them. Suddenly, they lob 2 giant bags of freshly stolen cash at him. Bullet is stunned, never expecting them to just surrender the stolen loot. They admit they are the ones who robbed White Queen Bank earlier this evening. They smirk, but Bullet warns that bragging in front of a gun is incredibly foolish. Their desperate need for validation completely ruined their own security. Although he hates putting down rookies, he is happy to make exceptions. They should honestly be honored to get a little taste of his power. Sariso simply claps his hands, praising the investigator's speech but warns him he won't be shooting tonight. Bullet sneers, trying to pull the trigger anyway. But his hand is completely paralyzed. Suddenly his vision grows blurry and his body feels incredibly heavy. He spots 2 canisters of gas tucked away. They were hidden right inside the cash bags, and Sariso just laughs out loud. These canisters are releasing muscle, nerve, and poison agents that can paralyze any assassin within a 300-meter radius. Bullet's face turns completely pale. Why is he trying to save her when they claim to be villains? Aso just laughs. It is not like they want to rescue her, they just absolutely despise heroes. He fires a plasma beam at Bullet, instantly turning him into a tiny slime. Cheese watches the little slime bounce away. Guys with a silver hero license are nothing but total cannon fodder to them. Aso decides to clean up the mess, head back home and snack on some cheese crackers, but then he looks at the self-proclaimed Prince of Darkness who is currently tending to the badly wounded girl. He is studying her closely, wondering how she is even breathing. Her left arm and leg are torn off and infected wounds cover her. Her ribs are shattered and her right eye is completely gone. Her entire body shows horrific signs of torture and her chest is pounding wildly, basically a borderline heart attack. At least 4 lethal toxins are pumping through her blood. Honestly, it is a miracle she survived this long. He is quite curious about what makes her so incredibly special that she was treated like this. The Security Bureau does not waste its worst torture on an average citizen. Master Splinter warns Aso that she will not survive much longer. They need to head back and celebrate. That is the priority, or is Aso actually planning to save her? Aso stutters, claiming he is not here to rescue anyone. He is a cold-blooded villain to his very core, but as they turn to go, he feels a pang of pity seeing her try to crawl with those horrific injuries. He tries to forget about her. She is just another forgotten soul left to rot in a dark alley. Even the gray sky begins to weep for her tragic fate. The 2 men walk away, leaving the poor girl behind. Staring at her teddy bear, she finally passes out, but Aso walks back to her side, and that is how she ended up in the Nightmare Nest surgery room. Cheese was busy prepping the anesthesia while Aso held the surgical scalpel. Cheese still could not believe they were saving a life instead of committing crimes. Did some heroic do-gooder somehow use a talk no jutsu speech on his boss? Aso quickly reassures Cheese that is not the case. He wants to build the ultimate biological weapon to restore his family back to their former greatness. And what better test subject than a girl who somehow survived such extreme torture? The vessel for the Final Calamity requires the absolute darkest emotions: pain, anger, sorrow, and pure despair. There must not be a single trace of goodness left. So that is why this broken girl is the perfect subject. They decide to begin the experiment immediately before her fading life slips away completely. They now divide the work. Cheese will secure the transplant parts while Aso prepares the cocoon of blood. Their first piece is a decayed arm known as Amber's Angel that can fire devastating plasma beams. Next is the Empress's weeping right eye. Then comes an artificial heart built to beat for eternity. And lastly, a dark cocoon of blood. They begin operating on the girl, ready to transform her into the ultimate weapon. Aso envisions her final, completed, monstrous form. The glass tank struggles to contain her incredibly massive, modified chest. Brock could easily become a billionaire if he mass-produced and sold androids like this new creation. Master Splinter can only wonder what their next move is. Yuzul wants to test her limits to see if she lives up to the hype. Cheese wonders if she is just a complete failure or if she can actually pack a punch. Yuzul simply cackles at that and says they will just dispose of her if she fails. After all, there is no room for failure in his lab. Later, Iso quietly sleeps. He keeps replaying the moment he was suddenly licked by the Final Calamity. That is honestly the most action he has ever had in his 15 years of life. Tossing and turning, he finally decides to go take another look at the Final Calamity. Her tank is highly secure, bulletproof, shockproof, and completely shatterproof. He stares at the Final Calamity, shivering like a leaf in a dark corner. He wonders why the ultimate biochemical weapon is actually acting like this. She whimpers about being afraid of the dark, showing real human feelings. Before he can walk away, a wave of pity washes over him. Iso decides to let her out, promising to find her a better place to sleep. He leads her deep into the underground facility holding his most dangerous creations. One of them is a fearsome dragon lord, and the other is a tentacle monster. Both beasts absolutely hate his guts, but Iso does not care one bit. He just locks the Final Calamity in the containment box right between them. Telling them to get along, he heads back to his room to sleep. Meanwhile, the Dragon Lord looks down at the girl with pure disdain. He wonders why a fragile human is locked up with S-rank monsters. The tentacle monster jokes that she looks more like a cute girl than a calamity. She seems no stronger than a tiny ant compared to them. They mock Iso, calling this pathetic experiment his biggest failure yet. Together, they watch the Final Calamity desperately banging against her glass door. The Dragon Lord tells her to give up, since even his strongest form cannot break it. He mocks her, promising to become her personal mount if she somehow escapes. The tentacle monster joins in, swearing to be her pet if she breaks free. Otherwise, she is going to have a very bad time locked up with them. But suddenly, something stirs inside her and her arm begins to morph. Intense red energy glows around her palm as the ground underneath begins to crack. Watch this, she completely shatters the unbreakable glass like it is nothing. Instantly, their mocking attitude completely flips to pure terror. The Dragon Lord immediately bows, begging to be her loyal pet if she frees him. Meanwhile, Iso is snoring loudly in his bed, calling for his mother in his sleep. Suddenly, the emergency alarm right above his head blares to life. Iso leaps up and rushes straight toward the high containment area. Warnings flash that 3 critical barriers have already been destroyed. 3 powerful test subjects have broken free from their secure holdings. Iso and Cheese sprint through the corridors, desperate to contain the massive damage. Subjects number 8 and 15 are running completely wild in the facility. Even worse, the Final Calamity herself is currently running rampant. Iso checks his tablet and cannot believe the specialized glass actually melted. Instead of worrying, he excitedly celebrates her massive power awakening. But Cheese is far more concerned with how she even got in there. After all, she was supposed to be locked away in complete isolation. Back in the containment unit, Tentacool and the Dragon Lord are terrified. The beast goes completely wild, firing lasers everywhere, yet Iso remains totally unimpressed. He lectures them like they are just disobedient pets, declaring that their little playtime is finally over, ordering them to head back immediately, but the Dragon Lord refuses to live. Like some helpless lab rat, he vows to rip him apart, but Cheese simply fires. Yellow smoke erupts. The startled dragon demands to know what it is, and Iso calmly answers. There are 200 dragon spider eggs here. As a dragon, he surely knows what they will. Due to his body, the Dragon Lord learns that these parasites feast on dragons and lesser dragons, slowly consuming them until the helpless host is completely doomed. Meanwhile, Cheese is keeping the dragon occupied, while Tentacool tries to wipe them out with a sneaky strike. But too bad for him, Iso is always 3 steps ahead of their clumsy plans. He tosses a flashbang that instantly blinds the thrashing Tentacool monster, leaving it writhing in agonizing pain. Iso asks if they want to keep misbehaving or if they are finally ready to go back to their cages and act right. The Dragon Lord snaps back that big sis is on their side, meaning they cannot lose. Tentacool also puts all his faith in their ultimate weapon, the Final Calamity. She did shatter his strongest high-frequency glass in an instant. Iso is briefly surprised. Just who is this big sister they keep talking about? The monsters slowly step aside, revealing the terrifying Final Calamity walking straight toward Iso. Even our usually calm scientist is slightly tense. If she loses control now, things could get incredibly messy. The Dragon Lord grins, eager to finally see absolute terror on Iso face. After all, he kept them caged like rats, conducting endless experiments day and day out. Now sweet payback has arrived as the Final Calamity slowly approaches him. Step by step, Cheese nervously asks if there is any emergency backup plan to stop her. But unfortunately, they do not have any easy tricks up their sleeve today. Iso calmly explains that no material on Earth can actually suppress her incredible power. She suddenly lunges right at Iso with some ridiculously wild movement, pinning him flat onto the floor. The dragon lord cackles, declaring that mercy is no longer an option. Aso had better clean those spiders off him and start begging if he wants to survive. He eagerly commands Big Sis to end Aso and make him deeply regret the day he was born, but the dragon's grand revenge fantasy is about to derail completely. It turns out Big Sis is just a massive weirdo, shattering his high hopes instantly. She immediately begins happily licking Aso all over his face, and he is clearly done with it. She lets out a cute little growl, letting him know that she hates sleeping in her current spot. He promises to find her a much better room if she will just stop acting like a puppy. The frustrated dragon lord screams at her to stay focused on the task. After all, she easily destroyed high-tech glass, so she can definitely vaporize this skinny human as well. Aso glares at them coldly, already brainstorming some deeply agonizing punishments for the coming months. Later, they take the elevator back up. As for the captured monsters, our proud dragon lord is stuffed headfirst into a ridiculous plush caterpillar to think about his behavior, but the punishment handed down to the tentacle monster is on another level. It is completely tied down, with a massive pile of freshly chopped onions placed right in front of its face while its eyelids are forced wide open. Meanwhile, a tiny nine-headed hydra is sleeping peacefully when it suddenly notices a face pressed against its glass cage. Aso is completely stressed out because the girl refuses to stay in the standard research cells. Finding her a proper room is proving to be a real headache. Luckily, Cheese might just have the perfect idea. Cheese is on the same page, telling Aso to let her sleep in his room. Aso grumbles that he cannot just host a deadly monster. Meanwhile, old security footage mentions subject SFR 6082 trying to restart the camera while some strange force is loose inside the hotel. Blood splatters cover every single corner, leaving them to wonder what on earth happened. The bodies are stripped straight down to bones. What kind of nightmare did this? Even the cameraman was caught, cornered as a mysterious figure stepped right toward him. It is a monster, an 11 by 10 goth baddie with 69 mental issues heading straight for him, and the feed cuts black. Meanwhile, Cheese keeps insisting that Calamity should sleep in Aso's room, but Aso flat out refuses. He'll be in danger bunking with such a powerful creature. Personally, I would gladly offer up my own bed to save Aso's life, but Cheese argues that Calamity feels most comfortable with him. It is only natural that she stays where she feels safest, or else she might completely wild, but Aso remains totally unbothered. After all, he added his own soul essence during the cultivation phase, meaning they share a pretty tight bond with each other, except Cheese admits that the soul essence was not actually part of the cultivation process at all. It was more like a fermentation mishap because he drank it thinking it was fine wine. Aso loses his mind, screaming at the rat to explain what he did. Cheese argues that you should not leave sweet-smelling potions around when a guy is already completely wasted. The two keep bickering while Calamity happily plays with a multi-headed hydra. 2 seconds later, she climbs right into the giant water tub, showing off some massive cake. The poor hydra instantly backs away as she gets completely soaked, making her clothes totally see-through. Cheese whips around and Aso grumbles that the legendary beast is not some cheap toy. He yells at her to get out this instant, grabbing her leg and dragging her right out of the tank. That is when his luck completely maxes out, landing him face first into an absolute mountain of cake. He complains how incredibly heavy Calamity is, demanding she get off him while Cheese just bursts out laughing. Talk about getting slammed by a whole bakery door. Our boy is absolutely furious. Bruised and pissed off, he watches Cheese head off to bed, leaving him with this entire sleeping situation. The rat reminds him that the disaster girl is still just kid, but since she can erase a whole city in a blink, Aso must ensure she does not lose control. Aso scoffs, wondering what to do when Calamity starts sneezing up a storm because she is drenched from head to toe, so he decides to let her take a warm bath first. He gets the water running and scans her armpit, revealing 0 bacteria or germs on her skin. He really does not want a wild test subject using his clean tub, but there is no other option. He commands her to wash up, but she just stares back with giant, innocent puppy dog eyes. He carefully explains that he is leaving, so she needs to strip down and get clean. She nods, instantly peeling her outfit off right in front of him. That is something his classic virgin brain simply cannot process, right on the verge of a massive Nosebleed, he looks away, trying to convince himself that a true scientist remains completely objective. Too bad his body betrays him as he gets a major nosebleed and faints. Aso slaps on dark sunglasses and plugs his nostrils before finally bathing her. He uses some shampoo, cleans her up, and prepares to head back to the bedroom. Turning off the water, he tells her to dry off, but suddenly slips on the wet floor. Slips on a toy and plunges straight into the tub, startling Calamity. Aso curses out loud as he falls directly into the water, landing right in the girl's lap. He curses himself for not sending her straight to the sterilization room and running her through a complete car wash. Calamity, behaving like a literal gremlin, looks away as Aso's arm gets completely trapped between two incredibly soft cushions. That's when Cheese suddenly barges into the bathroom, holding a heavy riot collar just in case Calamity tries to attack him. But when he notices his young master getting attacked in a completely different way, he simply smirks and tells the kids to go easy on each other, leaving Aso fuming. This is definitely not what it looks like. Cheese grins, reminding Aso that safety is absolutely key, and he needs proper armor before exploring territory like that. Furious, Aso chucks a slippery bar of soap right at Cheese, but the clever old rat has already vanished, smiling at the heavens like a proud dad whose son finally touched grass. He looks up at the beautiful portrait of Aso's mother on the wall, quietly telling her to rest easy because her son is perfectly normal and straight. Later on, Aso tries to dry Calamity's wet hair and reaches for a hair dryer, but the very second she spots it, terrifying memories flood her mind. A gun firing, a dark, mysterious figure pointing a loaded weapon right at her head. Her eyes instantly go dark. Aso attempts to dry her hair, but she has already vanished. Looking around, he spots her trembling fearfully behind the shower curtain. What on earth is this girl doing now? He is completely done with her games, but then he notices her shaking and turning completely pale. He starts to wonder if he did something wrong. She was not even afraid of the dragon lord or the giant tentacle monster, but this simple object absolutely terrifies her. Then it clicks, the dryer looks like a gun. It must have triggered her memory of the night she was hunted by the bullet. Gentlemen, he is quite fascinated that she still recalls pieces of her past self before the experiments. He sighs softly and calls Clementine over. She slowly looks up to see her master holding the dryer like a handgun. She cowers back in fear, but he suddenly pulls the trigger. Instead of a bullet, a stream of warm air blows through his hair, shaping it into a silly style that makes her laugh. Soon she is happily using the dryer herself, and it instantly becomes her favorite new toy. Aso immediately regrets helping her get over that fear. He quickly snatches it away and announces that it is bedtime. She looks at him with those classic puppy dog eyes, but it does not work on him. He locks the dryer safe inside a drawer, ordering her to behave so she can play with it tomorrow. But now she has to go to sleep. She looks away disappointed but obeys. Aso grips his head. Pure frustration. He wanted an ultimate weapon of chaos and mass destruction, but instead he ended up with a giant soft blonde who has the intelligence of a toaster. He absolutely cannot let her sleep in his bed. That is an extremely strict, unbreakable rule for a proper alchemist. Unfortunately, she is already snuggling under his sheets before he can even finish his sentence. He immediately tries to pull her out, ordering her to go sleep somewhere else. She quietly sits on the floor while Aso stares in disbelief, wondering what he is even supposed to do with her at this point. He clears his throat and tells Clementine to listen to him very carefully. Experimental subjects are strictly forbidden from sleeping in his bed. That is a major violation of regulations, so she has to sleep on the hard floor tonight. Also forbidden from making noise in the middle of the night, and she is absolutely banned from sneaking into the bathroom to look for the hair dryer. Finally, he relaxes and turns off the light, but something still feels dangerous about letting her sleep on the floor. He quietly peeks over the edge of the bed and sees her curled up like a puppy. For some reason, he starts blushing. He tries to sleep, but she suddenly starts making noise again. Aso angrily grumbles, telling her to stay quiet, but she keeps shuffling around. He grits his teeth and yells that it is the middle of the night, so why is she still acting up? Then he realizes the poor girl is freezing. Her face has already turned pale from the cold. Meanwhile, Cheese is busy with his own suspicious activities. Judging from the magazine on his chest, the old rat was having a fantastic night. Aso looks at the magazine and the suspicious pool of sticky mess on the cover. He tells the stupid rat to wake up. How dare this man sleep peacefully while his master is being tormented by calamity. He places a stink bug right next to Cheese's nose. Immediately, Cheese wakes up puking and gets ready to break Aso's arms for what he just did. Aso tells him it is payback for dumping calamity on him. He is only here to ask for an extra blanket. Cheese instantly snickers, asking if it is for calamity. He keeps complaining about her, but his little teenage virgin card heart still cannot get over her. Now isn't that right? Aso immediately denies it. He has to run tests on her tomorrow and she needs to stay in top condition. That is why he needs a blanket for her. Cheese yells that there are 6 blankets and beddings inside his drawer already. So why does he not just use one of them? Aso tells Master Splinter that it is absolutely not happening. Each bedding is assigned to a specific day. For example, today is dedicated to alchemy research, so he uses the alchemy bed sheet. Thursday is for elixir studies, so he uses the solid purple bedding. He keeps rambling about all the different theme sheets he owns. Cheese immediately spots a loophole. Did he not also create a disaster girl bed sheet? Aso pauses. Cheese grins. If it is the disaster girl, then naturally she should use the disaster girl bedding. It literally has her design on it. Aso cannot even argue with that flawless logic, so our boy reluctantly gives in and brings out the calamity bed sheet. It has the design of what she was originally supposed to look like. Suddenly she rises from the bed and slowly hovers over Aso. Her eyes glow with amber light. Looks like our boy is either about to lose his life or his virgin card. There is no in between. It is finally 8 a.m. and a raven throws away the clock into a skull's mouth and starts crowing over and over again. It is time for the greatest alchemist of the century to wake up. It continues to glaze our boy until he is woken from his deep sleep. He curses for not getting a full 8 hours of rest, but he will have to do. He feels something soft around his arm and a gentle hand over his chest. He also feels a wave of breath warming up his ear. Our boy quivers. He feels something rising, and it is not the shield hero. He turns to look at Calamity lodged snugly next to him. Why the hell did she crawl into his bed? And why the hell is she lying here like that? Looking at her, he can hardly believe that she is supposed to be a walking calamity. Cheese barges into the room asking Aso how he slept last night. Iso scrambles out of bed and shoves Calamity under the blanket, acting completely clueless. Cheese immediately loses his mind, stressing over whether she went totally berserk or worse. If she ended up in the experimental zone, it would be a complete catastrophe. Iso urges him to check the monitoring room first while he quickly gets ready. But as his partner turns to leave, the bedsheet starts to squirm right before his eyes. He screams that the blanket is alive, accusing Iso of some seriously questionable habits. Just then, Calamity pops out from underneath, desperately gasping for air. She is dripping in sweat, and Iso frantically tries to explain she snuck in last night. Cheese just brushes it off, saying it is totally normal for a 13-something-year-old. He claims any teen going through puberty would want to get close to their own creation. Ben is genuinely happy for him, but our boy cannot handle the extreme embarrassment. So he blasts Cheese in the face with a mouthful of nasty stink bug essence. The rat rolls around screaming from the 300% concentrated bug juice. This is the lethal stuff they developed specifically to take down the city heroes. Iso keeps insisting that he did absolutely nothing, and now it is time for testing. They head to the experimental zone to finally gather her basic physical data. Measuring her height first, she turns out to be taller than him, prompting a tease. Cheese jokes that Iso will definitely be the one standing on his tiptoes. Iso snapped back that he is still growing, so they move on to weight. Surprisingly, she is incredibly light despite the massive curves she is packing up front. She honestly should weigh at least 800 kilograms given all his dense ingredients. Cheese cackles, measuring her chest and teasing Iso about how lucky he got. Especially since she easily ranks in the D class before testing her lung capacity. She is supposed to hold her breath and blow into a tube for measurement. Iso demonstrates how it works and hands her the device. She takes a deep breath and holds it as Iso instructs her to blow. Instead, she grabs his face, pulling him close to blow directly into his mouth. They lock lips, pinning Iso to the table right as Cheese walks back in. He catches them at the worst possible second, watching Iso struggle under her. She finally pulls away, wiping her mouth while checking the scale, but nothing moved. Iso frantically rinses his mouth while Cheese cackles at the absolute absurdity of it. Who would have thought the last great alchemist would get violated by his creation? Iso tells him to shut his mouth and quickly blasts him with water. They already proved she does not carry any dangerous pathogens in her system. Yet Iso desperately insists on keeping his heavy hazmat mask fully on. He is either terrified of germs or just dreading another sudden kiss attack. They move through flexibility and leg power tests without any major issues. Next is grip strength, but her basic stats seem completely like a normal human. Cheese wonders if she will show her true colors once she enters combat. Perhaps she needs a high-intensity situation to wake up those dormant powers. Iso agrees that it is a solid plan to trigger her battle mode. They need to find their most vicious, bloodthirsty test subject and lock them together. Down in the cells, a completely unhinged goth girl is stitching together voodoo dolls. She desperately begs for his attention, which makes Cheese freeze up in absolute terror. He cannot believe Iso wants to unleash Patient Zero for this test. She wants to raise the intensity, start with a rabbit. But Iso prefers a weaker test subject, a simple lab rat. Cheese instantly grabs the rat, glaring at him because they talked about this. No rats get harmed in these experiments, rat lives matter. Iso cracks up, even though Cheese is basically a sewer rat himself. They still have a soft spot for them. He turns back to the cute bunny. He doubts Calamity will take this seriously. He lets the bunny loose. She drops low, instantly doing something that makes the bunny wiggle. Cheese laughs, hoping she is finally showing a bloodthirsty side. Iso grins, she is finally on her way to becoming the ultimate disaster. Just imagine the sheer terror she could cause in a packed room. But they are totally wrong, she just cuddles up against it. She does not harm it at all. Asahi has had completely enough of this. He grabs a wild coronavirus strain and injects it straight into the bunny. It is a newly upgraded frenzy solution capable of 29 mutations. Its fangs sharpen and the entire body warps into something massive. A massive beast stands before them and Iso laughs. This should trigger her survival instincts. He calls it Savage Bunny number 1. The monster pounds its heavy fists, directly challenging her. It is officially as strong as Cheese. Iso commands it to attack. The bunny charges forward as they both start placing bets. Cheese bets that she will dodge, while Iso bets she tanks the blow. The beast smashes down hard, but suddenly Calamity vanishes entirely. It looks around, confused. Something tiny is crawling in its fur. Calamity pops out of the white fuzz, tickling and hugging her giant opponent. They both lost the bet. This girl has absolutely zero fight or flight response. Next stop, the high-intensity lab. Cheese wonders if she might actually die. Iso calmly replies that if she dies, he fails and he will just start over. Simple as that. They soon arrive at a massive, reinforced steel gate. They put on their masks, and Iso even holds Calamity on a leash. Honestly, this feels way more like walking a dog than a test. Cheese points out that they use their absolute best organs on her. If she breaks, it is all wasted, but Iso needs to see if she can kill. She will never become the true disaster if she stays safe. They have failed too many times, and he is completely done waiting. Calamity senses her master is feeling low and gently pats his head. Iso has had enough. He grabs her head and warns her not to pity him. Fight back or die, she was built for one thing. To become the ultimate bioweapon and conquer the world, not laze around. Yet Cheese still thinks she would make a pretty great mascot. Meanwhile, a certain goth girl is playing with little Enzo dolls. Lucille is actually another one of Iso's experimental subjects. Just looking at her proves our boy definitely has a type. Iso walks up and she eagerly presses her face against the iron bars, whispering that it has been 1,000 long days since he last visited. Iso breaks the news to Lucille. He has built the ultimate disaster, stripping away her title. Lucille snaps in absolute denial, screaming that it is completely impossible. A monstrous experimental weapon, with Satoru Gojo as her only true equal. Iso orders Cheese to bring Calamity in and she immediately hugs him. This sight instantly infuriates Lucille, triggering her massive overdrive state. She calls Blondie a bastard for touching Iso, as lightning crackles around them. High-voltage sparks fly. Iso warns Calamity that she has to take this seriously. He tells Lucille this is his ultimate masterpiece, a weapon beyond anything she can imagine. If she wants her title of the strongest back, she needs to defeat her. Lucille bites her lip until it bleeds. Desperate, she tries to negotiate for better terms. If she wins, she wants a whole day all to herself with Iso. Iso agrees. Lucille then pushes her luck, asking if they can cuddle in bed. But Iso completely shuts her down, saying that is pushing things way too far. Lucille just smiles, promising to crush this new creation to prove her absolute dominance. She glances at the glowing energy cores on her chest. Her power is truly massive. Iso turns to leave. Calamity tries to follow, but he stops her. He tells her this is the end of the line. If Lucille kills her, then so be it. She is just a failed experiment and he will not help. He drops the leash. The metal door slams shut, sending Blondie into a frantic panic. She pounds on the door, crying out for her creator, but Iso only laughs. As the last descendant of his bloodline, creating the perfect bioweapon is his duty. To his cold heart, this is exactly how test subjects must be handled. Back in the control room, Iso and Cheese get ready to watch the show. Cheese asks if he gave Calamity any reassurance, but Iso tells her to quiet down. He tells her to stop being soft and unlock the cage. Cheese warns him not to cry if Blondie dies, then she slams the red button. The high-tech restraints finally lift, allowing Lucille to freely stretch her limbs. Finally free, she spots the camera and makes sure it catches her best angle. Looking straight into the lens, she promises Iso an absolute masterpiece of a fight. The strongest experiment in history versus the reigning champion of today. It is bound to be legendary. Cheese even grabs some chips to enjoy the show. But Iso complains about the cheese flavor. She tells him to stop whining. Besides, Lucille has a collar on. If she goes wild, they have the failsafe. One press of a button triggers her virus. Cheese even offers another bet. She bets Lucille wins. If she does, she gets the remote for a week. Iso bets on Calamity instead, because if the girl loses, she dies anyway. Back in the arena, Lucille tells Calamity to stop scratching at that door. That gate is solid metal, and the girl has zero desire to fight. Lucille lets out a cruel laugh. None of that matters to her. Breaking this girl is just her ticket to spending quality time with Iso. Cheese yells that Lucille is closing in while the new girl just keeps pounding. Lucille raises her hand, letting a massive dark shape manifest behind her back. She calls Calamity pure trash, but the girl suddenly grabs her wrist. Panic sets in for Lucille. Even Iso is stunned. Is she fighting back? The ultimate showdown has begun, and the creators are absolutely thrilled. Everyone thinks Calamity is finally getting serious, but they are dead wrong. She is actually just leading Lucille around, pointing at a giant blocked door. Turns out she just wants Lucille to help her open the path. Lucille is completely baffled. Is this beast seriously asking her for a favor? Calamity just nods and shakes her head like an oversized golden retriever. Lucille bursts out laughing, telling Iso his ultimate weapon is a total idiot. He shouldn't have chosen a blonde test subject who proves every single stereotype. Lucille grabs Calamity's wrist and injects her with the deadly dark plague virus. She tells the girl she can leave only when she is a pile of bones. That way, she can finally be tossed into the non-recyclable trash bin. Lucille looks down at her victim, now turning pale and purple. Smiling, she gloats. The ultimate bioweapon just got easily poisoned by her. She must remember that Lucille will always remain the absolute strongest. The virus coats Lucille's skin, but she laughs because she is completely immune. Meanwhile, Calamity is turning paler by the second under the toxic attack. Lucille is, without a doubt, the greatest bioweapon Iso ever created. Suddenly, Calamity's monitor starts beeping as Cheese warns the virus has spread. Her organs are shutting down, but Iso insists her special cocoon cells should destroy pathogens. Iso demands to know why her cocoon blood cells are not killing the pathogen. How is she getting sick with an immune system that adapts like Meharaga? Lucille is practically celebrating, unable to believe she won this easily. Cheese panics. He yells that Disaster Girl is about to collapse right now. Iso tells him to calm down since only 30% of her cells are infected. That is nowhere near fatal, though she could die if her cocoon blood backfires. Meanwhile, Lucille stomps on Calamity's head, calling Iso's perfect creation a disappointment. She complains that this fight was not even fun for her. Lucille looks down at Calamity, whose breathing is becoming incredibly heavy. She mocks the poor girl for believing she would actually open that door. The deadly virus has now spread to 70% of her entire cellular structure. She will die, but Iso does not care as dark tentacles wrap her body. The black mass binds Calamity as Lucille enjoys the moment, licking her cheek. She wonders why Calamity tastes so amazing, and yes, this is getting incredibly weird. Suddenly, the dark energy chomps down hard directly onto her body. By this point, the dark virus has infected 90% of her cells. Cheese tries to abort the experiment, but Iso quickly grabs his wrist. He warns that they cannot just watch Lucille devour Calamity like this. Iso snaps, telling the rat to shut up and quit being soft on a test subject. Has he forgotten their goal to make the entire world bow to their family? These bioweapons are nothing more than tools for his ultimate ambition. Suddenly, a weak voice crackles. Calamity is calling for her master. Cheese gasps in disbelief. Did Iso actually teach this beast how to speak? Iso smugly explains that he gave the girl a quick lesson just last night. When she begged to sleep in his bed, he told her to call him master first. She can sleep on the bed for 30 minutes if she manages to call him master. Even with her vocal cords long burned, his advanced technology made it happen. Tech could heal her, but silence meant she forgot how to speak. He tried showing her the mouth movements for every word. But she only grunted. Iso had enough, rolled over, and went asleep. Still, she practiced all night, which brings us to her current call. She calls him master. Lucille laughs, knowing Iso won't cancel the project. Just for that, it is feast time, but suddenly things shift. Lucille's shock collar activates, draining her strength. She screams. She yells at Iso as he prepares to shut the experiment down. Iso hits the red button. Lucille freezes, clutching her neck in agony. He claims the priceless implants are far too valuable to lose. Lucille can't eat them. Cheese laughs, knowing his buddy well. He calls Iso the most wicked guy in town, so of course he saves them. Iso agrees and heads off to grab the blonde girl. Meanwhile, Calamity is gasping for air but still recognizes him. Iso tells her she hasn't earned the right to call him master. He picks her up anyway, and she keeps whispering the word. Lucille snaps, demanding to know why the hell he is suddenly intervening. He never batted an eye when she crushed past subjects. So why spare Calamity, who is weaker and has zero combat skills? Is being blonde her only merit? Iso snaps right back at her. She carries precious transplanted organs that cannot go to waste. Cheese immediately pulls out a dirty magazine and starts drooling, wondering why Iso ran the test if he cared about her. Suddenly, Lucille's body temperature begins to rocket upward. Cheese panics, screaming at Iso to get out of the room. Things are going sideways. The shock collar has completely failed. Iso freezes, turning to find Lucille standing right in front of him. She smirks, tapping the metal. The device isn't broken. She simply adapted. It was meant to freeze her solid. But after triggering it for 1,000 days straight, she changed. She gained cold resistance, letting her virus survive extreme freeze. Iso closes his eyes and admits defeat, telling Lucille she has won. He will honor their deal, trying to keep his composure. He needs to escape this room alive, but Lucille just grins maliciously. A single day with him is no longer enough. She caresses his cheek. A purple pathogen spreads from her touch, invading his cells. It triggers a burning fever. Lucille laughs, feeling her cells inside him. Cheese screams that Iso has been infected by the dark plague. She just giggles, telling the panicked duo not to worry. The virus is under her control and will remain dormant. After all, she would never hurt her precious Iso, who is stunned. He never expected his end would come from a goth girl with 69 issues. Then Lucille notices something else lingering in his mind. Calamity's cells are inside him, making Lucille look like a jealous girlfriend. How dare that blonde throw her cells around, and how dare she kiss him? Her master, Cheese, quickly realizes that this has turned into a total mess, and everything is spiraling. She screams at Iso, demanding to know. His cells have salivary failures, and she also shrieks at Blondie. Calling her a freaky little prostitute, Cheese shields his eyes. He cannot watch. Suddenly, dark tentacles strike. They wrap her tightly in a black cocoon. She yells out there is plenty of time for some tentacle fun, promising to invade every single cell in her body to make her feel pure agony. Viral pathogens flood her bloodstream. Her cells are under attack. Lucille carries the most lethal and powerful virus ISO has ever engineered. She controls it effortlessly, absolute domination. Spider toxin is completely useless against it. The only counter, Lucille's collar, but she is already adapted to it. His plan B was a miniature black hole, but it remains highly unstable. It could vaporize their entire base. He watches Lucille relentlessly consuming Blondie. Cheese panics, yelling that ISO must weaponize Lucille's intense obsession with him. Meanwhile, Lucille is utterly baffled. She cannot infect Calamity's core cells, specifically targeting her heart and brain, so she focuses on eroding everything else. Stop now, he raises a gun to his head, giving his final warning. This is his absolute final warning. She instantly freezes in place. Asking why he would end his life for such an idiot, ISO repeats his reason, explaining she is worthless, but her body is a literal goldmine of S-tier organs. Conquering the world requires them, and without those organs, his ultimate vision of restoring his family honor is dead, meaning there is no point living. Cheese silently praises his flawless acting, wishing he could hand him an award. Lucille bows her head. Is his crazy bluff actually going to save them? Instead, she turns right back to Calamity, promising to dispose of her quickly. She vows to help him rebuild his lineage herself, one child at a time, to conquer the world. Stop this, ISO screams that she is ignoring him while Calamity dies. Her body is completely purple, bruised, battered. ISO has to act fast. He realizes it is time for his trump card. Cheese yells at him to use it. ISO hesitated because it is incredibly embarrassing, but he has no choice left. Yelling out a desperate promise, he vows to cuddle with her every single night. She freezes, her attention snaps right back to ISO, completely stunned. Her eyes change color as she fantasizes about getting intimate with him. She agrees to spare that trash bag under two conditions. First, she wants to be the only one who gets to stay with him day in and day out. Meanwhile, Calamity will be locked away in a cell. ISO knows she is insane. He has to survive this crazy situation, so he reluctantly agrees to her terms. For the second condition, she demands Blondie wake up and watch. What is happening? ISO finds his face buried in those massive marshmallows. Lucille declares that since this little thief stole ISO's very first kiss, it is only fair that she returns the favor. She aggressively locks lips. With him, Blondie's eyes burn with absolute fury as her heart rate spikes. Lucille goes wild, tongue and all. ISO can only watch in shock. How dare she use tongue? Cheese looks on like a highly proud father, watching his son hit his very first home run, though he remains deeply conflicted. Sad or happy for his boy, ISO watches Lucille pull back with a loving smile. She tells ISO he is delicious, joking that boiling toothpaste adds great flavor. ISO desperately sprays sterilizing agents directly into his mouth, but it does nothing. It is not enough, something hot burns deep inside Calamity's chest. The pathogens in her body vaporize as bright golden flames erupt around her. Lucille yells that it is impossible, but Calamity grabs her throat and hoists her high. Calamity's arms crack and glow red with flowing magma. ISO and Keys shout in unison. The legendary left hand of the Ash Angel has appeared. Calamity slowly whispers her hatred. A massive explosion completely envelops Lucille. It remains to be seen if she survives. Is this the end of her creepy, obsessive life? Elsewhere, a man curses the sky. He blames a molten phoenix for drenching the valley in flames and blood. Yet there is not a single scratch on the beast. The phoenix glares down at him. It begins charging its ultimate attack, unleashing a massive burst of fire right at him. The man sighs, content knowing his love is safe, but suddenly an 11 by 10 beauty appears. This gorgeous woman with a stunning figure yells at him for being a self-sacrificing idiot. How dare he die without her permission? Her wave of frost clashes against the fire. The man stares at this heavenly view, completely shielded by the beauty's thick ice barrier. She gently caresses his cheek, telling him he will never be alone again. They have each other now. He puckers his lips, fully prepared for a romantic kiss. Instead, he gets a solid foot to the face. She yells at him for ruining the timing. Who gave him permission to kiss? Suddenly, the movie director yells cut. Even the phoenix cackles at the duo. The director walks over and hands the beast a treat. A giant tray of muffins serves as the perfect feast to recharge the creature's energy. They need it energized for shooting. Welcome to Golden City White Queen Films. It is a temporary shooting base built right next to an artificial volcano. The famous White Queen is the city's #2 hero and a popular actress. She calmly sips her smoothie while the male lead is dragged away in heavy chains. She hired him on the spot, but he is just as trashy as every other man. Only his striking resemblance to a certain someone keeps him from being thrown out. He lacks her father's legendary aura, and his dramatic acting is incredibly terrible. Now she wants him replaced, and the director eagerly agrees to find someone new. Her father built this entire studio, so she gets whatever she wants on set. However, they have already interviewed 2,000 potential replacements, draining their budget. The costs are spiraling out of control, but she does not care one bit. She casually orders another 200 million added to the production budget. An assistant whispers some shocking news in her ear, making her scream in rage. She demands to know who dared rob her bank. The assistant explains the heist. It was a human and a smelly rodent using poison to smoke the ventilation. After paralyzing everyone with the gas, they took off with the loot. Looking at the paralyzing machine, she gets intrigued by the strange crest. Her eyes widen. The district chief of the lighthouse area is hit too. This bullet gentleman was blasted by an unknown weapon, turning him into slime. The assistant shows her the slime, and the entire lighthouse area is in chaos. But she does not care about local politics, she just wants her money back. The assistant reminds the angry actress that the lighthouse area is her hero zone. Execution zone. Frost creeps through her hair as scales begin to ripple across her skin. Her eyes glow in shifting colors. She coldly tells her assistant it doesn't matter. Whether this is a hero execution zone, those robbers have questions to answer. She has been waiting for these answers. Instantly, she orders her assistant to mobilize every single scout. They must hunt down those thieves immediately. The director asks the chairman about production, but she demands a full halt. There are far bigger issues to handle right now. Even with filming completely paused, everyone still gets their full paycheck. Sure, she is a 10 by 10 villain with massive anger issues, but she is an amazing boss. The director then points out the absolute fool who just tried to kiss her. The guy stares at her freezing glare and stammers an apology. Not a chance. She summons a razor-sharp icicle and shoves it straight into his mouth. Melt it with your breath, she commands, or you can forget about ever leaving this place. If he did not look so much like her dad, she would have ripped his jaw clean off. He trembles in absolute terror while she walks away without looking back. No one gets to touch her lips except her father. Seriously, someone call the cops. Flashback time. Years ago, a tiny, terrified girl huddled in a corner, shaking. She clung to her toy bunny as a cruel woman barked, asking why the floor was dirty. The woman snatched the plush toy, tossed it in the mud, and stomped all over it. Spitting insults and calling the kid useless baggage, the girl wept. Begging her aunt to stop ruining her favorite toy, her reward was a brutal slap. A man rushed in, holding the girl while calling the aunt a heartless monster. The aunt just sneered, mocking their pathetic display of family affection. She snaps at Mailer, reminding him that she built his entire career. He was nothing until she dragged him out of the gutter and made him a famous playwright. Mailer looks down in shame. Suddenly, a creepy figure emerges from the shadows. The stranger asks if she has brought the child soldiers, and she points at the girl. The man is from the Ming clan, a ruthless syndicate that breeds child killers. Mailer stares at Jai Man in horror, asking what she intends to do with the child. Jai Man just smiles. She claims she is simply finding the little stray a proper home. The Ming clan takes kids at a young age and molds them into deadly weapons. Despite her tiny size, this little girl is already built to survive. She can survive for 3 days straight without eating a single bite and still stand tall. The Ming recruiter takes a liking to her, snatching her up while Mailer stands frozen. Calamity snaps awake, her eyes instantly darting to the little stuffed toy next to her. Meanwhile, Cheese Rabbit #1 is undergoing medical tests as its fur sheds rapidly. The researchers are deeply concerned. Is the poor creature suffering from some weird disease? Meanwhile, Calamity has been completely out cold for 3 days since her fight with Lucille. While her body functions normally, scientists still cannot explain the rabbit's strange shedding. Let's hope this test subject isn't going to sprout some bizarre mutations. As for Calamity, she remains in a deep but stable sleep. Years ago, a mysterious man was hooked up to an array of IV drips. An elf dressed in rags worked tirelessly, doing whatever she could to keep him alive. That was when the kidnapper arrived to deliver a report on the secret operation. Rottweiler and his crew were ready to strike. They were all killed by city heroes while infiltrating the Golden Zone, the boss. Size, not even their strongest hounds could breach that elite Golden Zone and take down the traitors who betrayed the proud Latoma dynasty. He explains that only Yorkshire survived, but she is missing. This reality completely infuriates the boss, so he orders his underlings to track her down immediately. Meanwhile, Iso paces around his living room until a brilliant idea hits him. Cheese tells him to stop being so loud because he wants to watch the game. Iso has finally named Calamity her new codename is Cole. Now he waits expectantly for Cheese to ask why he chose it. It was actually his late mother's absolute favorite flower, even though it was quite delicate, it only bloomed during fierce storms, spreading its toxic pollen on the harsh winds. Since Cheese is about as polite as a head of cabbage, Iso decides to keep the secret to himself. Cheese wonders if Cole is indeed their second strongest. After Lucille, Iso nods. Her best trait is her quiet, docile personality. Compared to Lucille, who is a loose cannon, her powers fluctuate wildly. And she has absolutely zero drive to fight. Iso starts racking his brain for ways to trigger her combat mode and summon that devastating angel arm. The first time she did, it was in that extreme danger zone. Maybe she hated sleeping there, which is why she unleashed her power to melt the glass. Cheese smirks, suggesting that she actually wanted to snuggle with Iso and simply threw a massive tantrum. Iso snaps at him too. Shut his mouth. The second activation happened during her clash with Lucille, right when Iso was spraying mouth disinfectant. She mistakenly assumed Lucille was launching an assault on him. The superheated blood cocoon inside her eliminated all the dangerous bacteria and microbes while she fired a heavy thermal pressure vaporization cannon. Cheese raises his eyebrows, questioning such an incredibly ridiculous name. Even though Iso is a certified genius, he still possesses the naming sense of a 14-year-old boy. Iso still thinks it sounds awesome, but that weapon's thermal output is totally unstable. When she targeted Lucille, she unleashed heat matching a literal solar flare. If it wasn't for that high-tech freezing collar around Lucille's neck, she would be dead. Currently, she is recovering in therapy. Suddenly, Cole's stomach lets out a loud growl and she begins rubbing it repeatedly while pointing directly at her mouth. Cheese is shocked that Iso never once fed her a real meal. Iso argues it is a shame such a flawless creation needs to rely on physical food, but he knows just the thing to satisfy her hunger and restore her energy. Now here is where things take a bizarre turn. Both companions freeze, questioning if this is Cole's lunch. They watch the Dragon Lord in a caterpillar onesie. Cheese screams that Iso is crazy. The beast opens his eyes and sees the group standing before him. He happily greets Iso as the ultimate master of alchemy of their era and politely asks if he can finally take off the suit. Iso just laughs, telling him it is time to make himself useful. All he needs to do is serve as Cole's lunch. This shocking news completely crushes the poor Dragon Lord's spirit. Cheese quickly reminds his friend that the captured beast is incredibly rare. Cheese emphasizes that the Dragon Lord is the only real dragon they have. He is too precious to end up on a plate, but Iso is unfazed. As their prime research subject, it's only fitting for him to serve as a high-grade Wagyu steak. Who knows, maybe Cole might even evolve into her final form. Iso smiles, encouraging Cole to take a bite. And she immediately obeys, pouncing directly on top of the terrified Dragon Lord, the beast. Dragon Lord starts bawling like a toddler, promising to be good. Iso just chuckles, saying it is already too late as Cole chomps down on the horn. Surprisingly, her teeth do not pierce it and a bruise forms around her mouth. She instantly starts wailing, and Iso calls her a total disappointment. Later, he fixes her a cup of instant ramen. She stares at the food in absolute awe, her mouth watering instantly. Iso hands her some chopsticks, but she just uses her bare hands, stuffing her face and making a mess while crying tears of joy. She smiles, telling Iso that it is delicious. Cole inhales the ramen and literally cries with joy. Iso begins to feel bad since it is only a cup of noodles. It is really nothing serious. Cheese knows she has never had a decent meal in her entire life. No wonder she is inhaling the food. Isso laughs, teasing Cheese about being the exact same way. Back when he was just a sewer rat scurrying around the room to steal cheese. Back then. Isso almost shot him. Cheese snaps right back, claiming Isso was just like Homelander and begged his mother for milk until he was 3 years old. Isso hurls a wooden wrench, screaming that it is an absolute lie. He stopped drinking milk at 6 months old, but his mother kept forcing him. They keep throwing random junk at each other, turning the whole place into a chaotic scene straight out of Tom and Jerry. Meanwhile, Ku happily enjoys her ramen, slurping the savory broth and gulping down every last drop. Before passing the empty bowl to Isso and thanking him, Isso gently wipes her messy face, telling her to watch her table manners, but her stomach loudly growls again. 1 hour later, the table is stacked high with empty noodle cups, and she is still eating like a beast. Demanding more, Cheese nervously whispers to Isso that they are down to their very last cup of instant noodles. An hour later, Isso is running for his absolute life, begging Ku to stay away from him. He tightly clutches his final box of chocolate wafers close to his chest while holding his gun in the other hand. He is about to blast his hot bioweapon over a box of wafers. It turns out one single piece of chocolate made her completely lose her mind. She crawls forward with a cheeky look, demanding more. Isso grunts, ripping the package open and shoving all the wafers into his own mouth. Terrible mistake. She pins him flat to the ground, locking lips and using her tongue to sweep out every single wafer hidden inside. She might look innocent on the streets, but she is a total freak. Under the sheets, she keeps aggressively sucking all the sweet crumbs right out of him, and Isso cannot even struggle. He is completely unable to breathe and quickly passes out. Anyone watching this would probably think twice before holding onto their own snacks around her. Meanwhile, Cheese is gearing up for the absolute fight of his life. He is determined to protect his precious cheese vault at all costs, which contains the finest blocks from around the globe. He desperately prays that Ku does not sniff it out, but she already finds the secret hatch, blasting it to pieces with her powerful angel arm. The galvanized steel frame instantly melts into glowing magma as she leaps down, standing right in front of the cheese. Cheese shouts that stealing Isso's snacks was fine, but touching his cheese will be her last mistake. She just leans in, grabs his gun, and effortlessly turns it into a useless pile of smoking metal. The heat burns his paw, making him scream at Ku to stay back. She simply rips open the nearest block of cheese and starts feasting. She gorges herself on the entire stash, while Cheese bitterly curses his absolute rot luck, calling her the ultimate glutton rather than the ultimate disaster. Later in the experimental sector, Tentacool strikes up a conversation with Dragon Lord, mentioning he heard that the Dragon Lord is about to be fed to their big sister. He just coughs, boasting that a dragon's body is the absolute toughest thing in the entire universe, and his horns are the strongest objects in existence. He taps his horn right before it shatters completely. Instant regret. He starts cursing that his majestic, legendary horns are gone, meaning he can never charm lady dragons ever again. Meanwhile, Iso and Cheese finally lock Ku away. She desperately slaps her hands against the glass door, making Iso clutch his head in frustration. This girl did not even show her powers when faced with a literal life-or-death situation, yet she was ready to blast everything to pieces just for a bite of chocolate. That single sweet treat triggered a sugar rush wild enough to make her unleash her special abilities. Now, there is not a single snack left in the kitchen. Iso turns to Cheese, wondering why he is staying so quiet. Cheese grunts that he had 400 blocks of the world's most expensive cheese saved up for years, but this wicked little girl devoured every single bite. He pulls out a buzzing chainsaw, ready to give her a fitting punishment, but Iso gently reminds him that she is just a cute girl. Cheese then brandishes a canister of burning acid and some. She is cute, he says. Then he pulls out a brain-sucking mosquito. And besides, that bug would easily starve trying to eat Kim's brain. Cheese just clutches his head. Do whatever you want, he groans, just punish her. Iso bursts out laughing. His buddy clearly has a major soft spot for Ku. But rules are rules. Without a punishment, they can kiss base desserts goodbye forever. Desserts are on the line. That is how Iso ends up taking charge. Now Ku is draped across his lap, looking around with zero clues. Time for an old-school spanking. Iso has officially decided. The first sharp slap lands. Just like that, Ku bursts into tears. Slaps echo through the room, one for greed, two for stealing chocolate wafers. 3 for reckless magic. As it goes on, she learns her lesson. Her backside is red as a strawberry, truly a crying mess. She is sobbing her eyes out. Finally, Iso calls it quits. Cheese speaks up. The real problem is they have zero food left. No dinner, Iso curses, delivering a few extra slaps just in case. She regrets her mischief, but Cheese quickly cuts in with their real issue. They desperately need a grocery run, but leaving Ku behind is out of the question. Seriously, who knows what kind of chaos she will cause if left alone. Iso watches her, she is just clutching her teddy, acting innocent. He decides to bring her along, time to return to the surface. Iso suits up, Cheese on the other hand rocks a majestic cape. They are armed to the teeth. First, they teach Ku how to hide her aura. To farm experience, she has to strike some dramatic pose, letting her teammates take a brutal beating first. Standard savior rules right out of Piccolo's Bible. After explaining that, he initiates the portal. The transport beacon flares up and they step directly into a massive purple void. Cool is terrified. She tightly grips Iso's hand, looking for any comfort. Iso just lets out a tired sigh. He warns them to squeeze their eyes shut, gently covering Cool's face with his hand. Blinding purple light swallows them whole, depositing them right inside a notorious criminal haven. Welcome to the Golden City. They land directly at the summit of a towering high-rise. The beacon is his absolute favorite. According to Piccolo, it makes aura farming easier by. Standing on a tall building and looking down on the city, Cool gasps in. Surprise, Cheese wonders if they should head straight to Megamart, but Issa completely disagrees. Her clothes are way too suspicious. They need to get her dressed. Indecent clothes, maybe hit the mall, Cheese reminds Issa that all of their stolen cash is already gone, but Iso just laughs. This is the perfect chance to look for another place to rob. He reaches out for Cool, telling her to grab his hand. They are going shopping. He leaves the building while holding Cool in his arms, bridal style. Iso reaches out his hand, telling Cool to get ready. They are going to fly. He leaps from the rooftop and activates his anti-gravity boots. The pattern on his cloak glows faintly and they float slowly down to the ground. Next stop is going to be the mall, but Cheese wants a hot dog first, so of course they make a quick detour to the park. A giant statue overlooks the city. Iso is waiting for Cheese to get his glizzy, and a kid looks at the statue, wondering why Big Sister is climbing it. Iso wonders what kind of idiot would climb the symbol of peace. It would be a major federal crime. Just who is that brain dead? That is when he realizes that he knows exactly who is that brain dead. He looks around and sure enough, Cool is climbing the statue for God knows what reason. She sits on top of the structure and waves at Iso like a proud little kid. Cheese, on the other hand, is having his glizzy. The shop master is tied up and Cheese is helping himself to all the herbs and spices. He then looks at the cops running towards the plaza. He wonders what in the world is going on. That is when he realizes that his own idiot squad is to blame for this. The cops yell at Cool to get down. Climbing is strictly forbidden and they will use force if necessary. It is a good thing Cool is blonde, or else the cops would have shot first and asked questions later. She looks around in panic. Cheese realizes that this is a pretty serious crime. Even if she is innocent, she could face a year in prison. He needs to act quickly. He immediately puts on his shades and walks away with his glizzy in hand. He is ready to blend into the crowd. After all, sneaking away and selling out his teammates is the standard villain protocol, but suddenly someone throws a flashbang in the air that blinds everyone and knocks them down. Iso swears that he is never going to bring her out again. Cheese tears through the enemy lines with a dagger clamped to his tail. He tries to act heroically so that he will never leave his teammates behind. He is a strong believer in the power of friendship. Iso tells him to cut the bullcrap. He saw him sneaking away. The cops try to move, but their pants are already slashed. They quickly arrive at a luxury boutique. Iso is breathless and is glad that they got to keep their heads. The manager yells at them to get their dirty hands off the display window. The Golden Legacy store caters only to the highest paying customers. How dare they dirty the glass? Iso smiles, telling Cheese that the glass gets dirty really easily. What should they do? Cheese decides to lick it. A stream of spit clings to the glass and the manager is about to blow a fuse. How dare a dirty sewer rat lick their glass? But Cheese starts plastering a $1,000 note on top of the He keeps spitting over and over until a whole row of cash hangs from the wet line. The manager is about to absolutely lose it. How dare a filthy rat lick their store window? But then, Cheese starts slapping a $100 bill right on top of the spit. Isso apologizes, telling them they can take as many of those bills as they want. Consider it their tip for cleaning the glass. Seeing this, the manager completely changes. His attitude shifts faster than a proud parent's when they find out their kid failed math. He suddenly doesn't care about the glass. Of course it is going to get dirty. It is on the outside, after all. He even invites them to check out the inside. He carefully peels off the bills and happily stuffs them straight into his pocket. Meanwhile, Isso waves from inside the shop, and the manager greets him with total respect. He asks what they need, a trench coat, a suit, or a cape like Piccolo's. Isso tells him they are not shopping for his clothes today. He is here to dress Kush. He quickly rushes over to Kush, asking what kind of outfit she wants. She just looks back at him, completely clueless, and gives a sweet, innocent smile. That simple smile is more than enough to melt his icy heart on the spot. Her skin is flawless. He missed it outside because he was distracted by the rat. To him, she is a stunning beauty, and he instantly feels pretty sorry for her. He hates seeing her dragged around by some bossy short king with a massive ego. Isso demands the manager bring out the absolute finest evening gowns in the entire shop. The attendants quickly wheel out a massive selection and gently drag her toward the back. Kush desperately calls out to her master, while Isso calmly tells the staff to be gentle. He tells Kush to stop making a fuss, letting out a heavy sigh as he waits. While she changes, the manager serves Isso some hot tea to help pass the time. But like a spoiled rich kid, Isso complains that he hates tea because it is too bitter. Instead, he looks over at Cheese trying on hats, knowing the rat has a soda on him. He demands the can of Black Blast soda, so Cheese reluctantly tosses it over to him. The rat tells him to back off. He is busy finding the perfect hat for his club. 20 minutes pass by, and one of the store attendants nervously approaches Isso with a problem. She explains that Kush absolutely refuses to undress and asks if he can help her. Isso heads straight to the fitting room, only to find Kush trembling nervously in the corner. He tells her to stop making a big scene and just change into the new dress. He promises to wait right outside the door, which immediately calms her down a bit. Still, she keeps nervously calling out to her master every 3 seconds just to check. Isso patiently replies each time, until she finally steps out in a gorgeous red dress. Isso is speechless, and the manager immediately starts hyping up the look. He says this exclusive designer piece looks stunning on Isso's gorgeous girlfriend. Isso quickly grumbles that she is not his girlfriend, just a maid. The manager does not buy that for a second. Who buys a maid such an expensive dress? Regardless, Isso tells the manager this cheap dress does not meet his high standards. He demands something much better, making the manager rub his hands together apologetically. He promises to find something grander, claiming no other store on the boulevard can match them. This dress was only the warm-up, and next she tries on an elegant green gown. The vibrant fabric makes her look like a leaf, which Isso finds pretty interesting. It is still missing something. The next dress leaves nothing to the imagination. She looks so incredibly stunning in it that Isso is completely left speechless. The shop manager stands speechless. He realizes this moment is their absolute peak. This gown is a perfect replica of the Golden Empress's own legendary dress. Suddenly, a sleek black limousine screeches to a halt, and attendants roll out a dark carpet. The manager completely loses his mind. Panic sets in instantly. He totally forgot that the legendary Lady Renee was scheduled to arrive tonight. Isso is puzzled. He has no clue who this VIP from the Black Palace even is. The terrified manager shoves the trio into a fitting room, begging them to stay hidden. If she catches them, it means 1,000 lashes and a swift ticket to the grave. Then she steps out, flawless raven hair, pale skin, and an incredibly frosty vibe. This is Lady Renee. She steps onto the carpet with bare, elegant feet. She softly whispers that she is cold. Instantly, her demon servant draws a sword. The servant unleashes a warm wall of fire to shield her master from the chill. Who on earth is this woman to command powerful demons like absolute pets? The flame demon clears a warm, safe path straight to the boutique entrance. The manager bows low in greeting. Renee demands to see the dark gothic dress immediately. It is a rare designer piece she has been tracking down for ages. The manager eagerly nods. he has been gatekeeping it from every other customer. Hidden inside, Iso and his friends watch the manager shamelessly suck up to her. They quickly recognize her crest. She belongs to the legendary Kuroya family. Iso knows they are elite world nobles. Cool just grunts along, pretending to understand. They own everything here. The Golden City is their playground, but why is she visiting a common mall? Iso whispers back that constant luxury gets boring. They need peasants for entertainment. Meanwhile, the attendants keep rolling out the black carpet under her feet. The manager reassures her that they have nearly reached the display. He points to a large shape behind a red curtain, but Renee suddenly halts. The carpet has run out. The attendant starts sweating bullets, stammering an apology. The demon servant snaps, screaming at them for their utterly pathetic planning. They knew their mistress was visiting, yet they failed to prepare enough carpet. Do they expect a high noble to step onto the filthy bare floor? The terrified staff fall to their knees, begging desperately for their lives. But for an insult this massive, forgiveness is never on the table. Knowing their fate, they draw their daggers to end their own lives. They prepare for the blade heart ritual, a forced, brutal ritual suicide. But before the metal can pierce flesh, a monk named Shinku shatters the blades. He steps in to spare them, but his sudden mercy only angers Renee. She instantly strikes him down. With the guards unconscious, Shinku slowly reaches out. She takes his hand as a makeshift bridge, stepping over the fallen bodies. Sordid carpet drama aside, the three wonder if all nobles are this incredibly arrogant. Iso suddenly gets a brand new idea, a true once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Kidnapping the powerful Renai would easily secure them enough cash for a lifetime. But Cheese quickly shuts him down, reminding him of who they are dealing with here. They are not just robbing banks, breaking rules, or fighting random local heroes. Abducting a literal world noble is on a completely different level. Their lives will become a living hell, but Iso really does not care at all. He insists they need something absolutely crazy to make major headlines. Cheese argues back that these nobles hold unimaginable levels of power and influence. These people are insanely wealthy and built Garden City as a personal playground. Meanwhile, Renai stands high on her attendant's back, staring down at the massive display. The manager proudly unveils their absolute best piece in the entire store. Our duo is still bickering in the back about whether to capture her. Should they grab the noble girl or walk away? Suddenly, a loud scream cuts in. Everyone turns to look. The gorgeous dress on the mannequin is completely shredded. It is now exposing pretty much everything that was meant to be safely hidden. The manager shivers as Renai coldly asks if this was indeed her reserved dress. Instantly, the demoness and Shinkai draw their weapons, ready to level this entire shop. Iso immediately realizes that Cheese must be the one behind this disaster. Cheese totally admits it. He got bored and decided to test his brand new dagger. He just wanted to annoy the manager, never expecting to trigger a literal world noble. Kaufel stutters in panic, wanting to see too, but she accidentally trips. She shoves Iso right out of the fitting room, just as Renai demands answers. The moment the manager spots Iso stumbling out, he points an accusing finger. Immediately pointing a finger, he pins the entire blame on poor Iso. The angry demoness grabs Iso by his collar, lifting him up like a tiny kitten. Even dangling there, Iso slips out a can of poison, actively provoking her further. Staring away in deep shame, the manager just tries to save his neck. Laughing, the demoness calls him a prankster and promises to gouge his eyes out. Suddenly, Renai calls out for her to stop. Believe it or not, she actually likes it. She claims this shredded outfit is different and far more exciting than her usual clothes. Every single guy in the store gasps. Our trio cannot believe this reaction. They are stunned she likes the ruined dress. The demoness still wants his head. But Renai commands her to back off, and she immediately drops Iso to the floor. After being warned to behave, Iso is already picturing tomorrow's wild headlines. He imagines the news of the great villain Iso successfully kidnapping the wealthy noble. Should he unleash his deadly dragon spider toxin or a power burst grenade? Right then, Renai tells him she has absolutely no clue what he is muttering about. The second she saw him, she knew he was extremely dangerous. Iso freezes up. In the back, Cheese is frantically muffling Kaufel's loud mouth. Renai steps to the edge of her servant's cloak, asking if he wants more. She wonders if Iso staged this whole wild performance just to get her attention. Perhaps he just wants to join her family's ranks. She smiles down quite kindly. She tells him to work hard and climb their ranks, boasting that she is the president. If he is willing to die for her notice, he can kneel and kiss her feet. Maybe she will make an exception and let him be her servant. The demoness is completely losing her mind. Why does a guy get to kiss those feet when she has not? The girl just smiles warmly. This is the very first time she is allowing any man to kiss her feet. She even wonders if she should grind her heel into his head while he kisses her toes, but Iso would rather die than act like a simp. He straight up tells Renai her feet stink and he is not kissing those bad boys. Everyone gasps in absolute shock. Iso tells Renai that she must be filthy rich, so why not buy some shoes? Iso asks her if her wealthy family is. With all that cash, why doesn't she just buy some luxury shoes? Why insist on walking around barefoot? Seriously, she is just begging to get sick. Instead of getting angry, Renai holds back tears, throwing a tantrum because her feet are sprayed with perfume daily so they don't smell. She raises her hand. Iso just smiles. It is the exact moment he wanted. She is about to slap him, but Cool suddenly steps in and grabs her by the wrist. She couldn't even handle a killing machine with the brain of a 3-year-old. The demoness draws her sword, warning her to let go, young mistress. But she still holds on, forcing Renai to order her demoness to sheath her blade. Renai actually respects Cool for standing up to bullies, and now she wants both the girl and Iso to join her estate under highly generous terms. The demoness and the manager are absolutely stunned by this offer, and even Iso doesn't have an answer. She even asks how much money to buy him out. He just smiles. Prominent family or not, he won't surrender Koroya, and she won't be making any deals anymore. Not a chance. He is about to kidnap her as the ultimate villain of Golden City. The demoness quickly tries to de-escalate things. Too late. Iso throws a smoke grenade that covers the field in thick purple smoke. Shinkai feels his strength rapidly fade, and the demoness lunges to grab Renai, but she is already gone. The moon shines bright as Iso and Cheese make their escape, each carrying a beauty in their arms. Iso tells his buddy not to worry. He used a top-grade powerless grenade. It leaves victims so utterly confused they won't even remember their own names. Sure enough, Shinkai screams out that a skinny white-haired kid kidnapped their master, while the demoness shouts that a chubby blonde kid with freckles took her. They can't even stand up right now, looking more clueless than Goku when he realized marriage isn't something he can eat. Meanwhile, Renai finds herself tied up in their lair. Iso proudly welcomes her to the Golden City's ultimate villain base, introducing himself as the greatest alchemist and heir to an ancient family. Cheese chimes in, declaring she is now a hostage to the ultimate bad guys, while Cool suddenly joins in by laughing loudly, scaring the duo out of their pants. Iso snaps. Why did he tell her not to leave her room if she was just going to ignore it anyway? Cheese complains about her completely ruining their menacing vibe. Renai just smiles and removes her gag, then mockingly asks how they can be top villains when they can't even tie a gag properly. Cheese whispers that their reputation is on the line here, while Isa complains that he was only in charge of the mouth binding. Cheese fires back that he was supposed to secure her hands and feet, yet she is completely free of the ropes. They keep bickering. While they do, Renai completely slips away, opening a bag of chips, while Cool also helps herself to the snacks. Iso points a gun right at her head, telling her to stop causing trouble. She is a hostage, and if she doesn't sit back down, she will face horrors beyond her wild imagination. Renai just smiles, asking if it is really scarier than the discipline used at her house. Iso is confused, so she explains that there is a crushing pit of layers where the punished get shoved into a tiny space, and heavy iron plates are stacked on top until they are completely flattened. Spaghetti, the next brutal punishment is having their head shaved into a low taper fade and having a boiling molten helmet poured right onto their head. This was inspired by Khal Drogo, their direct ancestor. The third punishment forces centipedes to burrow right through their body by drilling deep holes inside of them. This sick method was inspired by Diddy and Kanki Ken. The helpless victim watches their own flesh become a nesting ground for centipedes. Hearing this, Cheese feels like he is going to throw up. He asks if they just return her safely, maybe they will avoid the torture. Iso yells at the rat, are they some charity group that just hands hostages back? Cheese screams that he really does not Want holes bored into his body, he is perfectly fine with the ones he already has, Renai tells them to relax because those horrible tortures will not be used on them. After all, for fools who kidnap an elite heir of her household, such punishments are merely child's play. Their real fate will make them curse the day they were born. Into this harsh world, Cheese is completely terrified while Renai just giggles. She promises to stop her family's torture and even forgive them for this abduction, offering a mountain of cash if they agree to just one condition. Cheese nervously asks what it is, and Renai replies that she wants to join their gang and become a full-time outlaw. Both guys look at her as if she has totally lost her mind. Honestly, who swaps a life of luxury to live like some low-budget thug? It makes no sense. Renai explains she is bored to death and maybe they can pull off some wild heists together. Plus, she has a limitless American Black Express card. They will have insane funding to build even more crazy weapons. Cheese instantly wants to sign up, but ISO asks if there are any other catches. Renai laughs and admits there is one more catch. They have to obey her 100%, meaning she vetoes everything. ISO immediately swats the card away. He would rather die than surrender his freedom, but he spoke way too soon because Cheese shoves him aside and eagerly promises to obey her every command. Whatever she wants is their brand new objective as long as the cash transfers. ISO calls him a spineless sellout. Where is his dignity? Why trade self-respect for cash? Cheese yells back that they need a backer for the ultimate world-shaking heist. ISO firmly tells the rich girl that he is the current leader here, and he does not agree. They will never take orders or handouts from anyone. He commands Cheese to poison her with spider toxin, tie her up, and send a ransom note to her family. Renai calmly warns ISO that they will not get a single cent from holding her. According to her elite family tradition, if any member gets kidnapped, they automatically become an outcast. The entire clan will hunt the kidnappers down brutally, murder them, and display their bodies like trophy treasures. She has decided to sweeten the deal. They will get a mountain of wealth without her giving any orders. She only wants one thing in return. They must help her kill their target is her father, the current family head. ISO instantly freezes. Is he biting off more than he can chew? Right now, the gang is feasting on buttery lobster, ribeye steak, and a fast food burger while a waiter stands nearby. Cheese still cannot believe that ISO took the job, but ISO simply replies that for this kind of cash he would kill anyone's father. Cheese laughs, asking what if she demanded he take out his own dad, teasing that it is impossible anyway since he has no idea who his father actually is. ISO quietly looks away in response. His mother always promised him that once he revived the clan and claimed the Golden City, he would finally learn his father's identity. Cheese just laughs. Their master loved keeping secrets, so he should just forget about his old man and enjoy the high life. For now, they should focus on eating before figuring out how to take down their target. After all, they already received 20 million gold pounds up front. That is money they could never get by robbing 10 separate banks. Meanwhile, back inside the estate, Shinka and the demoness are stripped of armor and thrown into a freezing bath as a creepy man stirs a goblet full of leeches. He tells them that compared to centipedes, these writhing leeches can burrow into human flesh much more easily to lay their eggs, and they will hatch hundreds of offspring in a single sitting. He wants to improve his old centipede torture method. Staring down at the demoness, he smiles, making vicious demoness tremble in terror means he is bad news. He coldly tells them they should be honored to serve as test subjects for his latest cruel invention. The demoness desperately cries that she will rescue the young lady, but he only laughs. They cannot even remember what the girl looks like, yet they dare talk about a rescue. He raises the goblet to dump the leeches, and the demoness screams that she will atone using the Blade Hearts ritual. Suddenly, Renai arrives and demands her father stop. She immediately smashes the goblet to pieces, and the demoness runs to Renai, hugging her tight in absolute relief. Later that night, gorgeous moon, the demoness quietly thanks her for saving their lives. Renai whips out bag of chips from her robe, offering them to the demoness, but she is hesitant since this food is strictly banned in their house. But Renai tells her to stop whining and just take a bite. The demoness is instantly amazed, asking what happened and how she escaped, but Renai says it is a secret. Meanwhile, Iso has completely stuffed himself with delicious food, wondering why this famous Noble bloodline is so incredibly strict with their family, forcing them to train in brutal martial arts and assassination techniques from the young age of 5, hiding 36 blades and 13 needles in their sleeves for sudden emergencies. If Renai truly wanted to escape, she easily could have slit their throats, choosing instead to keep Iso as her pet. Cheese tells him that it is a pretty sweet deal for a guy his age to secure a rich sugar mama. Iso yells to stop the banter, insisting he is only here for the mission before they split. Cheese reminds Iso that if they successfully take down the current head of the family and put Renai in charge, he will never have to worry about cash again. Plus, he already got sweet revenge for his recent embarrassment. And speaking of revenge, Iso used a pretty bizarre method to make her feel extremely uncomfortable. He used a genetically modified feather to tickle her bare feet, sending an intense itching. The struggle was intense, especially for someone who hated touching anything with her feet. Absolute torture, but looking at her face, she actually seemed to love it. Right now, she is just staring at her feet, falling head over heels for someone. Meanwhile, the store manager is busy answering some questions for the local police. He swears a giant bunny and a guy with an eye patch robbed the place, but the officer is not buying it. Right at that moment, an absolute baddie suddenly sweeps into the room. The officer snaps that this is no place for her, but she just pulls out her ID. Turns out she is the new chief of police. The officer stares at her massive assets, stunned. He stammers, asking if she is really the boss. She is even wearing Hello Kitty boots. She just giggles, asking if she needs to be some grumpy old man in a suit to look the part. But the guy still refuses to believe it, so she decides to sweeten the deal a little. She leans in closer, showing off her curves while making him a very tempting offer. Since he is cute, he can touch one of her marshmallows, but he has to become her obedient dog. The poor cop feels his heart racing, and he immediately bolts to clear his head. He has to get away. This is totally ridiculous, and he needs some serious answers. He wants to know why the higher-ups put someone like her in charge. Suddenly, a massive minotaur approaches. The giant beast walks up to Mark, asking if he has met their new chief yet. This is Blackhorn, captain of Team 1, and Mark speaks up. Mark admits that the new branch chief is way too distracting for his taste. But Blackhorn and the rest of the squad are absolutely thrilled to have her around. She even handed one officer a lollipop, so of course he is fully supporting her now. Another guy literally begs to be her personal water boy just to catch a glimpse of her daily. Blackhorn snaps at them to stop simping, warning them not to underestimate her either. Their previous chief was turned into a slime by a mysterious gang, leaving the office in chaos. Other branches had to cover the position until headquarters finally sent this new girl. Her name is Baba Polia, but there is something very strange about her background. Blackhorn tried to run a background check, but her employment history is completely blank. It is almost like she was created out of thin air. Suddenly, Baba Polia walks right up behind them, asking what they are discussing. The guys instantly snap to attention, but she just smiles and tells them to relax. By the next morning, the entire department is completely under her spell. Honestly, with a chief walking around looking like that, zero work is getting done. She addresses the room, announcing that she is not like those boring old bosses. She wants them to have fun, stay passionate, and solve cases her way. When an officer mutters that it sounds too wild, Baba Polia just grins. She praises him for speaking his mind, suddenly wrapping her arm right around his neck. The guy with the afro starts sweating, wondering if he is about to get lucky. Is he getting a kiss? Nope, she just slaps a silly frog sticker on his forehead. He sighs, realizing his new boss is a total tease, but then she gets serious. She declares that the bank robbery and the recent kidnapping are actually connected. They will investigate them together, and whoever finds a solid clue gets a prize. The reward, a private date with her. That instantly motivates every single officer within a 10-mile radius. Even Blackhorn charges out like a wild bull, completely determined to solve the case first. She just smirks, quietly looking at a photo of Iso flying through the sky with Ko. If she had not been in the plaza that day, she would have never caught them. Back at the Golden City Grand Theater, the local butlers are gossiping. They wonder if anyone has heard of the legendary playwright Milo's arrival. He is visiting today, while the infamous Hellhounds assassin squad roams the continent. The whole region is on edge after a recent attempt on world nobles. Now, the deadly Hellhounds are on a hunt to eliminate those assassins. Just then, a flash of brilliant golden hair completely distracts the butler. Issa walks in gracefully alongside Ko, looking like a stunning Hollywood couple. Cheese steps in, warning the butler he'll lose his eyes if he keeps staring. The butler stammers out a quick apology while his coworker questions him. Why didn't he check their tickets? The terrified man insists she looked like royalty. He simply did not want any trouble. Later, Issa praises Ko's acting skills. After her spectacular performance, she gets excited enough to lick his face. Like a golden retriever, she gets hushed when he slides a treat in. It is a quick move to save his dignity and complete their main mission. They must map the entire theater before next Friday's massive event. When the high nobles and family head gather, they will finally make their move. As they wander the halls, their eyes drift to a grand theatrical poster. It features the famous playwright Milo, triggering a flood of painful childhood memories. She remembers how her father tried to save her before she was ripped away. 2 hours later, the map is complete, but Ko is suddenly nowhere around. She has slipped away entirely, leaving them hoping she stays out of danger. As hours tick by, their search fails while Ko stands completely frozen in place. She reaches out to gently touch the painted face of her lost father. Suddenly, a warm voice behind her asks if she is a fan of his. Milo himself walks up, boasting that he is the greatest writer in history. He jokes that other famous authors have absolutely nothing on his beautiful stories. When he asks for her name, Ko simply turns her head away shyly. Just as she is about to speak, another young girl runs up, calling him daddy. An aunt follows close behind, scolding Milo for wandering off on his own. The child giggles about her famous father, sending Ko running off in tears. Unable to bear the heartbreaking sight, even the gray sky begins to weep. Scurrying past the theater attendants, she flees out into the busy city streets. Her feet move entirely on their own, leading her down some sketchy alleyways. This red light district is filled with sketchy, scantily clad girls making easy deals. Some are passing around strange crystals, while others offer shady, glowing potions. Honestly, anyone watching this might want the coordinates for purely educational purposes. Distracted by her grief, Ko accidentally bumps into an old man without stopping. Passers-by marvel at her striking beauty, but she just collapses in a corner. Lost in despair, a stunning woman approaches and asks if she is lost. This silver-haired beauty asks if she wants to join the Thousand Birds crew. Leaning in, she explains that recruits are not allowed to keep personal belongings. That means she will have to hand over her beautiful silk dress immediately. When she tries to rip it away, Ko firmly grabs her arm. This female Gojo lookalike snaps, demanding Ko get her hands off her. Ko stammers that her master gave her the dress, refusing to comply. She beats Kodo senseless, but she still stubbornly refuses to take the suit off. The girl grins, spawning sharp blade-like feathers to shred the outfit she cannot have. Surgical precision, sharp feathers slice her skin, grazing her over and over. Meanwhile, Iso and Shiz are desperately searching, trying to track her energy footprint. They enter a dark alley, where Shiz notes the scent has mostly washed away. But Shiz still detects a faint, lingering trace of pure calamity nearby. They have reached Darkstar Street, home to the most chaotic gutters under the city. Anyone who gets lost down here never returns. This is the stronghold of the Thousand Bird Gang. These girls are pure trouble, defying even the local security forces. They run highly illegal operations, selling dangerous substances and taking contracts for cash. Dealing in gambling and contraband, this gang will do absolutely anything for wealth. From cold-blooded assassination and smuggling to grand theft and heavy tax fraud, they're elite. Are Silver Phoenix, Lawyer Bird, Falcon, and Raven, who all share a deep hatred. For men, this area is the dark side corner, the absolute worst slum around, where these girls get men drunk, steal their belongings, and dump them on the pavement. With foolish grins, Iso remains completely unfazed. He shrugs them off, but Shiz strongly disagrees. These girls are dangerous. Meanwhile, inside a nearby warehouse, the gang crowds around, marveling at the high-tech suit while growing deeply suspicious. They prepare to extract some answers as they stare down at her helpless, unconscious body. Silver Phoenix smirks. Their little guest needs some training. Another member giggles mockingly while puffing slowly on a long wooden tobacco pipe, while their muscular enforcer sneers that men are nothing but street dogs. The submissive men standing behind her nod in total agreement, with a powerhouse like that leading them. Who would argue? Silver commands Raven to use her soul reading. This is a massive mistake. They have no idea what is coming. Raven steps forward and places a hand on the head of Cult, initiating the deep dive. The initial vision that flashes through the mind of Raven is incredibly shocking and bizarre. It reveals Cult getting utterly overwhelmed by ISO. Those chaotic memories are swiftly replaced by a cruel father, a painful youth, and her violent initiation into the Hellhound Syndicate. She had to fight ruthlessly for survival where securing scraps earned a brutal beating. Only the strong survive, another initiate warned her. To stay out of the way while their master barked that weak dogs do not get fed. She was brainwashed, a weapon forged in the abyss. Driven only to obey her owner, she was forbidden from even dying. Without explicit orders, bound to serve her purpose until her final breath, Raven snaps back in pure terror, realizing they have provoked a massive monster. This fatal move could destroy their entire faction. Meanwhile, out on the streets, ISO is aggressively hunting for clues, utilizing an incredibly lethal brain-draining insect. He warns his captive that his patience has worn paper-thin because his prize subject is missing, promising him a gruesome fate just like his partner. The hostage looks over, horrified to see a massive bug feeding on his ally. Shiz watches nervously, knowing ISO rarely unleashes this creature. The trembling captive quickly confesses that Silver Phoenix and her gang are gathered at their warehouse headquarters. ISO demands to be taken there, but they arrive to find a horrific massacre. Bodies lie shredded and torn, indicating a level of violence that defies explanation. Callie's would make sense since she uses a heat cannon, but why is Silver Phoenix also struggling for air? ISO is relieved to finally find a survivor, but she is in terrible shape, stripped of clothes and covered in blood. She gasps, staring at the tattoo. She is the leader of the Phoenix Force, but why on earth is she completely naked? ISO tells Cheese to stop messing around and stabilize her so they can get some answers. Cheese injects her with regeneration serum and her wounds immediately heal up, but she is still too traumatized to speak. ISO tells her to cut the trauma act. He needs information about the girl in the golden dress. An hour earlier, Raven had her wrist snapped by Callie's. Everyone stared at Kelevar as her hair shifted to purple and her eyes turned amber. It was like she became a completely different person. In this new form, she was unstoppable. Even Silver Phoenix's feather blades were no match for her. She simply snatched them. Silver lost all her confidence when she saw her phoenix blades tossed around like cheap toys. The other girls tried to act tough, but Raven screamed she was a member of the Hellhounds. She was the assassin sent to the Golden District to kill the world's nobles. Silver Phoenix tried to defuse the tense situation by offering Kelevar a price to set Raven free. The others rejected her approach, thinking they had safety in numbers, but Silver Phoenix was far smarter than them all combined. If their enemy is a Hellhound, numbers won't matter. Even with an entire army on their side, for payment, Kelevar demanded that Silver suffer total humiliation and strip off her dress. That is how she ended up completely stark naked. The rest of the girls had mixed feelings and wanted to take down Callie's, but Silver Phoenix quickly ordered them to find her some clothes instead. They still could not fathom why a deadly hellhound was running free. Just then, a mysterious newcomer spoke up, saying they were absolutely right. Hellhounds should never walk out in the open. Everyone turned their attention toward Doberman. With one brutal strike, the muscle mommy was sliced apart. Next in line were Smoky Girl and Raven. Doberman tells them that killing them is easier than crushing a bug. She finally realizes a hellhound is behind all this carnage, but ISO is stunned that her hair reverted to purple. This cocoon of despair project has never shown results like this before. Silver Phoenix begs them to rescue her crew, promising her entire faction will serve them. Cheese smiles and starts to reconsider, but the victims are barely holding on. Saving them means unleashing some highly forbidden technology, but ISO has zero interest in wasting time on weaklings. He commands Cheese to forget about them entirely. They must locate Callie's and retrieve her immediately. They cannot afford to lose their most valuable test subject now. Cheese still wants to leave a medical preservation kit behind, but ISO simply lacks the patience or time for any delays. Cheese quickly tosses Silver a medical kit, telling her that the bodies will stay preserved. Meanwhile, Callie's wanders the rooftops in her powerful new form. Shockingly, her left arm, right eye, and heart are fully restored, though she has absolutely no memory of what happened. Doberman arrives and demands to know where Callies has been. She was ordered to kill the Black Palace leader, so why did she fail and vanish? Callies nervously lies that she was successful in getting inside, but got poisoned and ambushed by a mysterious man disguised as a priest. A swordsman calling himself Don Dustblade cut off her left arm and her left leg. Doberman knows this man is the strongest swordsman alive. No wonder they call him the living weapon, making her defeat completely expected. Still, she wonders how she got her limbs back when they were closely monitored. Call has no idea since she was unconscious back then. Doberman skips the details and orders her to get back to the mission. Suddenly, a masked figure leaps onto the roof, telling Call she is wrong. He declares himself her only master for life as everyone looks up at Iso. Iso stands majestically on the roof wearing a mask as Doberman demands answers. Doberman asks if she knows this intruder, and Call reveals he saved her. Doberman notes her restored voice, realizing the stranger even fixed her vocal cords and treated her well, but is she planning to betray her real master? For this newcomer, Call vows she would never do that, relieving her master. Doberman is pleased and orders her to kill this masked imposter immediately. With him dead, they can focus on what actually matters as Call approaches. She whispers that he should not have followed her, but Iso only laughs. He tells her that saving her made her family, and he is not letting go. If she does not act like a good bird, she will get punished again. Blushing, her hand flies to her backside as she remembers that embarrassing discipline. To hide her shame, she lunges forward to strike Iso down. But a purple hand suddenly grabs her wrist. Lucille has joined the fray. Lucille calls Call a useless brat, declaring it is time to end this. Iso warns Lucille not to unleash her plague virus, fearing she might go berserk. Lucille just scoffs, telling Iso he is worrying way too much about nothing. She only needs to suppress the disaster so they can finally rest tonight. Wait, why is our boy Iso rushing away in pure embarrassment? Turns out she meant literal sleep, nothing more and nothing less. With that cleared up, Iso stands face to face with Doberman. It looks like they will settle this master dispute the old-fashioned way. Doberman warns Iso to stay 5 meters away or get shredded to pieces. Call screams for Doberman to stop, but her warning comes too late. He moves like a ghost, instantly slashing straight through Iso's throat. As blood sprays, Doberman mocks him as another overconfident child. Grieving, Call lunges at Doberman, but he catches her blade inches from his eye. He demands an explanation, but she can only sob in despair. Nearby, Lucille realizes her own arm was cleanly severed in that instant. She finally sees how terrifying Call is as the girl mutters a warning. With her eyes glowing in dual auroras, Doberman senses her sudden betrayal. But then Iso starts laughing and slowly stands back up on his feet. His throat is completely healed, having used a decoy body to fake his death. He just wanted to see if Call actually cared, showing off his true resilience. As the purity research leader, simple stabs will never kill him. He tells Call to return to her master, but instead of a sweet hug or the warm greeting he expected, she lands a heavy punch right in his gut. This absolute disrespect enrages Lucille, while Call tells Iso to stay out of it. He is clearly testing the blonde girl's patience, and if he keeps pushing, she will not hold back. But Iso sees things differently. He grabs her teddy bear, knowing exactly how she feels. Rather than letting the hellhound remain a mindless beast, why not team up? He wants to use alchemy to completely reshape the world. In his new world, she can keep the one she loves close to her heart forever. Doberman decides to wipe them both out instantly, ordering his squad to strike. The elite assassins swarm in, weapons ready to slice Iso and his crew to pieces. Even at breakneck speed, Iso just smiles. In this modern world, he does not care about their numbers when he has bigger firepower. He fires a shot, a crystal shatters, and the Dragon Lord appears on top of the building, terrifying everyone in a 10-mile radius. Just an hour ago, they realized her personality had reset to her hellhound days. Now they were desperately tracking her. What if that old self completely overpowered who she is today, if she controls the Ash Angel arm? And the Empress Eye, there is absolutely no telling what happens to the world. She already told Iso to stop overthinking, but he had a different plan. To save their test subject, he decided they had to release Lucille. Only a worse monster can keep another in check. That brings him to her tank, where Cheese says she is comatose. But Iso knows the truth. She can regenerate from a single cell. She is playing weak to avoid going back to her cage. Her entire genetic code is packed into every tiny part of her body. If just one piece remains, she will survive. Iso brags about his genius creation. Cheese laughs, saying Iso might actually be smarter than Dr. Jiro himself. Yet this great genius lost control of his creation and needed charm to stop her. That comment hits a nerve, and Iso tells the rat to go sniff Cheese. He tells Lucille to wake up, reality is calling. Time to stretch her legs, she wakes up instantly. Meanwhile, the cops are running a stakeout inside a donut van, with the chief eating her snacks. She has basically converted their official police vehicle into a mobile bakery. Her excuse is simple: nobody suspects a donut truck pulling up to make an arrest. This is her new office now. Her partner tries to disagree, but she shoves a donut in his mouth, claiming she is prioritizing public safety. She completely refuses to sit around like a lazy desk jockey all day. Suddenly, an emergency report blares over the radio. She quickly gears up and slams her foot on the gas, leaving the other officers behind. But wait, things are about to get even colder over at the White Queen's place. Her attendant politely informs some panicked guests that the chairwoman is resting, but they insist that a terrifying rift has just opened on the bridge. Chaos is spreading fast, and they absolutely need the chairwoman to step in. She is a top hero after all. Still, the attendant reminds them of the strict protocol. The regular security patrol has to handle this first. If they fail, low-tier heroes step up before the chairwoman ever gets involved. They cannot disturb her rest for every minor threat the police struggle with. But the guest shouts back that this is no low-level street villain. It is the legendary dragon that wiped out an entire empire 10 years ago. If the White Queen stays asleep, this whole valley will become a crater. Yet the attendant refuses, leaving her to sleep peacefully next to her ice statue. Meanwhile, the Dragon Lord is literally chewing through assassins like they are snacks. Doberman realizes Iso belongs to a legendary, 400-year-old alchemist clan. Pitch black shadows wrap around Doberman as Lucille asks how he wants to die: malaria, smallpox, or something worse. She slowly flicks her tongue. She mocks them: rabies is the best choice for hellhounds. Iso lays out her options: take the teddy bear, join their family, and accept his alchemy. He will recover her treasures, or she can choose another path. She can reclaim her weapon and keep working for the hellhounds. The choice is entirely hers. Staring at both objects, she hesitates before slowly reaching out to take the teddy bear. Iso smiles, her emotional anchor obviously, but she surprisingly grabs the cold blade. Keep the teddy, she tells him. She still has dangerous business to handle. Lucille grins, instantly unleashing a massive swarm of toxic plague dragons directly upon the assassins. Are you all bark, Doberman? Maybe they should call you hell puppies. Stop it, Iso yells at the fiery, hot-headed Latina to calm her temper right down. Doberman is just baiting her, trying to distract Iso so others can jump. Too late, the trap worked perfectly, and they are now completely surrounded by the pack. Protect yourself, Iso shouts as a massive plague dragon slams into the assassins. She smiles proudly. No filthy mutts will ever lay a single finger on her precious Iso. He sighs, closing his eyes and begging her not to run off into danger again. She chuckles. Next thing he knows, his face is completely buried in absolute soft warmth. His head is squished between her massive melons as she makes her promise. Stay safe here forever. Meanwhile, Doberman glares down at Call. Ready to fight, he mocks her, claiming he already knows every single one of her moves. Reconsider now or die. The hellhounds saved you from your stepmother years ago. Wait for it, because she is about to make a shockingly bloody move. She stabs her own hand. Iso yells out, completely terrified by her actions. Call calmly explains this is the 13 deadly fang strikes targeting vital areas: eyes, throat, limbs, stomach. A trainer must strike a leaving disciple to let them exit. It is the only escape route. Amazingly, she has already carved the first deep strike herself. Now, she calmly demands that Doberman inflict the remaining 12 agonizing strikes upon her body. Self-mutilation over loyalty. Doberman cannot believe she would go this far to escape. Stop it, Iso snaps, yelling that her body belongs solely to him now. Nobody gets to damage his property without his express permission. Call merely glares over her shoulder. Keep talking, she warns coldly, and you will only be carrying a corpse home. Iso is completely done with this dramatic, edgy hellhound attitude. He is over it. Why can't she just go back to being sweet, normal Blondie again? He is so incredibly focused on her that he forgets where his head is resting. Buried in her chest, he completely misses his heavenly surroundings. Doberman speaks. Doberman finally reveals the tragic truth. Her mother was once their strongest, elite, and legendary warrior. She was Doberman's own teacher, but she abandoned them for a cheap actor. Left pregnant and desperate, she kept trying to flee until the master ordered her death. Doberman was ordered to personally track her down and execute her. Before she died, she begged him to let her finish stitching a gift. A simple teddy bear for her daughter, the exact plush toy Iso holds right now. Call's eyes turn pitch black. Snapping completely, she vows to end him. He only grins, instantly unleashing his razor-sharp claws for a brutal duel to the death. They clash instantly, sparks explode all around them as weapons meet. Call is slowly shredded. He mocks her, calling her soft and weak. Suddenly, he coughs up blood, clutching his chest in absolute disbelief at her hidden trick. The heart shatter technique, Cole remembers Doberman calling this his only weakness. The only strike that could kill him, he just starts laughing. Bitterly, Cole's own mother taught him that move and he used it to kill her. Now Cole has used that exact same strike to end him. Talk about brutal karma. Doberman drops a key and collapses to the ground. Iso lets out a massive sigh. Finally, they can head home so he can eat his snacks in peace, but of course. Spoke too soon, Cole suddenly leaps off the bridge. Iso and Lucille just stare. Staring into the empty air, completely stunned. Then Iso spots a bomb under the bridge. Right underneath, a mysterious old man prepares to blow it. He used up everything. Burning all his anti-gravity energy just to reach this spot. Now there is no time. Left to escape, the old man grips the remote and triggers the blast. Meanwhile, Cheese has blocked off traffic to buy Iso enough time for the rescue. He tells the crowd there is an unknown biohazard ahead. Nobody can cross. The real officer is lying unconscious inside a crater. He is missing his uniform. The chief arrives and demands Cheese step aside. They have ice cream deliveries waiting, if they do not hurry. Everything is going to melt. She even offers him some sweet treats instead. Cheese looks at the massive treats being offered plus all that ice cream. He immediately folds. The chief smiles sweetly before reaching for her gun. Cheese raises an eyebrow. She explains she checked every single officer in the district. And not a single one of them was a rodent demi-human. On top of that, witnesses from the bank heist all reported seeing a giant rat. Before Cheese can even react, the entire bridge suddenly collapses. The Dragon Lord unleashes a breath of darkness across the sky. Iso watches, knowing that even if Lucille tanks the hit, he still won't reach Cole. Cole grabs his arm with a smirk, asking if he finally realizes the truth. That she is the strongest one here. Then the entire bridge explodes into smoke and flames. Far away, the old man watches through a telescope. While a stunning elf adjusts his IV drip, he quietly mutters. Doberman held on until the very end, but could never bring himself to kill the daughter of the woman he loved. The elf agrees. The moment he met Cole again, he became completely useless. He was even secretly investigating the world nobility behind their backs. Inform the Black Palace family of Cole's location. A new player enters. Meanwhile, Cheese desperately tries to contact Iso, but the signal is dead. He rushes away, leaving the chief and the other officers behind. The chief groans in frustration. She was so close to catching that rat. The old man coughs violently, terrified of dying before reaching the zone. If he does not join the New World nobility soon, he dies. His body won't survive. The elf coldly asks if he truly believes. Believing in that immortality tech, the old man snaps back that she is an elf who has lived for thousands of years. She could never understand his deep fear of growing weaker with age. She leans closer, her top struggling for its life against her curves, promising that if he dies, she will follow him straight into death. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupts. Iso bursts right in. Iso just laughs. If immortality was his goal, he should have just asked. He is out here selling immortality like a shady vendor pushing cheap knockoffs. Shocked, the old man demands to know who's there, as Iso proudly makes his entrance. Iso introduces himself as the greatest master of alchemy this century has ever seen. The old man is speechless. 200 kilograms of explosives should have blown him to ash. Yet Iso just laughs while casually brushing the soot off his ruined trench coat. Lucille actually spotted the trap beforehand and shielded him with her massive wings. She wrapped him in shadow wings before diving straight into the deep river below. She smiles, touched that Iso still tried saving Call even though she was technically a monster. Panicking, the old man looks around and desperately asks where all his guards went. Lucille casually explains that she already turned his guards into quick dragon snacks. The old man grits his teeth, wondering how on earth Iso tracked them down here. Iso explains that tracking him was easy since a remote bomb requires nearby eyes. The mastermind had to be close by. Smiling, Iso slowly cracks his knuckles. He promises to torture the old man within an inch of his life. Next, take over the Hellhound assets and finally settle a personal score. It is payback for his experimental kids. He just shrugs his shoulders. The bridge explosion gave away the enemy's location, leading him straight to headquarters. Finding the boss was simple, and when the leader asks what Iso wants, he answers. First, he will torture him, then seize complete control of the Hellhound assets. And finally, he will get sweet revenge for his beloved experimental subject. The leader calls him an arrogant brat who should have died in that blast. No matter, his body is about to be sliced into 8,000 pieces. He tries pressing a button on his throne, but his hand refuses to move. Iso laughs mockingly. The leader screams, demanding to know why his body won't move. Turns out Iso flooded the entire room with paralyzed dragon spider venom. Now nobody else can move, and Iso already knows 18 floor tiles are rigged. When asked how he knew, Iso explains that Lucille can sense things molecularly. With her ultimate molecular radar, pinpointing the trapped tiles was a walk in the park. The 18 safe tiles form a direct path straight to the Grand Throne. But since he is not sure about the area right around the seat, he stops. Instead, he asks Lucille to go fetch the old man and drag him over. 2 deadly poison dragons strike instantly, wrapping tightly around the terrified leader's wrists. They haul him away like a rag doll while his elf buddy screams in horror. The old man begs for mercy, claiming he is the legendary dog keeper of the Empire. He built the Hellhounds to assassinate anyone who opposed his supreme authority. His shadow network has infiltrated every single branch of the Imperial military. Even the Emperor does his bidding, and his elite assassins can erase any top official. Every hostile nation across the West, his shadow plunges the continent into darkness, yet here he is begging on a mountain of bones. Iso mocks the pathetic old man, demanding to know the truth about the world nobles. The old man coughs violently, feeling his vision grow increasingly blurry. Suddenly, a sharp prick pierces his neck. He desperately does not want to die. In an instant, his gray hair turns brown and his wrinkles melt away. He stares at his hands, realizing he's young again. Iso congratulates him on reclaiming eternal youth and holds up a mirror. The man is completely shocked. How is immortality even possible? Iso just laughs, planning to wipe out the nobles and seize the city. If the old man wants to live, he must spill everything he knows about the government. The leader hesitates. Meanwhile, a gorgeous redhead is tied up in a highly questionable position. Another turquoise-haired girl is also bound. Either someone has some wild hobbies or this dimension has its own dark playground for the rich. Their sweat and tears drip down into a steaming pot of water while a man relaxes in the center of the room. The girls hang from the doorways on both sides. He sighs in sheer boredom, staring at Cole's picture and wondering why no assassins have arrived. Back to the leader, who explains that this entire assassination game is merely a sick sport created by the world nobility for amusement. They want the Hellhound assassins to at least land a single scratch, draw just 1 drop of blood, and would finally accept them as equals. Iso finds it hard to believe they actually hire hitmen to target themselves. Are these rich elites really that bored out of their minds? The old man nods. Boredom is a constant curse for them. Perhaps that's the true price of living forever. Iso now knows that Cole is headed for a suicide mission. She is only there to give some wealthy brat a cheap adrenaline rush. Cole tightly clutches the key in her hand, remembering Doberman's final words: if everything went south, he would hide his most precious possession inside container C428 he gave her. The exact coordinates telling her to recover it, that is exactly what she is trying to do, but suddenly her hair begins to glow brightly. Her pace slows down, her memories fading away as she reverts back to her blonde self. She looks around, utterly confused about where her master is, sitting on the curb. Footsteps approach. A familiar voice calls her a troublesome child who always runs off. It is time to go home. Aso reaches out his hand and Cole smiles. They happily walk away together. Just an hour ago, the leader was begging Aso to spare his life. He suggests that since Cole is safe, they should call it even. Aso coldly asks if he's losing his mind. Cole belongs to him, the old man immediately backtracks and starts desperately sucking up. Aso asks if the leader still believes the Hellhound organization is her rightful place. The old man frantically disagrees. She belongs to the Alchemist family, and that was his absolute mistake. The Hellhounds will now serve Aso. He even offers the keys to his vault, promising half of his personal treasure. Aso accepts but demands more. The leader quickly promises to deliver all of his worldly assets, but Aso isn't interested in mere gold. He wants something far more valuable, pointing directly at the elf by his side. The leader trembles, taking a deep breath before telling Garcia that from this day onward she belongs to Aso. Garcia collapses. She never expected her true love to be such trash. Aso feels pretty bad for the elf, trying to obtain immortality from a garbage companion. She has no reason to worry, though, as he fastens a slave collar around her throat. The leader proclaims that their loyal hellhound has completely submitted. Even if it breaks his heart, he vows to obey every single order given. Deep down, he promises himself that once he secures the secret of immortality, he will personally slaughter this wretched family along with all the world nobles. That final clash will be legendary, crushed earth and broken bones. Until that day, he will sacrifice everything. Aso just smiles and directs the leader to reclaim his throne. The old man nervously approaches the seat. He sits down on the throne, untouchable. Nobody can harm him now. Immortality and Compound V1 offer him fresh hope. The hounds will rise. Aso grins and tells him to test out this fantastic new body. Suddenly, a massive nosebleed begins. Blood quickly leaks from his eyes, too. Laughing out loud, Aso explains that the peasant took a secret elixir. This special alchemy, Compound V1, is supposed to heal all severe wounds. It can even reverse aging, but his physical form is rapidly melting. Only pure-blooded descendants of the alchemist family can survive this toxic serum. Ordinary humans will disintegrate, just a couple of minutes, then nothing. Besides, he has no use for traitors who sell out under pressure. The leader collapses dead. A trembling Garcia rests her head on him. Aso orders Cheese to clean up the assets, the corpse, and everything. He must handle Garcia gently since she is a highly coveted elf. She is a genuine rare beauty, but now he must hunt down a runaway idiot. That target is on a reckless revenge spree, tracked easily via hidden chip. Finding Cole was easy, but trust me, he is about to face real disaster. Crushing weight presses down on both shoulders, he is stuck in place. Lucille and Cole are outright refusing to compromise on who gets his company. Aso worries he might be ripped to pieces, while Cheese watching nearby feels envious. Our main character lies perfectly still as both stunning beauties flank him closely. He seriously regrets making these advanced test subjects so incredibly clingy. They keep bickering over him while he tries to distract himself with the screen. He just stares at the television, wallowing in his own misery. Honestly, complaining about this is like whining that a luxury steak is too juicy. Raising his voice, Aso demands they cut it out, asking if they have no respect. If this shouting match continues, they can both spend the night outside. Specifically, they will be sent straight to the cage of the fearsome Dragon Lord. Both girls apologize, but Lucille quickly reminds him of their original bargain. He remembers his promise, knowing she will completely ignore him if he backs out. She did offer massive help recently, so she earns her right to stay overnight. Cole, however, is banished to the living room couch due to her earlier disobedience. Lucille looks like a sad, wounded puppy, but Aso refuses to budge. No amount of pitiful acting can save her, and she dejectedly turns to leave. Seeing them tease each other, Aso tells them to stop the childish behavior. Any more stunts, and she will find herself sleeping right beside her on that couch too. She just giggles, snuggling close to Aso. Aso flinches, telling her to stop rubbing against him. He actually really needs the restroom, but she follows him right inside. She watches him try to pee, calling his little twig shrieking adorable. His pride is instantly shattered, gone in a single second. He loses control completely, and a drop falls right toward her face. It lands on her mouth, and she licks it up to analyze the electrolytes. That is the absolute final straw. Aso turns redder than a fresh tomato. He grabs some nearby sanitizer, shoving it in her mouth while yelling in panic. He demands to know why she is so freaky, sending her to scrub her teeth repeatedly. She brushes until they sparkle like pearls, but when he leans close, she snaps. She locks lips instantly, talk about a crazy battle to save his absolute innocence. She finally pulls back. Aso screams that their deal only meant sleeping nearby. Anything else is strictly forbidden. Lucille just giggles, saying she could not resist. She tells him not to worry, her pull-out game is apparently pretty strong. He tells her to shut up and sleep. Later, he starts writing his journal. Lucille waits in bed, calling him a huge loser for missing a chance like that. She asks how long he plans to write, wanting him to hurry up. He tells her to sleep, promising to join her soon. Lucille is deeply hurt. She mutters that if he hates her so much, she can just use the couch. He does not need to force himself. Tears well up as she starts to leave. Aso feels terrible. He apologizes, saying he is busy but promises to sleep now. He tells her to stop crying. She is supposed to be the undefeated, spoiled brat. She is not pitiful like Katal. Lucille wipes her tears and they lie down. She suddenly freezes up like a rock. Aso wonders why he is even traveling. She was acting like an absolute menace just a few moments before this. With Cole out on the couch, Lucille is actually incredibly nervous right now. Aso looks over at her, wondering why she is keeping her distance. For 1,300 days locked away, she dreamed of this exact night. Holding hands, kissing, and finally sleeping right next to him. Having only a plushie for 5 years, this reality feels almost too real. The overwhelming warmth makes her burst into tears. She cannot control her emotions. Her love runs too deep. Aso softens up, apologizing for being so harsh. He promises never to lock her away again. She smiles, closing her eyes. Meanwhile, Cheese is up to no good, watching bizarre furry content on television. It is a weird display of chaos when Lucille walks in looking miserable. Seeing her terrible mood, Cheese quickly switches the TV channel in panic. He wipes his sweaty brow, nervously inviting her to watch some television together. They end up watching a kid's cartoon, though Cheese desperately wants his show back. He really hates sacrificing his screen time for this boring stuff. He begins planting toxic ideas in her head about being far too soft. He tells her she should stop listening to Aso. That is how she wins. She needs to reclaim her dominant spot and stop being so incredibly submissive. It is time to show everyone who is boss, after sowing those seeds. Cheese sneaks back to the bedroom, quietly setting up a canister of sleeping gas. Soon after, Cheese takes his leave, while Cole prepares his next move. He throws a quick salute before sneaking into the room like a secret agent, making Cheese smile. Tonight is bound to get interesting, and he thinks he can finally sleep in peace. Cole is crawling onto the bed. She instantly freezes when she sees Lucille lying next to Iso. Lucille smiles, mocking Cole that a little sleeping gas is not enough to affect her. She acts like a total weirdo again and licks Iso's neck, instantly infuriating Cole. She grabs her hand immediately. The two girls face off in a tense standoff as Cole yells at Lucille, telling her that eating their master is absolutely forbidden. Lucille just raises an eyebrow. Wondering if Cole was completely skipped when brains were handed out, she was not. Trying to eat him, she was only licking him. But then, Cole's hand begins transforming into the ash. Angel, Lucille instantly remembers the last time she was almost roasted alive. If Cole unleashes that power here, she won't survive. Plus, she cannot afford to ruin her relationship with Iso. She quickly warns Cole to calm down because if she uses that attack right now, she will end up hurting Iso too. Cole instantly stops her attack and Lucille smirks. Since they are the best mercenaries around, it is only fair that they split Iso's affection 50-50. They look down at Iso snoring peacefully. Likely dreaming about high school math or some other boring stuff, they finally strike a deal to work together as sisters in arms, but Cole has no idea that Lucille is merely playing along to buy some time. Soon, panic grips the city as a colossal spaceship hovers directly overhead. A massive energy barrier traps everyone inside as Iso boasts that this golden metropolis is finally under his thumb. Next, he intends to remake the world in his own image. Suddenly, Cole approaches in military gear, warning Iso that he might catch cold and should wear his thick robe. Iso smiles, glad she is finally learning to behave. She drapes the heavy fabric over him, but he cannot even budge because the robe is too heavy. He jolts awake, realizing the whole crazy scenario was just a dream, but reality is actually worse. He is currently pinned tight between two incredibly thick girls. He wonders what Cole is doing in his bed and why the sheets feel strangely damp. He hopes she did not have some terrible nightmare. Then the horrible truth hits him: Cole has wet the bed. That is completely unacceptable. He starts yelling at her, but it turns out Lucille secretly used magic to make Cole lose bladder control. The poor girl shivered and had an accident right there. Iso tells Cole that she is banished to her own quarters, furious that his valuable research partner ruined the sheets. While Lucille gloats, Iso coldly informs her she is getting kicked out too. She nervously protests that she did not have an accident, but Iso tells her she is way too heavy and rolls around constantly. She stutters defensively, claiming she is not heavy at all. That is a total lie. Each of her assets is literally bigger than a head, so obviously she is heavy, albeit in a fantastic way. Plus, Iso already figured out she caused the whole bedwetting disaster. Since they live here, they must start acting independent and follow a proper routine. Lucille immediately begs Iso, crying that she cannot sleep all by herself, and Cole joins in. As they wail, Cheese steps in to say that is enough. Iso is the master of this household and leader of their group, not some plaything for them to fight over. Everyone freezes and Iso smiles. His buddy really has his back. But it turns out Cheese makes everything worse by proposing a ridiculous sleep rotation with 6 days split evenly between them. To make things worse, a simple coin toss decides Sunday. 2. Iso has absolutely had enough of this betrayal. He fires his weapon straight at Cheese, while Cheese just cackles with absolute glee. Later, the entire schedule is completely scrapped. Both girls are limited to just one night each. Next, Iso goes to check on the Hellhound asset. With the distribution underway, he tells the girls to stay in their room and avoid fighting. They smile, promising to behave while they wait. Meanwhile, the chief demands every ship record. A bald officer with a face card that only a mother could love delivers the files, then boldly asks her out. This guy seriously needs a reality check. She politely declines the dinner offer, explaining she has zero time for dating, but he insists, pulling out a black pearl ring worth 20,000 gold pounds, originally meant for his wife's 50th anniversary. This guy is not just unpleasant to look at, he is a total scumbag. Another cop tells him to show some dignity instead of giving away an anniversary gift. But the bald guy snaps back, saying he can give his property to whoever he wants. The chief just laughs it off, telling him to solve the mystery of the missing ship. If he can crack the case or find a witness, she promises to have dinner with him. The bald officer vows to find them, even if he must search the ends of the earth. Smiling, the chief adds that she hates jewelry and he really needs to return it to his wife. Back at the base, a hidden pool conceals their seized cargo. As electricity crackles around the water, a massive ship begins to rise. Iso smiles. The Black Palace and the security patrol are probably losing their minds right now, desperately trying to figure out where the entire ship disappeared to. They would never suspect that a massive alchemy matrix warped it right under their noses. He walks up to the deck where Cheese proudly briefs Iso on all the valuable assets they found. We are talking 4,200 tons of gold, rare ores, and stacks of foreign currency. The total gold is worth around 200 million. Iso smiles, eager to get back to his alchemy research and finally develop the legendary Philosopher's Stone. With their own reserves running dangerously low, this is a total godsend. They also found 5 injured assassins on board, whom Iso plans to brainwash and send back to the Empire to seize control of their organization as puppets. Meanwhile, a few locked containers remain unopened, likely filled with luxury jewelry meant for nobles. Iso orders Cheese to open them up, and Cheese immediately grabs a heavy blowtorch. He cuts a hole right through the metal, but something feels instantly and terribly wrong. A strange screech echoes from within, and glowing red eyes pierce the darkness. Iso yells for him to move, but it is too late. A tentacle monster emerges. It is straight out of a nightmare. Aso hears they have absolutely no idea what it is, but the emblem on its shackle reveals it is a high-risk bioweapon. This dangerous creature was made by Aso's very own family. Cheese yells that they must restrain it immediately and throws a can of spider venom. But the creature just casually inhales the toxic cloud like a vape. Cheese is stunned. The monster ignores the gas entirely, whipping its massive tentacles directly toward Aso. Acting fast, Aso splashes one of the limbs with a powerful dissolving agent. As it melts, Cheese starts to celebrate, but the beast ruthlessly bites off its own, decaying appendage to stop the corrosion, with their slime guns completely useless. They realize they need backup from Cole and Lucille. Speaking of those two, Lucille is up to her usual bizarre antics, aggressively sniffing a pair of Aso's boxers, while making some very suspicious noises. Catching her in the act, Cole tells her to stop stealing things that belong to their master, suggesting she eat an orange instead. Lucille whines that she does not want it, but Cole force-feeds her anyway. Kurumi just smiles, telling Lucille that they really are best friends. It hits Lucille right then, she actually believes those words now. Now look at Aso, he wants to see if this monster is actually dangerous. He heads off to meet Garcia, leaving Chase fully in charge of the dangerous beast. Locked down with electro collars and spider toxin, Garcia cannot escape. Aso shuts off the collars and hands her an antidote for the poison. But the moment she can move, she aims a beautiful dagger at her own heart. Aso stops her instantly. She belongs to him now whether she likes it or not. Every single breath she takes requires his permission, so she cannot end her life. Just as Garcia prepared to strike, Aso stopped her in the nick of time. He warns her that every breath she takes belongs to him from now on. Meanwhile, the octopus creature is giving Cheese one hell of a fight. And believe it or not, this thing has adapted to the heat. It is actually absorbing energy from the room, making Cheese curse in frustration. He needs to grab heavier firepower from the armory to kill this slimy bastard. Aso just smiles and tells his bro that will not be necessary. Pointing to Garcia, he removes her blindfold to reveal her glowing eyes. Her gaze resonates with the beast, instantly freezing it in its tracks. Cheese is completely baffled, but Aso explains the simple trick. The monster is just sleeping, completely mesmerized by the rare emerald elf. Garcia still begs for death, but Aso warns her not to waste her life. She should not die for a scumbag who never cared about her anyway. With the octopus secured, they lock it up right next to Tentacle and Dragon Lord, who immediately starts teasing Tentacle about their striking resemblance. Tentacle snaps back, insisting he is noble while this creature is a cheap knockoff. Cheese confirms that every single shipping container on the vessel holds one inside. They were kept in deep freeze, only waking up because of the cutting torch. But Aso is still puzzled why these beasts carry his family's high-risk mark. His mother created that specific symbol, and it was rarely ever used. Aside from Lucille, nobody else should have it, raising some serious questions. Cheese asks if Aso remembers anything about it from the family archives. Aso points out there are over 220 million archive entries. Even he could miss a detail or two, but he does recognize this logo. It belonged to the Supreme Sect, fanatics obsessed with achieving godhood. They even mutated their own bodies and souls into literal monsters. Old records show his mother wiped them out, though a few managed to escape. They tore open a portal and vanished into the void of space. Cheese is not surprised by rogue alchemists, but Aso has other concerns. He still regrets not keeping the dog keeper alive to get some quick answers. Cheese suggests they could just use a soul guide on the corpse or resurrect Raven. That way, they can pry whatever secrets they need from the dead. Aso decides to interrogate Garcia next to trace the origin of the cargo. Cheese eagerly tags along, telling him he definitely wants in on the interrogation action. The elf is still too traumatized to speak, continuing to beg for death. Cheese wonders how that ugly dog keeper managed to charm such a beauty around and make her want to die for him. Aso orders Master Splinter to inject her with truth serum. He immediately obeys, telling Cheese to use the mist injector instead of a needle. Mineral and emerald elves are highly allergic to any metal. Right then the phone suddenly begins to ring. He picks it up and hands it to Aso, saying it is for him. A voice asks Aso if he is hitting on another girl, and if she will have to clean up his mess. It is Renee on the line. Chatting with them right from her bathtub using her bunny microphone, Aso asks. She demands to know the emergency, wondering why Aso is suddenly giving her the cold shoulder. Cheese smirks in the background, while Aso tells her the special bunny transceiver is strictly for emergencies. No room for casual gossip or girly chats. Then out of nowhere, a probe shocks Garcia. Her questionable gasp on the other end makes Renee completely lose her mind. She demands to know what is happening, asking if he has suddenly turned into some playboy. Renee wants immediate answers, but Aso ignores her. He has far more urgent things to do. Specifically, strangling Cheese in absolute fury. The smug rat just laughs, mockingly asking if he made a mistake by interrupting a private call with his wealthy sugar mommy. Meanwhile, Aso tells Renee that the annoying rat is just playing a stupid prank and he has work to finish. Renee mentions she is heading to the theater later with her father. She promises to send over the details soon before hanging up, not long after. Garcia stares blankly at them. She already took 3 heavy doses of truth serum. Yet she insists she has no clue where the container is. Now, emerald elves possess legendary illusion and hypnosis magic, which is why they were hunted to complete extinction. Even their queen was captured and had her eyes ripped out. Though the Empire caught a few survivors over the years, none could be tamed. They simply could not restrain them until now. Garcia tries to offer her body, but Aso merely smiles. It seems they forgot a vital detail: Cole's right eye. That eye belongs to the Emerald Queen, meaning they can easily dominate Garcia with it. Cheese smirks at the wild idea and they head off to the theater. They even bring their glorified golden retriever Cole to hypnotize Garcia into submission. Aso even promises her a chocolate wafer as a sweet reward. Cole grabs her target's face, staring deep into her eyes, but 2 hours pass with zero progress. It is just an awkward staring contest. The guys have no idea how to trigger the magical eye. She activated her angel arm instinctively before, so maybe this needs similar trigger. He leans down, gently asking Cole where her mother is. Instantly, Cole's eye glows, resonating directly with the eye of the captured Emerald Elf. Their gazes lock with intense power and something suddenly shifts. Only time will tell, is this a blessing or a curse? Garcia stammers out, why does this child possess the queen's majestic eye? Aso just smiles. Everything is going exactly to plan. He tells Cole to give the absolute command. Cole remains silent, suddenly flooded with heavy memories of her mother and master. Her eyes flash red, and something deep inside Garcia snaps instantly. The elf walks over to Aso and stops. He smiles, anticipating a perfect new servant. He orders Garcia to kneel and address him as her master, but instead, she gently pats his head, sweetly asking him to call her mommy. He completely panics. Sure, she has that mature vibe, but he is not into that. He snaps at Cole, demanding to know what crazy command she just gave. Garcia pulls him into a tight hug, whispering how sorry she is for leaving him. She promises to make everything up to him now. Cheese watches in utter disbelief, wondering when their serious experiment devolved into some bizarre family roleplay. Aso snaps that his actual mother was the greatest alchemist their family ever saw. And Garcia is just a test subject. She flinches back, hurt, which triggers a vivid memory of his real mother flinching the exact same way. Shaken, Aso rubs his eyes and warns the smug rat to stay focused on the task. Sunglasses warning him not to look into her eyes. Cheese panics, fearing that Cole is. Isao remembers hearing that a host like Cole would often fall into a deep slumber after using the queen's organ. He yells at Cheese to keep his shades on and tie up Garcia, but as he prepares, Garcia gently slides off his glasses, almost falling completely under her spell while she smiles. They can finally have their family reunion. Isao curses, raising his weapon and telling her not to move a single muscle, yet she keeps walking until the barrel touches her forehead. She stares back with tearful eyes, and for a second Isao hallucinates that his own mother stands there, telling him to pull the trigger if he must. That is simply too much for Isao, and the illusion claims him. Will he become a completely helpless mama's boy, or will he find a way to break free? He still weakly struggles, but she quickly quiets him by burying his face in her soft chest. He hugs her tightly as she calls him a good boy she will always protect. Meanwhile, Lucille is left wondering why the blonde idiot has still not returned. As the first successful experiment, she is far more stable, so why is she not the one handling this matter? Suddenly, she notices Isao leading Garcia away, Lucille angrily yells out, asking what he is doing bringing that woman into their quarters. Isao swats her hand away, warning her not to speak to his mother like that. Garcia gently strokes her face, asking if she loves her little boy. Lucille snaps that only she gets to call Isao little, though not because of his twig. Her hand begins to corrode, but Garcia uses her hypnotic gaze to put her into a deep sleep. Suddenly, the elf mommy collapses. Isao quickly pulls out a special antidote for the virus, but since the infection is spreading too rapidly, he must inject it directly into her backside instead of her arm. The elf was waiting for this exact moment and quickly exposes her cheeks. Isao starts hyperventilating as she gently whispers that she fears needles, asking him to be gentle. The needle hovers over her peaches. Our young alchemist blushes redder than a tomato as he pierces that flawless skin, prompting a questionable moan from her. He instantly looks away, in pure embarrassment, stammering that a single dose might not cut it, requiring another shot. She looks over her shoulder, calling him sweetheart while begging him to be gentle. Isao's actual mother must be rolling in her grave, crying her eyes out. With the injections finally complete, she covers her face and praises him for a job well done. Suddenly, the emblem on his neck begins to vibrate. It detects severe contamination in Isao's mind and generates an active shield to snap him back to normal. The physical shield snaps him back and he stares at the needle. This highly questionable scene, suddenly wondering what on earth he was actually doing. Had he accidentally developed some bizarre new kink? To make things worse, she tells Issa that her dress is dripping with hot stock. Issa wonders what on earth she is doing. He realizes that he must have messed up the command when he tried to activate the Empress Eye inside Cole. She clearly mixed up the words wife and mother. Now he has to snap everyone out of it and use the Queen's Eye to reset her mind. He commands Garcia to stay right there and not move because the play is over. He also wonders why on earth his protective emblem took so long to save him. Suddenly, Garcia grabs his hand and softly asks if he no longer wants his mommy around. The clever Isao certainly doesn't want this elf acting like his mother, but the hallucinations grip him tight. He sees his mother instead of Garcia. Even with the purified mind, his ears burn with intense heat. He makes Garcia promise to always listen so he won't leave. She quickly agrees. He insists that he is a grown man now and will be in charge of everything. No more calling herself mommy around others, no more sweetheart either. She must use his full name. Still, she begs to be his mommy alone. Iso agrees with one condition: if she breaks rules, he disappears. She cannot forget this deal. Garcia nods, completely understanding. She is thrilled. She promises to behave now that he is grown. Since they are alone, she wants to tuck him in and cuddle him to sleep. Iso gulps. He tries to validate just going with the flow. Shucking off his coat, he mutters that he misses his mother. Garcia smiles warmly, promising she will never leave him behind again. Their bedtime routine gets a new competitor. Lucille protests like hell. She had to fight for her spot, yet this elf gets in immediately. Iso tells Lucille his nerves are shot over this mommy business. Cheese interrupts. They still need to recover the 1,000 bird unit. Iso wonders why they are so determined to save those absolute fools. Cheese points out that their target is a top-tier rogue psychic. Meanwhile, night falls in the demon realm. Things are getting wild. A dancer gives her guest a great show, flashing her pole skills. Everyone is partying. The local drug lord discusses their massive smuggling plans. Using the 1,000 bird unit for distribution sets them up for life. But the boss is late, and they wonder why he has not returned. Iso is distracted by a dancer's chest. Suddenly, lights go out. Everyone freezes. Their boss's dead body crashes onto the main stage. A bizarre mark brands his skull. A crazed killer begins the slaughter. Only the dancer survives, begging this terrifying entity to spare her. She cries that she is broke, her mom is bedridden, and her aunt is homeless. Even her granny was hit by a bazooka. A shadow towers. It whispers that all drug dealers must die, no mercy. Perhaps she will survive, depending entirely on her final judgment. Heavy rain pours. The district director's assistant steps out of a cab. Toast hangs from her mouth when the driver points something out. She gasps in horror. A giant red symbol covers the building. Corpses of the entire drug gang hang lifelessly from the walls. A reporter covers the grim discovery, hinting at a legendary figure. The city's number 7 hero, the Night Master, did this. This public execution directly mocks the district council's massive failure. The reporter continues on, blasting the corrupt city officials. She urges citizens to take matters into their own hands. They must look for this cruel angel delivering judgment from the shadows. The Night Master poses majestically, his back framed by the moon. His cape billows, he whispers the city belongs to the Ernie Lord family. And until they return, he won't let a single pest defile it. Meanwhile, the entire 1,000-bird squad lies in suspended animation. Cheese reassures Silver not to worry, they will make it, but first she must completely surrender her identity and sense of self to get their help. She tightens her fist and accepts the deal. Cheese smiles, telling her to clean herself up. He has a fresh set of clothes ready. She heads straight to her room, takes a shower, and laughs at herself. She swore she would never serve a man again, only to end up working for a literal rat. Well, in one way she kept her vow. Then she eyes the stockings laid out for her. That is some premium stuff, worth 5,000 gold bars. Iso, on the other hand, is ready to give Cheese the Tom and Jerry treatment for spending so much gold without asking first. Cheese casually shrugs it off. They are millionaires now, it shouldn't matter anyway. She gets dressed, knowing that when she wears the restraint collar, her entire body will be monitored by the company. The slightest hint of doubt triggers a lethal needle, injecting her with toxins that turn her into a mindless puppet forever. She locks the collar on and steps forward. Cheese looks her up and down, praising the amazing, custom-made fit. Iso immediately realizes that Cheese has zero res. Seriously, instead of being smooth, he is just being a total creep, so Iso drags him away. When Silver offers to help, Iso tells her their resurrection bioalchemy is a highly classified family secret, but she fiercely insists on staying beside her girls. She has already put on the collar and the uniform, swearing her very life to the family. Iso smiles and promotes her to second assistant, instructing her to drop the term master. From now on, she and everyone else he revives must address him as his lordship. She immediately complies, offering a bow of perfect etiquette. After clarifying his title to her, Iso heads straight over to the experimental prep area. He slides on his research gown and tells Cheese to review the exact steps and all necessary materials they will need for the upcoming revival project. Cheese looks at the file and gasps in shock. Weren't they just going to give them a spinal shot of their family's secret immortality juice? Why is he testing entirely different methods to achieve immortality instead? Iso raises an eyebrow, asking when he ever promised to waste his precious elixir on this. Does Cheese really have mush for brains, or has he forgotten how rare it is? It takes 100 tons of gold to refine the alchemy elixir, yielding only 40 milliliters. During the Final Calamity project, they drained every drop left by his mother, burning through thousands of tons of pure gold in the process. Even though they secured 4,200 tons of gold from the dog pit keeper, brewing the elixir takes way too much time, so he won't waste it on online models. Named after birds, it is strictly reserved as a backup for Cole and Lucille. Cheese. He realizes his brother is right, but those 3 experiments are still far too dangerous. Having never tested them on real humans, anything could go wrong. However, Ice just smiles. He stayed up late reviewing every single experimental file and now knows how to make them work, a decision he will definitely regret later. He smiles because a successful test means he will get even more high-risk subjects. Cheese laughs, teasing Iso about his taste in women based on these test subjects he keeps creating. Honestly, he should be called the Alchemy. They are going to use it on Raven first. She is lying inside special recovery pod. Silver watches anxiously, but Iso tells her not to worry. He is using his mother's secret necromancy research to pull off this impossible feat and bring her back. Neither Cole nor Lucille are around to stop him. Silver doubts it will work. Iso explains the first generation of this magic only created brainless ghouls that craved raw, bloody meat, just mindless monsters. His mother's second attempt could restore human bodies, but there was a catch. They returned with demonic urges, completely stripped of their past lives and memories. But Iso's new formula targets the soul directly, preserving every single memory intact. Because Raven already possesses soul magic, her mind will stay completely unaffected. He is absolutely sure of it. He floods the chamber with glowing soul elixir. Bright light flares as he hits the control switch. Silver asks to help. Iso tells her to stay back. Her turn comes with the next test. Green mist swirls around Raven, seeping directly into the wound on her chest. Her eyes flutter open. Seeing this, Silver breaks down in tears of relief. Iso explains she must stay inside the recovery tank for 14 days to fully revive her body. Mortal, youthful assassin. Up next, they head over to treat Falcon. The muscular warrior rests inside a crimson tank. Cheese is utterly speechless. Iso actually wants to inject ancient, pure werewolf DNA to mutate her. He is also adding celestial elements to grant her the power of a god. Even if it is just a degraded spark, but the real kicker. He is adding rare butterfly fluids to make sure she stays permanently petite. Iso just chuckles. He absolutely detests big, messy dogs anyway. He wants a compact, short-haired beast that will not cause any trouble. Or shed thick fur all over his clean furniture. Cheese cannot believe his ears. Why go through all this insane trouble if he despises canines so much? Iso reveals a bizarre truth. His mother started a weird family tradition. Every society president is required to keep a loyal werewolf companion. Besides, he hates repeating old experiments. He always wants to try something totally new. Cheese seriously contemplates calling the authorities on him. Transforming a powerhouse warrior into a tiny furry creature seems highly illegal. He desperately asks Silver if she is just going to let this happen. Silver simply bows. She is only grateful that her friend is surviving. Iso appreciates her obedience, wishing Lily and Lucille were half as cooperative. Cheese asks about his own role. Iso explains the next phase. The third trial is complicated, requiring the wedding dress of a ghoul. They must retrieve it from the restricted chamber and purge any lingering spirits. Cheese backs away in terror, pressing himself hard against the cold wall. He yells out in a panic, refusing to fetch some dead girl's wedding dress. Iso tells him to stop whining, threatening to put it in his closet while he sleeps. Cheese complains that Iso has treated him like garbage since Lily arrived. Silver watches silently as Iso works on Falcon, deeply impressed by him. His vast alchemical knowledge reminds her of her own lost older brother. Her brother used to design things constantly, even crafting handmade shoes so she could practice ballet. Suddenly, Falcon begins to shrink as a fluffy tail sprouts from behind. And just like that, she sprouts cat ears. Iso sighs in relief, but then Silver suddenly gently pats his cheek. Iso flinches, stuttering out a confused question about what is actually happening. None of this was in the test plans. Smiling, Silver whispers that this is his special reward for saving Raven and Falcon. She bows, apologizing quietly. Iso shrugs, saying, "It is no big deal, but she absolutely must keep her mouth shut from now on." Besides, he wants to make things clear. He is no selfless hero saving people for free. He only did it to secure more alchemy subjects. Still, Silver is completely unfazed. Instantly worrying about his sweating and stamina, her sudden closeness makes Iso feel a bit guilty for pushing her so hard. She is way too compliant. Now onto Katori. Cheese drags out a cursed, ancient dress. Zero records exist on this weird relic. Other than the fact it was worn centuries ago, to secure it, Cheese rapidly casts a soul-weakening barrier. Iso barks orders, telling him to pull the physical dress out while trapping the spirit inside. Otherwise, his mind will get shattered 3 times over. But Cheese grins, arguing that despite being a corpse, the spirit still has incredibly gorgeous long, ghostly legs. Iso immediately snaps at his idiot partner for always thinking with his pants. Cheese merely chuckles, brushing off the scolding with a goofy grin. Together, they suppress the restless ghost, stabilizing the matrix so Katori can finally receive the bridal wear. Iso inputs the commands, letting the gown drift down toward the subject. It begins merging with Katori's flesh, but something breaks. A sudden, violent burst of red fog floods the lab, swallowing everything in sight. Talk about a massive setback. Even after an hour, the thick vapor refuses to settle. Iso shrugs, preparing to head inside himself, but Silver blocks him, insisting she take the risk instead since he already saved her family. Iso scoffs, asking if she truly doubts his skills. He is, after all, the greatest prodigy of the entire century. Relieved, Silver yields to his confidence, silently marveling at her master's strange charm. How can someone look so cool yet so adorable? Iso steps into the toxic Fog trying to dispel the heavy alchemical radiation. Suddenly, Cheese yells through the comms, thermal readings are spiking through the roof. Something is terribly wrong. Silver panics, wanting to rush in, but Cheese grabs her arm, stopping her cold. Entering now would only disrupt ISO's containment field and make things far worse. Besides, their boss is the heir to a legendary alchemical bloodline. Nothing in this era is strong enough to end him, in fact, whatever lurks in there does not want his life, it wants something far more bizarre. Inside, ISO gasps for air. The monitors fail as a thick, sticky substance wraps tightly around his body, stripping him bare before he lock eyes with Katori. Clad in her gorgeous wedding gown, she stares directly at him. Meanwhile, Renai is fast asleep, dreaming of her own perfect wedding with the young alchemist. Too bad a literal marshmallow creature has already beaten her to the altar. Right on cue, Iso drops to one knee and kisses the spirit's hand. Shocked, Cheese snaps a quick photo. Katori conjures a ring from thin air, declaring, Iso is officially her husband. From this moment on, betrayal is strictly forbidden. Cheese snickers over the comms, congratulating his brother on getting hooked by another beautiful threat. His luck stats must be level 999, but deep down, Cheese is utterly green with envy. Meanwhile, Silver is completely losing it. This was meant to be a simple resurrection, not an involuntary wedding. Besides, he is still a minor. The ring suddenly glows with a crimson aura and a so. Finds himself wearing a wedding dress, he slowly gets up. Katanori smiles. That is how a proper groom should look. Now it is his turn to put a ring on. Her finger, Aso smiles, telling Cheese to fetch the ring he prepared earlier. Cheese wonders if Aso has lost his mind and his dignity. There was no wedding ring, none, there was not even supposed to be a wedding, but Aso tells him to shut his mouth and grab it from storage box number 154. Cheese plays along, wondering if Aso is pulling a fast one. Meanwhile, get a load of this, Lucille is bored, wondering why Aso locked her away in this luxurious room. To top it all off, the blonde bimbo is not around either, the only companion in her company is that shameless elf mother who is showing off her curves. Right now she is cooking beef stew. Lucille is absolutely furious that the elf keeps hovering near Aso's bed, wanting to deal with her personally. Jersey arrives, asking Lucille if she would like some stew. Lucille rejects it but quickly changes her mind. When she smells how delicious it is, she grabs a bowl and sniffs it for poison even though she is immune to every known poison on Earth. Just then they notice Cheese acting strange as he walks past them. Lucille decides to tail him to see what is going on. Cheese walks up to Aso's mother's portrait and presses a button hidden on a mysterious console. A secret door opens, leading straight to a storage vault. Cheese locates the box Aso mentioned, then steps up for an eye scan. The AI confirms that he is Cheese Ball, Aso's top assistant and a certified pervert and absolute loser. To confirm his identity, he has to recite a tongue twister. Aso tells the system to stop being a clanker and move on. The AI decides to run a rat extermination protocol to teach him some manners. Cheese immediately fires off the tongue twister. Next, he has to mimic a cat mating call. He pulls that off too, followed by juggling on top of a unicycle. And finally, he must confess his 10 most embarrassing moments ever. Aso yells at the machine to stop, but suddenly he receives the ring. Then Aso's voice cheerfully explains that this was a pre-recorded message. He finally gets the ring back to Aso, who slips it on Cotton Nori's finger and smirks mischievously. Cheese wonders why he is smiling. Is it real luck or a trap? Could this ring actually be a trap? Watch closely, because Cotton Nori looks at her finger as Lucille follows Cheese back inside the chamber. When she spots Aso on one knee placing a ring on this bony witch's finger, she completely loses her mind, summoning a cloud of plague dragons. Cheese tries to calm her, but she is absolutely furious, vowing to devour everything within a 10-mile radius. Aso reassures Lucille that he never planned to get married, using the classic excuse of just going out to buy some milk. He explains that his family does not waste time on something as ridiculous as marriage. They simply lay the pipe and worry about child support. Later, the ring is actually a containment field built to trap Cotton Nori, since the last soul barrier could weaken the previous host's soul. It is only natural that this would work. He was just slightly shaken when Cotton Nori stripped off his clothes, so he decided to play along. Both Aso and Silver are completely shocked by how farsighted he is. Lucille is still furious, but Aso smiles and tries to take off the ring. He fails miserably and cheese. God, after volunteering to chop off his finger, what a legend, Katanori. Smiles, this ring was forged with pure love and the unstoppable power of friendship. Behind it, meaning no physical force can remove it, while it remains on his ring. Finger, she is officially his bride. Naturally, Aso is absolutely furious. Katanori claims it won't work. The ring starts to burst with magic and Lucille frantically reaches for Aso, telling Cheese to step in and save her man. All of a sudden, they are teleported straight to an altar. Katanori smiles, thoroughly impressed with his clever alchemy matrix, but claims it cannot stand against the power of love. Aso wonders why the hell he is in his pajamas. He is forcefully reaching towards her massive chest. Cheese begs to take his place to save him from danger. Lucille also tries to rescue Aso, but Aso tells Katanori that this is enough, no more wedding games, after her flashy tricks and his alchemy restraint, her magic should wear off, ending this wild transformation. It does. Her gorgeous wedding dress dissipates as she falls unconscious. Aso just smirks. He would never lose to his own experiment. Lucille quickly rushes over, covering his eyes and plugging his ears by squishing his face right into her chest. Meanwhile, the chief of police is lazily munching on dried squid while her assistant wonders why she is doing absolutely anything except her actual job. She tells him he is officially her personal assistant now, so she can call him whatever she wants. He sighs, questioning why he got stuck with this role, but she just laughs. Knowing he is the only virgin loser in the entire station, naturally she is going to tease and overstimulate him at every opportunity. Meanwhile, a little kid asks his mother what a virgin card is and if he can get it with some Pokémon cards. His mother grumbles that children these days have absolutely no shame. But get this, Lucille is looking like an absolute treat. She goes to a fancy dinner, picks out a beautiful ring, and has an incredible night yet. She is still sulking. Aso tells her to forget about the wedding. He has done everything possible to make it up to her, but she still grumbles about the blonde tagging along and totally ruining their date. Aso sighs, he cannot leave them both alone since they share a collective IQ of -17. Later, at the largest supermarket in Gordon City, Aso tells the girls they can get absolutely whatever they want. He hands them two shopping carts, setting only one rule for them to follow: do not climb inside the shopping carts. That is the only rule. But they immediately jump inside anyway, leaving Aso questioning why he even bothers. End up married. Meanwhile, the assistant cop faces his own nightmare, guided by his chief. He is dragged around the market. The chief giggles, reminding him that sitting at a desk will not solve crimes. They know the pervy brat and that dumb rat stole a massive pile of gold, meaning they will definitely spend it here. And what better hiding spot than the absolute biggest supermarket in the whole region? A local cop still finds this whole setup weird, but then they spot Aso and his girl. The chief lets out a laugh, looks like they are going to feast tonight. His girl starts parroting everything Aso says like she can somehow read his mind. Aso is busy browsing different cheeses when something hard suddenly pokes him from behind. Right at the back of his head, he silently prays it is not Big Terry. But turning around, he finds the chief of police pointing a bright red gun. Aso is staring right at his absolute worst nightmare. She tells him he is under arrest. He needs to keep his hands where she can clearly see them. Aso slowly complies. She gloats, proudly introducing herself as the new boss of the safety bureau. Aso just smiles, telling her she should thank him for handling Bullet Gentleman. He basically handed her this new job on a silver platter, but if she pushes it, trying to cuff him without consent will turn her into literal mush. The chief laughs, teasing him about how smooth he thinks he is. She is fully aware of what his dangerous female companions can actually do. Like the major incident 4 years ago that completely shut down the entire city. Aso chuckles, calling her pretty clever, but if she does not step back right now, this place becomes another Twin Towers. Besides, he still has coupons to spend here. The chief just snickers. She already knows his group's bizarre weak points. Turns out she scattered discount coupons for a local claw machine on purpose, just to distract his girls so she could get him completely alone. While their master is stuck in a corner, they are fighting for a cheap plush toy. And sure enough, the girls are absolutely losing their minds at the claw machine. failing miserably over and over, turning on each other for another turn. Aso tries to play it cool. She is making a massive mistake here. Even without those two, she is in for a world of absolute pain. Though inside his head, he is cursing those two idiots for falling for such a bait. With a tiny tap of his finger, a hidden gas canister ruptures in his sleeve. Filling the entire space with deadly spider venom, he asks if she is feeling numb. But she expected this, pulling out a gas mask to counter his surprise attacks. She slaps the handcuffs on him, no escape now. These cuffs are heavily enchanted, designed to scramble his brain. And he immediately starts losing focus. Meanwhile, the girls finally grab a toy. Only for it to drop right at the end, completely driving them crazy. Lucille is completely done being played by a metal claw. She smashes the glass. Right as she breaks it, Aso's magical pendant snaps him right out of his trance. The overhead intercom blares, ordering an immediate evacuation due to absolute chaos. Surprisingly, the chief lets him loose, telling him to go handle his wild team. But she suddenly freezes, seeing a lethal scorpion hovering right over her throat. Aso calls it back, 1 second slower and she would be dead. Pumped full of deadly venom, a pretty close call if you ask me. She just laughs, warning him to manage his crazy pets before they demolish the store. He is incredibly annoyed, but deep down, he knows she is absolutely right. Storming off, he warns her to stay out of his way from now on. Then he rushes over to grab the girls and drags them straight back home. He orders them to stay in timeout, no sleeping for them tonight. For a weak-hearted guy like our main character, those words mean exactly what they say. Silver gently tells the young master that keeping them awake might be too harsh. Cheese just laughs, promising to teach them how to beat the claw machine next time. Out of nowhere, a strange pink glow starts shining from inside his heavy winter coat. Reaching inside, he pulls out a sleek pink canister that suddenly bursts open. A weird pink gas floods the air, making the girls scramble to save him. Luckily for Aso, the smoke is not actually toxic. Meanwhile, the poor cop is getting completely bossed around by his female chief again. She orders him to set her clothes on the nightstand while she takes a shower. Standing by the nightstand, he notices a picture of the city's first mayor on her desk. In the bathroom, the chief is having a sponge bath, well aware of his incredible power. She knows he has his uncle's backing, if she can somehow turn him around. If she can reform this delinquent, he could save this entire city from ruin. Back at the scene, the girls anxiously ask their master if he is all right. Turns out he is perfectly fine. They watch as a phone number forms in the mist. Aso realizes it is actually an ultra-frequency radio channel left for him. That wild girl must have slipped the canister in his pocket to share her frequency. This means they can secretly listen in on her private talks with top officials. Cheese teases Aso, calling him a total player for charming the chief of police. But Aso is just furious that she snuck it on him without him even noticing. He still cannot understand that wild girl. She probably just wanted to test the channel. Still, tuning in could be a trap that exposes their exact location to the authorities. But barely 5 seconds later, Aso pulls out his absolute best signal jammer anyway. He is ready to tune in, but before he can execute his genius plan, someone stops him. A fresh slice of kiwi is shoved right into his mouth. The elf mommy has arrived. She refuses to let him starve. Before he can complain, a piece of melon follows. Garcia smiles, telling Aso she knows how crucial fresh fruit is for growing young men. He needs his daily nutrients to make his woody grow big and strong. Aso tells her off. He tells her to get out, grumbling about how eating this fruit is such a burden. Cheese and the girls are more than happy to relieve him by stuffing their own faces. To punish the girls, Aso forces them to hold a painful birthing position all day. He cuts off their food and water, yet they somehow look totally satisfied. He finally tunes into the radio frequency, and a kindergarten nursery rhyme plays. The chief giggles over the line, asking if the little pests are already listening in. Cheese yells back, how dare she call them pests, they are super pests. Aso sighs, realizing his buddy has negative brain cells. He grabs the receiver. He tells the chief he's not here to argue, she just giggles on her end. She claims she just wants to take him out on a sweet little date. This completely triggers Lucille, who screams that she will tear her limb from limb. Cool has to drag her away while she keeps yelling threats at the pink bimbo. The chief finally gets straight to the point. she knows he is targeting the nobles. She offers to help him take down the noble family to complete his mission. Later, they arrange a private meeting, but her loyal cop is strictly against it. After all, Aso is a dangerous criminal with over 100 active charges. She straight up calls him a pest, telling the officer that with the right treatment, even pests can become helpful. Take a flea which can easily be used to chase away a neighbor's loud dog. Shorty is clearly determined to fix him, but our guy is just evil to the core. He asks her to meet him at Uncle Tom's Burger Joint, easily the best spot in a 10-mile radius, and Cheese is impressed by her research. Iso wants Silver to tag along. With him, Silver is shocked, never expecting to stand by his side under this condition. She wants her honor, but she is too weak. Iso smiles and leads her to a massive frozen room. Inside, he pulls out a legendary blade of cryo-silver that he forged through high-level alchemy. Then he casually tells her to lift up her skirt. Silver stares back at him in absolute shock. No way, this is definitely not how you start a romance. She bluffs, but he shuts it down. He reminds her she is going to be the head maid soon, so she needs to get a lot stronger. Silver closes her eyes and decides to yield, but she plans to lecture him about making girls lift their skirts. But before she can speak, Aso snaps and asks what on earth she thinks she is doing. Why is she lifting her skirt like that? He only wanted to inspect the hidden weapons along the hem. He wanted to check the phoenix feather blades near her hem. He looks closely at the hidden weapons. One gentle tap and her weapon is completely crushed. Now it is time for an upgrade. He examines the remaining feather blades hidden on the inside of her skirt, holding up his own silver sword. Boom, the sheer pressure from his newly forged blade instantly shatters her tamu knives. She stands there completely speechless. Aso proudly explains the secret composition of his creation. It is an S-tier weapon, and absolutely nothing can survive against the biting chill of his frost silver. This metal can corrode any ordinary weapon. Silver nervously asks what happens if it touches human skin. Aso warns her that any organic life form will feel the full force of a high-tier ice spell. One touch and you are an instant popsicle, frozen solid on the spot. He actually learned that the hard way while testing it on a wild tentacle monster. Silver wonders how his hand is safe. Turns out his glove is specially crafted with custom enchantments. It is packed with anti-cold and anti-corruption traits. Silver is deeply impressed by his genius. She assumes he made it to hunt down some incredibly powerful enemy. Aso nervously looks away. Sure, he tells her he wants to slay a lava dragon, but the truth is far dumber. He was just pissed that melting ice cubes kept ruining the rich flavor of his favorite drinks. He wanted a custom metal that stayed freezing cold forever, which led him to create frost silver. The only issue, one sip of that drink and he was instantly frozen solid. He wants to forge a brand new set of phoenix feather blades for her, but there is a catch. To wield them safely, she has to undergo extreme ice resistance training. Silver instantly starts overthinking. Her mind immediately wanders to a very different kind of cold training involving zero clothes. Shaking her head to clear those thoughts, she learns the actual experiment is much simpler. She literally just has to eat a mountain of popsicles and cold ice cream. As a regular human, she must lower her core body temperature to adapt to the freezing cold. She needs to experience what it feels like to freeze from the inside out to survive frost silver. She can resist it with training, but trust me, his actual plan is pure madness. And while finding creative ways to watch his head maid eat sweets, Katanori finally opens her eyes. Back at training, Silver has eaten so much ice cream that she is fighting a massive brain freeze. Aso tells her to keep pushing through, but a sudden loud alarm cuts them off. Something is going terribly wrong, forcing them to rush over to the high containment unit. Aso checks the canister meant to hold the captive sparrow, only to find it completely empty. Gone, they quickly search the entire room, but there is no sign of her. Luckily, she is still wearing the magic tracking ring he slipped onto her hand earlier. He checks the locator, and sure enough, she is sitting on the dragon lord like a puppy. Katanori waves at Aso, asking why he never mentioned they had such an adorable family pet. She completely swoons over the massive beast, rambling about how the dragon lord is a true legend. She explains it is a descendant of the ancient six-winged black flame dragon raised since a hatchling. Absolutely furious, Aso snaps his fingers, instantly summoning a massive purple barrier. A heavy aura covers Katanori, forcing her to yield. Iso warns his Test subjects are not playthings, she needs to get that through her head. He is nobody's husband, and those feelings are just a side effect of that wedding dress. Silver thinks he is being far too harsh, but he did protect everyone. Surprisingly, Iso suddenly starts crying, making her ask when he became such a wuss. He simply replies that he has no idea why. Sobbing, the ring on his finger glows as he looks at it. Katanori explains that whenever he breaks her heart, the ring will reflect that pain back onto him. Sobbing, Iso tells Katanori to get those crazy thoughts out of his head. They are just lingering impulses from the Demon Queen dress, she admits. She inherited those memories, but her reason for wanting to marry him is completely different. Back when he walked right into that deadly red mist, he was completely unharmed thanks to a natural defense mechanism. Every demon lord has one, and unless a compatible soul enters that mist, anyone else would be ripped to shreds. She does not care about age, race, or even size. None of it matters. All she cares about is soul compatibility. Iso can only facepalm while she offers to make Katanori behave on just two conditions. First, she wants 5 million gold pounds to spend however she likes, and second, Iso cannot ask how she made her behave. She whispers in her ear, and Katanori smiles, telling Iso that she will serve as a maid under one condition: she must be the head maid. Silver gasps in absolute shock. All her life, she viewed men as her ultimate enemy, never realizing the real. Silver then approaches Katanori. Remember, she was the one who begged the master to bring everyone back, but now she wakes up stronger and immediately decides to play the homewrecker. Katanori calls out to her big sister, saying she's thankful for everything, but it's only right for the strongest to lead the bio-maid corps as the head maid. That's the only way others will accept her. Fury flares deep in Silver's chest, but she forces herself to stay calm. She simply tells her to keep her word, guide the girls, and serve their master. Well, caught off guard, Katanori quickly promises to do her absolute best and teases Silver for acting so well-behaved. Maybe that maid outfit really suits her after all. Blushing from embarrassment, Silver remembers how much the master did for them, leaving her too grateful to ever cause him any trouble. She's an absolute treasure, and even Iso notices, deciding to schedule a formal duel between Silver and Katanori to settle things. The winner gets to become the head maid. Cheese laughs, suggesting they just throw a massive battle royale instead. As Hayabusa finally wakes up, Katanori just laughs, ready to teach everyone a lesson. Later, Iso can only stare in disbelief. What is this guy even talking about? A maid ranking competition? Honestly, keep your mind clean for just one day. Cheese just laughs. Who wouldn't want to watch gorgeous maids throw hands? But Iso doubts Katanori would accept defeat. Not a single chance. Cheese disagrees, pointing out her massive power boost from that Demon King dress. How could Silver possibly defeat her with a tiny popsicle stick of ice? Iso just smiles. When she masters Frost Silver, anything is possible. 3 days later, Hayabusa suffers from nightmares of being strangled by a Doberman. She wakes up gasping. Her sisters are already there, right by her side. He tells her not to worry. Iso committed a crime by nerfing her incredible figure. Her curves are gone. Hayabusa remembers a dream of someone trying to train her. No way, she absolutely hates that treatment. The other girls just look away awkwardly. They look away, nobody has the heart to tell her things changed. She stands up, tail wiggling. She vows nobody will ever treat her like a dog. Kotenori bursts out laughing. Of course nobody is going to treat her like a dog. Because she is actually a male dog now. Hayabusa stares at Kotenori, completely stunned. Sassy, she wonders when Kotenori changed. Kotenori just whips out a mirror and hands it over. Hayabusa looks and screams. After the commotion, everyone gets their official codename. Silver is Alpha, Kotenori is Beta. Raven gets Pi because her asset is the biggest. Little Miss Lowly is Gamma. Hayabusa cannot even manage a smile anymore. Her chest was always smaller, but now it is just downright tiny. Like oranges, Iso tells her not to worry, but she is absolutely furious. She seriously wants to punch the living daylights out of him. Then her collar vibrates. If she does not apologize immediately, a high-voltage shock will rip through her body. She apologizes instantly. Iso calls Cheese a pervy mouse and tells him to stop. Time for business. It is time for everyone to draw a ball. That will decide the match, but Kotenori is feeling extra cocky today. She wants the three of them to fight her all at once. The girls are stunned. This is definitely not the sweet sparrow they once knew. She has changed. With this sudden surge in power, she has gotten way too full of herself. Iso lets them do what they want. The trio is ready to fight their sister. Kotonori literally conjures a throne out of thin air, sits down and smirks. Bring it on, Hayabusa cannot stand this disrespect for another second. That smug face is begging to be hit. She drops to all fours. Iso smiles, noting that she is finally embracing her new werewolf side. He even calls her cute, big mistake. Suddenly, two massive girls tackle him down. Lucille has arrived, using her venom flame to make dog ears and a tail. Perfect pup, she eagerly promises to serve him. Naturally, Cole has to join in. Cole joins the ridiculous game and starts pretending to be a dog too. Lucille cannot believe this idiot is actually fighting to act like a dog. Fed up, Iso grabs both naughty pups and flings them out of the room. He slams the door with a sigh. Cheese, however, is watching the arena. Red threads, Hayabusa is completely bound and Raven is caught too. Their minds are totally trapped by the threads. Iso finds this incredibly intriguing. Both of them already lost, though his calculations predicted 11 minutes. Perhaps they did not have enough time to adapt to her power. Defeat, Kotonori demands they surrender as the two girls scream. Cheese is disappointed. He wanted to see a real show with some jiggle physics. Some bouncy action, basically. Iso tells his buddy that it is not over. One has not even moved yet, and sure enough, a bright light flashes. A blazing arc slices the red threads, catching Kotonori off guard. She barely reacts to an icy projectile zooming in. Silver arrives. Grabbing her spear, Silver steps up. Kotonori reminds her this is no phoenix blade. What weapon is this, and why can the red threads not break it? Silver quietly reminds her sister that she is not the only one who powered up. Flashback to 3 days ago, Silver was trying to convince Iso she didn't need this. But Iso refused to back down, insisting she lead his bio-made squad. She was happy to be chosen, but matching Kotonori's strength felt completely impossible. Fighting her sister's massive upgrade, pure madness, Iso just smiled. He is glad she respects his abilities, but he absolutely hates being forced into choices. Especially by his own creations. If he could rebuild Kotonori, why not her? He could easily make Silver stronger, and that is exactly how she prepared. Ready to fight a monster wearing the Demon Queen's hand-me-downs. Dozens of silver blades fly forward, one slicing right across Kotonori's forehead. Kotonori retreats instantly, forced back into her terrifying bony form. Is she done for? Not even close, Silver is also hiding a massive trump card. She inhales deeply. 3 gargantuan icicles of solid silver erupt from her body. The spectating maids shudder, honestly wondering if these two are even human anymore. One controls a massive web of red threads, the other commands frozen metal. 3 massive chunks of indestructible ice. Cheese laughs, inviting Iso to bet. Naturally, Iso puts his money on Silver while Cheese backs Kotonori. 5 million gold pounds are on the line. Backtrack to 2 days earlier. Iso explained to Silver that adamite is the hardest material in existence. It resonates with the user's mind, slicing through anything and repelling all mana. There is a catch, it requires the royal bloodline of the old empire. Without it, you only get 5% of its actual power, but what about Frost Silver? Frost Silver has a perfect natural affinity for women, completely immune to alteration. Its structure is incredibly stable. Instead, the freezing cold simply drains energy. This reaction robs targets of heat, causing rapid corrosion and tissue necrosis. Since she has no magic, he will process 14 tons of Frost Silver. He can compress it all into a single, pure Philosopher's Stone. From then on, she can summon and shape the metal whenever she wants. But every single summon will hurt like hell, freezing her to the marrow. Cross that limit, and she will permanently freeze into a lifeless ice statue. Iso left the choice to her, and she accepted without a single doubt. He smiled, pulling out a syringe to prepare his most promising subject. A base-level substance was injected to give her body permanent cold resistance. For 12 minutes, she will feel 0 chill and can even float at will. And with that prep done, their brutal first clash finally begins. Where she has summoned all 14 tons, both of those girls are on thin ice. Silver wanted to show off in front of her master and summoned every bit of frost. Silver from inside her body, and now she cannot move. Kachinori, on the other hand, burned through every single shred of mana to reach her powerful bone form, but she could not hold it any longer. Time is running out and both guys are waiting for this clash to end. They rush straight at each other, icicles crashing into red threads. But both collapse right there, leaving Iso and Cheese completely dazed. Meanwhile, the chairwoman is enjoying a relaxing beach retreat when her attendant delivers some bad news. Most of the city's bridges have been wrecked by a dragon because she failed to show up and stop it. Because of this, her points plummeted from 1400 down to 400. If not for the zero casualties, this would have gone down as one of the worst disasters in history. But the chairwoman does not care. Why should she, even at rank 2, staying on call constantly is exhausting. Who is this mysterious woman and why does she hate active duty? Her attendant reminds her that as a Gold Hero license holder, she is required to serve. The chairwoman simply cuts her off, saying she has heard enough and must return. She is going to track down the troublemakers herself this time because these local criminals are daring to ruin the very home her own father built. Yet the assistant persists, noting they already know both suspects are from that alchemy family. Why hesitate to strike? This cautious approach is unlike her. Staring into her glass of champagne, she drops a massive truth bomb. The leader behind everything might actually be her older brother. Her assistant is completely stunned, wondering how that is even possible. She is Lord Gordon's eldest daughter, right? How could a brother exist? The chairwoman explains that her mother warned her long ago about this. If a black-haired man ever claimed leadership of the alchemy family, she was never to cross him. Why? Because he is likely her half-brother. Even though she hated hearing it, her mother's warnings were absolute. That child was never supposed to be born. Her mother had also given her a harsh reality check. Yes, she is her father's absolute favorite, but she cannot act spoiled because that love is actually meant for her missing sibling. Still, the assistant insists that family ties do not excuse crime. She cannot just look the other way. If they truly share blood, she should be the one to straighten him out. The chairwoman actually agrees. If she ever runs into him in the district, she will make sure he learns exactly who their father truly loves the most. Meanwhile, over at Uncle Tom's Burger, every single guy within a 10-mile radius is about to choke on their fries and their fragile male pride. Even the women nearby are burning with absolute jealousy, and the reason, Silver looks incredibly gorgeous while serving Iso a simple packet of ketchup. To make matters worse, the sauce spills right onto her chest, sparking a massive nosebleed epidemic. A flustered Iso tells her he can feed himself his own fries, but she insists that serving him is a maid's duty. After all, she failed to meet his expectations during the trial. Iso just chuckles. He does not blame her, but he is seriously impressed. She managed to draw out all that frost silver. She beams and asks to hand-feed her master as a reward. Honestly, seeing this makes me want to join the crowd and beat up Iso, but he is mostly just annoyed that the chief is keeping him waiting. Is it a trap? He could take everyone hostage to force her hand. Right then, the door shoots open. The chief strides in with a handcuffed criminal trailing behind her, looking way too cheerful for a guy about to get locked away in prison. She laughs, announcing she just caught a pickpocket, drawing everyone's immediate attention. One of the guys even jokes about committing a crime just to get tied up by her, but she quickly shifts her focus to the duo and smothers them with her massive chest until they both confess that it is wrong to break the law. Finally, she lets them go. Iso watches the chief closely. He deduces she probably has perfect teeth because her hands are always flossing those plump cheeks. She finally sits down after putting on quite a show. And mocking Iso's perfect timing, he gets straight to the point. While she grabs some fries, asking Silver why she is dressed as a maid. Naturally, she knows every crew in the city. Iso asks what is in it for him. She counters that he wouldn't sit here waiting for her if he weren't completely desperate. He still wants to hear her proposal. The chief asks if he knows the 4 unpardonable sins. He just smiles. Of course he knows the 4 greatest offenders. First up is the Black Emperor, boss of the Hunter realm. Nobody knows their exact numbers, but he goes around plundering entire nations ruthlessly. Second is the chief's idol, Crack of Hearts, a magical assassin who asks if this is your card before slaughtering you with that very card. The third is Mind Slayer, a terrifying monster from Gordon's dark history. And the final one has never been seen save for a few brief sightings, the Venom Archbishop is the deadliest mass murderer in town, their absolute favorite. Game is planting toxic bioweapons and detonating them, but what does ISO know? None of those major powerhouses have ever dared attack the world nobles. ISO just laughs. There is a first time for everyone after all. He also gives them a lesson on who a real villain is. Meanwhile, Renai wakes up and wanders around searching for her mother, only to find her dead in a pool of her blood while her father stands over her. It is all a nightmare and she wakes up. Renai looks around and her demoness guard asks if she is okay. Renai claims she woke up because the blanket felt too heavy or some nonsense. The guard offers a lighter one, but Renai refuses and just wants to talk to her friend. She orders her to share the bed. The loyal guard is deeply touched. Renai curtly tells her to stop asking questions. The guard quickly undresses, slipping into her nightgown, and immediately lies down right next to her mistress. Having never been this close, she secretly finds her incredibly cute. Renai asks how long they have been together, and she replies it has been 7 years since she took up the post. Renai then asks if she would fight the family head for her sake. The guard freezes, wondering what kind of sudden question that is. Meanwhile, back at their hideout, Raven is giving Cheese a relaxing massage. Finally, he gets some royal treatment for once. That is when Iso and Silver return carrying a bag of delicious burgers. They eagerly ask how the meeting went and if he secured the specific burger combo Cheese wanted. He immediately rummages through the bag, checking everything and tearing up with pure joy because his boss got him exactly what he desired. Silver happily lets Raven know their master bought burgers for her and Hayabusa too. But suddenly, a cold voice warns them to quiet down before they get into trouble. Iso turns around, wondering what kind of trouble could possibly be looming right behind him. There stands Garcia, announcing she's already prepared a meal for everyone. She snatches the burgers away, declaring that no junk food is allowed in this house. Cheese desperately tries to grab one last bite, but his meal is instantly confiscated by Garcia. She firmly reminds him that as the family's top assistant, he has to prioritize his health. Honestly, with a stunning elf like her around, anyone would gladly eat cardboard if she asked. Cheese desperately begs her to let him have his food. He wants to eat his burger in peace, but she refuses, forcing him to eat a salad while Iso is offered a beef stew bowl. Cheese yells out, asking why Iso gets beef while he gets nothing. All the maids line up, watching Cheese cry his eyes out as Iso tries to explain the situation. He explains that he keeps his burgers dry while Cheese just stuffs his mouth with cheese and booze. Honestly, Iso is so completely stuffed he cannot take another bite, but he has to keep going. If he does not eat now, Garcia will cry, so he asks why Cole and Lucille are missing. Lucille is already completely passed out after stuffing herself full of snacks. Cole was waiting for him and refuses to eat because he promised to bring her a burger. Iso feels terrible that they are both out cold while he is too full to eat. He desperately needs an escape plan, so he tries to fake a sudden, terrible headache. Instantly, his loyal harem squad rushes over. Garcia, Silver, and Cotton Nori crowd around him. They ask if he is okay, also wondering why Garcia just called him her darling. Iso quickly tells them they misunderstood, reminding them he is the patriarch and answers to nobody. As Garcia leaves with him, Iso whispers to Cheese, telling him to act fast. He needs to grab that burger out of the trash and deliver one to Cole immediately. If she gets too upset, who knows what she might do. Suddenly, Silver knocks him flying. He gets kicked straight out of Cole's room, which has a silly picture of her smiling. Cole wakes up feeling uneasy. Silver freezes, remembering their last terrifying encounter. She nervously delivers the burger, which Cole happily accepts with a bright smile. Silver also apologizes for the street incident, handing Cole a blade for payback. She tells Cole to take revenge however she wants, but instead of a blade, she finds a juicy chicken leg hovering right in front of her mouth. Cole warmly tells her to stop worrying and just eat the chicken instead. Silver is touched. She hugs Cole, deeply moved by her forgiveness. Meanwhile, Iso is busy working in his lab. He has brewed a small vial of mysterious golden fluid, drinking it down without hesitation. He smiles, but suddenly his entire body starts to spasm violently. Meanwhile, Lucille is wandering through the hideout, deeply regretting going to bed on an empty stomach. Suddenly, a strange vibe fills the air. She senses something is completely off. A remarkably handsome man with striking purple eyes asks if she fails to recognize her master. Wait, no way is this giant beefcake the same scrawny Iso we all know and love. Lucille leaps over the railing, unleashing a sudden wave of deadly plague poison. She grabs his arm, demanding he stop. Iso is not this massive, imposing giant. His body does not even carry the plague virus she uses to infect others. He just smirks, recalling the growth hormone that suppressed his dormant dark plague. He laughs, confidently telling Lucille to infect him again with the dark plague to verify. She viciously warns the stranger to get ready for what is coming next. She prepares to slash her fingernails into his face to inject the deadly virus. But the man easily catches her hand, pulling her close right onto his lap. Lucille angrily demands he let her go. The man silently wonders why he never noticed. How tempting and beautiful Lucille really is. He suddenly locks lips with her. The plague cells instantly cross over, confirming this powerful man is indeed Iso. Lucille is stunned that she just had her first passionate kiss today of all days. And with Iso no less, she decides to seize this incredible, rare opportunity. They finally part lips, and Lucille breathlessly asks why he is so much bigger. Iso smiles, playfully telling her he is bigger everywhere before preparing his next assassination target. The world's noble families, since he must hide his identity and age, he developed a short-term human growth serum. Next, he tells Lucille to get off him, but she insists on staying right there. He coldly asks if she plans to disobey him, but she stammered that since it was Sunday, he either had a gun in his pants or he was just really happy to see her. Suddenly, Iso realized his little twig had become a massive woody. Beneath his hoodie, footsteps, he tells Lucille to get lost immediately. Just then, Cole wanders by with a very noisy, hungry stomach. Iso asks what she is searching for so late at night. She looks up, utterly shocked by her master's sudden massive size. Cole immediately climbs into his lap and starts licking him frantically while poor Lucille looks ready to lose her mind, squirming in frustration. He feels like there is a sausage stuffed inside his clothes. Could that actually be for her? She suddenly grabs his mighty Thor's hammer, making Iso gasp in surprise. He never expected in a million years that someone would play with his hidden pogo stick. Iso quickly shrinks back to his old tiny size. Gone, both girls stare at their master, asking if he is all right, but he is feeling more than fine in that sweet post-nut clarity. Afterward, he tosses his clothes straight into the dryer, leaving Cheese completely confused. Tonight is not even laundry night. Cheese asks about the growth serum. Iso has already completed the formula, but there is a major catch. The effects wear off instantly if the host gets too overstimulated. Cheese still wants to talk about that pink-haired chief. Iso refuses to reveal any plans beforehand because Cheese is notoriously unreliable. After all, he was the one who drank that soul extract liquid back when Quatch was created, so he will keep. First off, they needed a luxury sedan. Meanwhile, Raven stood up too. Worthy of his standards, they immediately start building their own custom supercar. Cheese asks why they do not just buy one, seeing how filthy rich they are, but Iso wants to build this himself. Their flagship getaway ride must be uniquely theirs. If Cheese is going to head the design, he is already dreaming big. He wants a built-in pool and a fridge packed with liquor right inside the back. So any gorgeous girls traveling with him can ride in pure luxury. Suddenly, Iso visits the morgue and orders Raven to perform a soul search on the dead dog keeper. Since she can speak to the departed and crush living souls, Raven gets it. She immediately projects a wide, vivid image of the massive, rolling hills. Cheese happily brags about picking the perfect uniforms, but Iso snaps at him to stop. Being a creep, still, Cheese is dying to know every single detail about the dog keeper, specifically if Garcia is truly as innocent as she looks. Iso already knows she is untouched. Nature and Jade Elves lose their special power to charm and summon demons the moment they undergo the dark ritual. The dog keeper likely just wanted to torture him and exploit her unique gift. He never cared about Garcia herself. Cheese raises an eyebrow, highly suspicious of why Iso acts so incredibly soft on her, even putting her on the sleeping schedule. Iso prepares to strangle his annoying companion. Later on, Raven takes over. She releases her energy and, surprisingly, spots a young girl standing amidst bodies. This warehouse belongs to the Pete Rainey Pit. The dog keeper previously warned everyone that the 41st generation is finally preparing to rise. Now all they need to do is find Yorkshire, who was the last to oppose her. Meanwhile, Iso and Cheese waits anxiously for the results of the soul search. Based on the current odds, it should be done already, yet they keep worrying. 1 real hour out here equals 8 long days inside her dream sequence. Yenny Ho watches her in absolute silence, remembering his mother's haunting warning. A soul is a labyrinth, only the strongest survive, but Cheese wants out. Cheese desperately wants to break her free, but Yenny Ho quickly stops him. She has to snap out of it herself or her mind breaks completely. Iso refuses to wait. He will dive in and rescue her personally. Yenny Ho warns his brother of the immense danger, but Iso is stubborn. Cheese demands the vault password, just in case Iso never wakes up. Annoyed, Iso chokes him. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light flashes intensely. The blinding flash drags his consciousness straight into the depths of Raven's mindscape. Iso looks around and spots a terrified young girl facing Cole. This is the notorious, blood-soaked Hellhound training facility from her past. Raven has died 8 times already, completely outclassed by her target. The cruel master praises them as the ultimate pups, but Ares suddenly arrives. The fatal shot instantly melts the old man. Talk about a messy exit. Ares stomps on the sludge. He demands to know what Raven is hiding. She begs for forgiveness, but he promises her a painful reckoning later. He demands answers, even though these dead memories should have stopped playing. The projection shouldn't advance because the original memory owners are long dead. But Cheese used state-of-the-art soul science to stabilize them. Iso realizes he can actually rewrite the very rules of this resonance. He acts as a living god here, turning his eyes toward Cole. He focuses on Cole, determined to peel back the secrets of her past. Meanwhile, back in reality, Cheese checks on Raven's unconscious body. He gets too close, and her legs lock around his neck instantly. She immediately snaps awake and apologizes, blaming her deeply trained survival instincts. Iso found absolutely nothing. Every single trace was completely erased. Not a single memory explains how Garcia originally ended up with that old man. It is as if someone went out of their way to erase the entire records. Calling Raven a warhound is a dangerous, fatal mistake. Yet without her, Yorkshire would never have evolved into a true monster. Iso smiles. He will use his haters as fuel for his project. Cole will belong to him, but Cheese begs his dramatic brother to stop posing. Iso ignores the teasing and orders Raven to head to the punishment chamber. As an orphan, she spent her childhood chained inside a dark cellar. They treated her like a dog, a caged beast with no hope. Her only purpose was to kill whenever the kennel master ordered it. But Doberman changed the rules, telling her she did not need to murder anymore. Instead, she had to become best friends with Yorkshire, leaving her shocked. Hellhounds do not make friends, so she immediately beats up 3 nearby kids. She tosses a ball of dough to Yorkshire, ordering her to eat. They eventually bonded, and Yorkshire fought with insane feral rage to protect her. One swift kick to the groin of a bully proved that fact. Defend her so-called best friend, slowly gaining her trust and telling her that if she wants to survive, she must be ruthless. Honestly, Yorkshire did not care about living. At her lowest, survival was a luxury, but Raven strongly disagreed. She had to survive no matter the pain because only the living can shake off misfortune. Hearing those words deeply touched Yorkshire as night fell. The local kids she had beaten up to protect Yorkshire banded together. For revenge, Yorkshire slowly opened her eyes and saw her new best friend being bullied by 3 cruel guys. They were ready to snap her fingers, and they even started bending them back. This pain makes Raven remember those brutal days. Right now she is punished, strapped tightly to a satellite while intense sunlight is being focused directly on her body. Either she is going to burn up or she is going to get the absolute perfect tan for the summer. It has already been 2 hours, but Iso still wants to keep it running. She needs to be honest with her master, and there is also an ultraviolet emitter running on the absolute lowest setting. Naturally, this is not going to be a real issue. The light shuts off. Raven is left on the verge of collapsing. Iso tells Cole to go check on Raven, who looks completely exhausted. Raven watches Cole struggling to unlock her restraints. This moment makes her remember the day she stood up for Yorkshire and beat those kids down. Doberman had arranged that survival test, pairing them together as a unit to join the 42nd class. They were supposed to train together and conquer everything with the power of friendship. They were even assigned a shabby room filled with broken furniture. but to these girls who had absolutely nothing, it felt like luxury. Raven, however, could not wrap her head around why Yorkshire was acting so humble. Was she not from a wealthy family? Yorkshire explained that she only lived under her family's staircase, getting the typical Harry Potter treatment, no mercy. Doberman announced that their harsh training would start tomorrow. Later, the girls climbed up a stack of tables to watch the moon shining over the beautiful waves. Raven's parents were miners, so she had lived underground since she was a child, never seeing the sky, but she heard that across the sea lay wonderful place called Golden City, where people do not have to be trapped underground and can finally live free. She truly wants to escape there and asks Yorkshire to promise they will visit that beautiful city once they escape this miserable life. Back in the present, Quach is helping her up while Issa cries his eyes out. Because Quacha used her legendary Ash Angel arm to completely vaporize a satellite, he was trying to. Victory is theirs, but they lost everything. Raven looks at Cole with silent, painful regret. Cole is clueless. He has no idea she betrayed her absolute best friend. They were once a perfect unit, but then she handed Yorkshire a water can. One sip and Yorkshire froze. The drink was poisoned. Raven was the snake. Friendship was a lie anyway. Raven only wanted a puppet she could easily control. Now that the team match is finished, Yorkshire is no longer of any use. 3 days ago, Doberman gave the order, prove your loyalty to the syndicate. He commanded her to survive this hell pit and become the absolute strongest pup. To gain real strength, she had to murder her only true friend. Hellhounds cannot have friends. Doberman arranged this entire bond as a stepping stone. She had to build trust, only to crush Yorkshire when the time came. Escaping this brutal underground life meant she had to pull the trigger. She accepted the offer, turning her back on the only girl who ever believed in her. Doberman steps up to Yorkshire, saying this is how humanity truly behaves. Emotions must go, true freedom must be gained. That was her ultimate goal. When Yorkshire confronts Raven, she easily overpowers her, making her face the brutal truth. Raven was merely a stepping stone for Yorkshire's growth. Then Doberman ordered her to execute her friend. She refused. She simply could not do it, asking instead to drag Raven up to the cliffs above the pit so she could die watching the sky. A piece of trash like Raven deserved nothing more. But Raven felt absolutely no remorse, and her only real regret was not killing Yorkshire sooner. Yorkshire told her to stare up at the sky one final time before plunging her blade in and pushing her into the sea. Now, Raven realizes Yorkshire never wanted her dead. She had carefully avoided every single vital organ, even coating her blade in a powerful, fast-acting healing solution. Seriously, who actually believes in the power of friendship out here? And today, Raven decides to pay her debts by driving frost silver straight into her chest. But wait, before that icy weapon can pierce her flesh, Yorkshire stands there instead of Cole, telling Raven that if she really wanted death, she should have done it long ago. Issa grins as his main guest finally arrives, demanding Yorkshire address him as master, but she coldly ignores him and walks past, asking to see the old shipping yard first. Only then will she serve Issa and become his servant. Issa happily agrees, pinky promise. He also tells Raven that her dramatic acting deserved an award. Her every expression was perfect, earning her some extra food later. Earlier, Officer Renai spotted Issa and his crew arriving at a massive, high-end sea dam, right near the Grand Theater. A familiar donut truck is sitting in the lot. The officer wonders why this mysterious couple holds the spotlight for every single reporter on scene, completely overshadowing the actual celebrities who are scheduled to arrive. And why is Lord Haku completely unguarded? The chief explains that the world government operates a covert, elite strike force behind the scenes. This is the elite G4 unit. Meanwhile, Iso notices Lord Haku lacks any visible security. The chief smiles, telling the young officer to imagine that every member of this G4 squad is just like Cheesewick. They are an invisible shield capable of neutralizing threats and stopping any ambush before it even begins. In an instant, any assassin turns into ash before a single soul even realizes what happened. She then produces 2 theater tickets that cost a staggering 5 million gold pounds each, telling him to have a great time. Elsewhere, a fully grown Iso commands the entire room's attention, while Cole tightly clings to his side. People whisper, wondering who these incredibly elegant strangers could possibly be. Every single eye is locked onto them. Earlier, inside Uncle Tom's burger shop, the chief showed off a list of journalists assigned to cover Lord Haku's upcoming theater event. She handed over this information specifically to help him perfect his strategy. She advises him not to slip in like some rogue ninja using his flashy alchemy, but to simply walk through the front doors, or else he risk triggering the G4 alarms. Surprisingly, even Iso had never heard of G4. She clarifies that such top-secret information requires a proper bribe. If he treats her to a supreme burger combo, she will share the details. That premium meal is ridiculously expensive, but she promises the secret is absolutely worth every single penny. Iso tries to play on her conscience, asking if she feels any shame for demanding bribe, but she only laughs it off, suggesting he turn himself in if he wants a clean conscience and free meals. Right then, a massive burger arrives larger than a. Then she reveals the reality of the G4 squad. They are elite hitmen, whose identities and powers remain completely hidden. When the nobles first settled here, assassins from the old continent tried to eliminate them, but none survived. All because of the G4. Even Iso's mother never revealed anything about the squad, so how does their security work? The chief explains the G4 prevents attacks before they even start. They use advanced tech to set up a special field monitoring any abnormalities inside. They scan everyone and watch the data. If anyone tries to play slick using things like invisibility or teleportation, the disturbance flags them and the G4 silently takes them out. If anyone even thinks about attacking Lord Haku, a fly buzzes near her neck and she grabs it with chopsticks. Truly impressive. That is way more amazing than finding a job after majoring in art. Iso realizes the G4 restrains targets much like his own anti-riot alchemy collars, but what if he erases his malice? The chief replies, while juggling a massive burger and two giant melons, telling Iso that he is the descendant of a great family, so of course he can, but she heard that there is a meeting before the play where Lord Haku selects the best guest to join him in the private VIP box. Iso realizes that this will be his perfect window to take down Lord Haku. For a police chief, she sure has some high-level intel. Does she plan to raise him as an elite figure just so the reporters swarm around him, no matter what they do? They are standing next to a world noble. The press will always prefer the noble anyway. Forcing the media heads to interview him will only raise suspicions. The chief laughs, telling Iso he needs to switch his identity and pretend to be Chief Gordon's bastard son. Iso is so shocked he spits his drink all over some poor bystander. I mean, can you even blame him? Of the city's founder, he refuses to call some random stranger daddy. She just giggles, telling him to use the secret identity so Lord Haku picks him. Her logic is solid, but he still refuses to call a random stranger his dad. To spread the news, they have to use the White Queen. The White Queen is lounging on an icy throne, fishing in a lake reflecting the sky. An assistant waddles over to the president, asking if she is free because some guy is claiming to be Lord Gordon's secret son. The entire press swarms around Iso, demanding to know if he is related to Lord Gordon and if he inherited anything. What actual proof does he have to prove his lineage? Iso glares at them in total disgust, unsure who exactly leaked his fake identity. Meanwhile, Green Eye is absolutely furious with him. He was supposed to act like a stealthy assassin, not pose as Gordon's kid. To top it off, he turned into an adult without even asking her first, though she still has a massive crush on him. Lord Haku tells the child it is time to leave, but Green Eye tries to draw Haku's attention back toward Iso, but Haku does not care. He is totally indifferent to Gordon's supposed kid. He quickly realizes Haku won't be fooled so easily, so he calls off the interview. No interview, he claps, raising a cage of red threads to shut out the crowd. 4 glowing circles appear around him, each revealing a lovely maid. This maid squad instantly sends a massive wave of jealousy through every man nearby. As they gossip, Iso comes up with a sneaky trick to shake off the paparazzi. He pulls out a gold coin, promising an exclusive interview to whoever grabs it. He tosses the coin, he runs, but a couple of guards block his path. Iso tells the guards he does not care about Lord Haku or his reception. He has to pass, but a guard smirks, asking if he needs a lesson. Suddenly, Hayabusa arrives and makes incredibly quick work of both those idiots. Iso tells them to mind their manners just as a group of shinobi suddenly surrounds them. Then Francis, the second son of a jewelry tycoon, makes his grand entrance. He mocks Esho, saying a beautiful companion does not make him a noble. Esho narrows his eyes, probably imagining some highly creative ways to make this fool pay. The blonde idiot keeps teasing him, claiming that the era of Gordon is long over. Esho is ready to show him exactly what happens when you get on his bad side. He secretly prepares to strike, but an icy fist suddenly beats him to the punch. The idiot drops, revealing a freezing queen standing there in a stunning black dress. The cameras go wild as a mysterious figure greets her warmly. Honestly, in that tight black dress, she commands absolute attention the moment she steps in. She furiously demands to know if Lord Haku honestly thinks she will back down. She threatens to march into the Golden District and personally tear down his shabby towers. The butler quickly apologizes, insisting the Haku family has no grudge against Gordon. The White Queen turns away. She is not here for Haku, she wants Iso. Standing face to face, she calls him Big Brother, but he has no interest in reunions. Besides, he never even activated that fake Gordon bloodline, so why the sudden sibling act? He tells Katanori that since Lord Haku's reception hall is closed to them, how about they just throw an even bigger party right in the main lobby? She smiles, instantly weaving a complex and beautiful web of glowing red threads. Meanwhile, back at the reception, Lord Haku sits alone as his butler brings bad news. That Gordon outcast has thrown a massive party, and the White Queen is already there. Haku slaps his servant. Still, Renai warns him that this air might be real. She suggests they swallow their pride and join them instead of dining completely alone. 5 days earlier, we see the true scale of the wealth hidden within the city. Every official map printed in Gordon's city conveniently leaves out one specific area. It is a massive, unnamed plot of land right at the very center of town. At its edge stands a sky-high golden wall separating commoners from the wealthy elite. Crafted from adamantium, the barrier is practically indestructible. Anyone who even attempts to breach it will only end up sighing in despair. At least that is what the chief dramatically claims while snatching Iso's fries. Iso asks for her backup plan since she failed to find any Gordon DNA. She just stuffs her face, casually telling him that he needs to learn some patience. After all, they can easily fool the nobles by exploiting their mysterious investment network. Even Gordon used these special investments to fund the nation. That secret funding is exactly how he built the entire Golden District. He stood at the center of 13 loyal families, but after so many years, many clans have lost respect for Gordon and some even openly mock him now. Even if Iso pretends to be Gordon's secret son and the White Queen accepts him, Haku might still ignore him. He has to completely outswagger. Bored noble by becoming bolder, cooler, and faster. Meanwhile, Cole makes a dramatic pause to stuff her face with fries. Iso fumes over his stolen food. Meanwhile, Katenori summons massive dining tables, cutlery, and everything needed to party out. Of thin air, she tells her master that everything is ready and Iso dismisses her. Some guys try to get close to the White Queen, but a guard with glasses warns them to back away or face a very painful injury. Otherwise, their own family jewels will shatter next. Meanwhile, Iso gets surrounded by women. An attendant asks the chairwoman if Iso is truly Gordon's son. He is way too arrogant, maybe fighting for a huge family inheritance. But the girl tells her attendant that if Iso robbed that bank and blew up the bridge, he is not here just to watch a play. He must have a diabolical plan. All they need is to get his biological sample and run a test. Calling him Big Brother was just to lower his guard. She cannot underestimate him. After all, a maid just created a whole buffet. Out of thin air, she wants data on his hidden power and motives. Later, Ice was even handing out Rolexes like candy. The girl smiles and Ice tells her it is a small token of courtesy, but in reality, he forced the watchmaker to work day and night under threat of exposure. His scandalous affair tape would be mailed to his wife, for extra motivation. Iso promised to turn him into a slime if he failed. Someone asks if he has a date. If not, maybe they could order a nightcap at her manor. Iso smiles while eating his premium cake. This type of pastry does not even faze him anymore. Speaking of premium cake, Cole is nowhere to be found, leaving Iso completely ticked off. Because she ran away and is embarrassing him by piling her plate with food. She stacks her plate so incredibly high that everyone gasps. Meanwhile, Cheese and Lucille are on stakeout duty. Cheese is nervous and Lucille is absolutely furious that she was not chosen as Iso's date. She even threatens to use her deadly poison. Dragons to fight this discrimination. Cheese nervously reminds her that she is full of malice and attitude. The guard squad would have spotted her in the blink of an eye. She still whines that it is not fair. She even begged Isa, trying to get on his good side, but since she failed the malice test, she was rejected. She whispered that the blonde idiot cannot possibly play the part and he needs someone capable. A voice asks why she is badmouthing allies behind their backs. Lucille quickly whirls around and sees Yorkshire. Lucille was not expecting Yorkshire instead of Cole. Suddenly, Yorkshire immediately grabs her throat and Lucille threatens her with corrosion. Anyone who tries to choke her without consent will face a brutal, parasite-infested, horrible death. Parasites, will Cole really bite the dust because she cannot control her powers, or will Lucille finally remember they are supposed to be sisters? Lucille yells that she tried to strike Iso, so she absolutely deserves a painful death. But Cole grabs her throat and her hand starts to corrode, but she summons the Ash Angel. Lucille immediately regrets her poor life choices. She cries out for Iso, instantly switching from an independent playgirl into a helpless damsel. Iso orders Cole to back off and she immediately releases her grip. Lucille hides. Cole looks at her hand, claiming she meant no harm. No way, she only wanted to scare her, but Lucille is not buying it. Her throat is literally scorched, and she was clearly trying to avenge her foolish alter ego. Iso flicks her forehead, warning her to remember not to go around bullying people. Back in the present, Cheese asks where she is heading as she steps out for fresh air. She needs to clear her head, otherwise her plague powers might spiral completely out of control. That could easily turn this car into a deadly nightmare, which Cheese definitely wants to avoid. He warns her that her outfit is too flashy, but she instantly swaps her clothes. Now wearing something classy, she is ready to show Iso just how capable she really is. Not even close. 5 days ago, Lucille was busy making her move. Iso was hers now, and she made sure everyone knew by flipping them off. She bragged to Cal about how she could warm Iso's bed, bathe him, and do everything together. Lucille was desperately trying to show off, boasting about going to the bathroom with him. Cal did not care about her boasting at all, quietly stuffing her face with food instead. In the present, Cal is still eating like crazy, forcing Iso to drag her away and scold her. He lectures her for eating like a barbarian while the other girls laugh at her. They mockingly ask if she skipped lunch, prompting Iso to tell Silver to fix her makeup. Silver quickly gets to work while the crowd keeps badmouthing Iso's date. Just watch how fast they eat their words the moment they see how stunning Cal looks. She is an absolute exotic beauty with glowing emerald eyes and perfect golden hair. Speechless, soon Lord Haku arrives, praising Iso as Gordon's worthy son. Only Gordon's boy could pull a woman this beautiful. Iso stands face to face with Haku. Haku wants to share the venue since his own theater is completely empty. Iso just smiles. He asks if this is his father's theater, and if so, can he tell Haku to beat it? The crowd holds their breath. No one has dared speak to a world noble like that in a century. Iso quickly switches gears, apologizing and claiming it was just a harmless prank. He just wanted to see if anyone would survive after insulting a noble family member. Green Eyes smiles to herself, realizing that Iso is acting like an arrogant prick. The ballroom lights begin to dim as soft music starts flowing through the grand halls. Iso suggests they take their conversation elsewhere and simply enjoy the moment for now. But Lord Haku suddenly orders his butler to strip off her clothes. Wild party, luckily she has a stunning dress underneath her coat. Underneath her trench coat is a gorgeous dress, exactly as the chief had predicted. These wealthy elites crave excitement, meaning money is not everything to them. They want to spend their time experiencing something truly special and rare. That special event is the Dream Dance, the most exotic partner dance in existence. If Iso hopes to beat Haku, he must master it. He can easily engineer deadly bioweapon from scratch, or a plague to rival coronavirus version 2. But learning this dance in 5 days and teaching it to Cal is different. Especially since she has the brain cells of a clueless praying mantis. Now Iso reaches out his hand to Cal. Will they actually pull off this dance? Was he really showing them how to bend their limbs at some bizarre angle? After that, At dinner 6 days before the show, Cheese told Iso to relax. No need to stress, maybe the chief was just spinning tall tales about needing to dance to assassinate a noble, but Iso didn't care if it was true or completely false, he just wanted the spotlight. He wanted to crush that flashy noble. Cheese asked his bro if the goal is just murder, why a dance battle? Why embarrass him first? He begged Iso to think this through. But Iso snapped back, killing Haku was just a tiny minor victory, his real goal was to force this whole city to recognize the absolute supremacy of the alchemy family, standing far above any world noble. Besides, he was a total genius, learning to dance, easy. The real nightmare was teaching a complete novice, who possessed the simple mind of a golden retriever and the appetite of a husky, so he had Kaoru fly Yorkshire and using a massive crow. Once she landed, Lucille immediately started bragging about getting to warm Iso's bed, bathing him and sharing bathroom trips. Yorkshire told her she was no nanny, feeling insulted like a 5-year-old. She screamed back that Yorkshire was the nanny, and her whole family were nannies too. Iso shut them both down instantly. Time was ticking, they had to learn this. Could Yorkshire actually pull it off? She only had 5 short days to memorize everything. She stared in sheer disbelief, but Iso just stood there, totally calm, telling her he was serious. She wondered how a literal child was supposed to dance with her. She definitely didn't want the authorities knocking on her door. Iso brushed it off, demanding she call him master. When she flatly refused, Iso threw a major tantrum, reminding her he personally retrieved her cargo from the container yard. They even made a sacred pinky promise. Yorkshire laughed, pointing out that pinky swears proved he was just a kid. She was a grown woman and simply couldn't refer to him as her master, even if she respected him internally. Cheese warned him she was playing him, and though Iso knew he was being played, he completely crumbled anyway, stepping right up to her to prove a point. He was literally staring eye to eye with her chest, yet he still insisted he was no child. To prove his point, he pulled out a glowing vial of golden liquid and downed it in a single gulp. He was ready to show everyone his true form. His heart pounded wildly as he screamed at them to rip his shirt off right now before it shredded. They scrambled forward in a panic, genuinely wondering if he was about to turn into the Hulk. Even Yorkshire was worried about what he drank, but before anyone could react, suddenly his muscles expanded. He began growing at an absolutely terrifying, rapid rate and flashed a smug smirk. He asked her if she still saw him as a little boy. Yorkshire folded immediately, promising to call him master. Meanwhile, everyone else was staring in absolute shock at another unexpected development. His little twig had suddenly become Thor's hammer. Seriously, take my inheritance, take my life, but someone get me that golden potion. I desperately need to get my girl back. Lucille shrieked at the group to look away immediately, giving him a second to grab some clothes for his new adult body. Silver stepped up, volunteering to teach them the choreography, though they felt a bit skeptical when she claimed she was trained by a world-famous master. They quickly agreed to let her try. She stepped closer and Iso embraced her for some hands-on practice. Naturally, Lucille and the others started teasing him for making his move. She steps back, apologizing because she simply cannot perform with everyone watching. Iso reacts quickly, kicking everyone out of the room except Cal and Silver. Silver still believes that Iso cannot possibly master the choreography in just 5 days. She just wanted to shield his pride from the crowd, and Iso appreciates her concern. But 5 days do not faze him when he has a trick to stretch time. He pulls out a legendary time delay hourglass from his endless vault of cheats. Honestly, it would not surprise anyone if this guy pulled a black hole next. Meanwhile, the housemaids are busy talking trash about Silver's impossible dance training schedule. They have no clue that she is actually a master of the ballroom herself. Just then, they spot Lucille guarding the doorway with a terrifyingly venomous glare. She warns them to tell Silver that any funny business means instant death. If she steps out of line, she dies, prompting Hayabusa to snap at Lucille. They are proud maids, not errand girls, and she has no right to boss them around. Katenari chimes in, showing off her ring to deliberately push Lucille's buttons. She boasts about being the ultimate threat to Lucille's romantic dreams. Lucille is furious, but Raven steps in with a quick apologetic bow. The other maids call her a coward, but Raven knows just how crazy Lucille is. This is the psycho who once wiped out an entire building's population. To her, keeping distance from a dangerous psycho is just basic survival, honestly. Back inside, the group stares at the mystical time-warping hourglass in sheer awe. They think he is the ultimate genius, but Iso is internally sweating bullets. His time-bending elixir is almost empty, and he cannot keep this up forever. The bubble only covers a small room, usually reserved for his private research. Today, he uses illusion magic to transform this tight space into a grand hall. Just like that, the cramped stone room morphs into a breathtaking ballroom. With the stage perfectly set, it is finally time to begin the training. They tell Yorkshire to pay attention, but 3 days later, Iso is still struggling. His terrible coordination immediately sends him face-planting hard onto the cold floor. He groans in frustration, while Yorkshire smugly remarks that the steps look incredibly simple. Annoyed, he demands Silver teach her first so he can watch her fall. He eagerly waits for her to crash, but his petty wish backfires immediately. Cal glides gracefully across the floor in perfect sync with Silver. When asked if she has danced before, she shrugs, hellhounds only know how to kill. Silver pulls Iso aside, astonished that Cal's technique is already completely flawless. She explains that this routine normally demands years of absolute intimacy to master. Every single touch and spin must be executed with flawless, mind-reading precision. It is why the high nobility takes so much pride in this dance. Yet, despite her fluid movement, Cal's dancing feels cold and completely mechanical. Iso laughs, playfully asking if her performance is just as terrible as his. Silver quickly corrects him, calling her a once-in-a-generation natural genius. That reality check stings, but at least they have a dancer ready to roll. They can easily infiltrate the ball and take down that flashy target. Cal smiles, believing her plan is 50% of the way there. Little does she know, her sudden physical reversion has tanked their odds to 5%. Iso begs her to return to her purple form or they are doomed. He is dancing with his butler and everyone has their eyes glued to them, Everyone wonders why Iso is just standing there. Some onlookers even gossip about him wasting his time. Why waste his time on call when he could do better? Suddenly, Silver appears right behind them. She tells them to get lost as they only talk trash. Even the butler gets distracted. Everyone is waiting for Iso to make a move. He simply stares at Call. He reaches his hand out. Suddenly, she sways with the music, twirling with absolute elegance. Every step is completely flawless, to everyone's surprise. Iso and Call have finally earned their respect. People are genuinely amazed. Their coordination is absolutely incredible. He is clearly not just some rich kid buying favor. He is a true noble. Even the White Queen is impressed, suddenly hesitant to discard him. She might even keep him around despite knowing he is fake. Silver, watching, feels incredibly proud. Her star students are absolutely killing it, but how on earth did they even reach this point? It all started when Call reverted to her usual self, forcing Iso to act. He tried using Raven to force Yorkshire back out, his brilliant plan. Just grab a knife and plunge it into her chest. Raven immediately refused. Does he seriously expect her to stab herself just to talk to her altar? He argued she is undead, and those massive chest cushions would protect her. So a tiny stab wound would not hurt. Cut to 1 hour later. After a dozen knife wounds, Call was still the exact same clueless blonde. Giving up, Iso dismissed Raven, but before she left, she asked a very simple question. Why not just teach Call instead? Iso suddenly realized he had prejudged her clumsy nature. She is, after all, the strongest person in the mansion, so he agreed to try. He apologized for doubting her, confident she could master the steps, but fast forward again. 60 minutes later, his feet are completely black and blue, and his spirit is crushed. Silver wants to summon Yorkshire again, though Iso seriously doubts that strategy. Yet he cannot bring himself to blame Call. He pushed her into something she hated. He is starting to question this whole assassination plan, but hey, look at the bright side. Both of her split personalities have fully accepted him as their master. He stands up. He gently pats Call on the head and tells her to go play. Sounds a bit wrong. Later that night, mid-dream about taking out Haku, Call aggressively shakes him awake. She drags him straight into the dark living room, leaving him utterly baffled. He finds her watching a steamy romance scene on TV, and he immediately explodes. She is too young for this garbage, and Cheese is going to pay for it. But Call insists that mouth-to-mouth contact is the secret to dancing better. Iso facepalms hard and shuts the screen off. He orders her back to bed. She stubbornly refuses to budge, anchoring herself tightly to the wooden door frame. With teary eyes, she softly whispers that she just hates seeing him so sad. Deeply moved by her sweet gesture, he softly plants a warm kiss on her forehead. It worked. Call is suddenly moving with even more grace than Yorkshire. Kindness actually works on her. Back in the present, they look magnificent. But the enemy butler cannot allow her master to be thoroughly humiliated like this. Slipping 3 sharp needles into her hand, she smoothly brushes past Call and strikes. She grins as Call suddenly spasms in pain. Iso frantically asks what is wrong. She stammers that her back hurts. Meanwhile, Silver warns him through the earpiece. That red-headed butler definitely used silver weapons. Iso immediately checks her spine. Sure enough, there are 3 tiny puncture wounds. In 3 seconds, she collapses. Controlling her body like a puppet, she starts counting down, but surprisingly, Cole keeps on dancing. The poor girl had no idea she was dealing with a super alchemist. Suddenly her stomach rumbles. Her face instantly turns completely pale. Panic sets in. Something is heading south. Haku wonders what is happening. She whispers she is fine, but immediately unleashes a huge, toxic cloud. Iso jokes to Haku that his companion just farted like a truck driver. In reality, Iso used his hidden scorpion to secretly inject her with toxins. Talk about dirty tricks. She is now a totally bloated, incredibly gassy mess. Haku bails out. Since the party is ruined, he tells Iso to enjoy. The demonist cannot stop laughing. This is the absolute best moment of her night. She is cracking up. She has never seen this proud redhead so humiliated. The butler always acted so high and mighty, but now she is just low and gassy. Red Eye tells her to stop, but she just smiles, saying it is time to go dance with Iso. Suddenly, they both stare at something completely bizarre. Iso and Cole are smiling, looking into each other's eyes. Then Iso compliments Cole on her amazing job. She blushes. Her lips look so inviting that Iso gulps and decides to kiss her. This is it. He wants to erase every boundary between a test subject and her master. Their lips touch gently, but suddenly Cole's eyes flash a bright, dangerous red. The demonist freezes. Renai is ready to teach Cole a lesson for kissing Iso, but she never gets the chance. Iso suddenly leaps back, clutching his mouth. His lip is bleeding heavily. Cole wipes her mouth in pure disgust. Iso realizes she is in her Yorkshire persona now, to make absolutely sure. The process did not alert the security squad. He coated her hair in gold dye. The maids are stunned. Even the White Queen gloats. Looks like he got violently bitten by his own date. Serves him right. Renai loves seeing a test subject teach him a lesson. Guests snap photos of his bloody lip, just like Haku Iso is. Completely humiliated now, pure rage boils inside him as Call walks over. Iso anxiously wonders if she is going to stab him right here. Her personal squad stands ready to move in if she tries anything crazy. They lock eyes. Iso desperately tries to explain that this was the plan. But right out of nowhere, she grabs his tie, pulls him in close, and kisses him violently. Talk about a plot twist nobody saw coming. She breaks away, saying she needs to fix her makeup. Meanwhile, a cop struggles to restrain the chief, who wants to steal lobsters from the truck. Renai decides it is finally her turn to dance, but before she moves, she comes face to face with the freezing presence of the White Queen. The Winter Princess tells her to go play with dolls, no dancing. Ice erupts around them, cutting everyone off. Iso demands to know what she wants. She leans in close, grabbing a sample of his blood for a DNA testing kit. Soon she will know if he is the real deal, or if he is destined to become a statue in her bathroom. Confessing now might save him, but he just smiles, telling her to go. Ahead, the device beeps. The White Queen gasps in shock. Meanwhile, Call is busy fixing her makeup in the mirror, staring at her reflection. She cannot forget that kiss with Iso, both as Call and Yorkshire. Her heart starts beating erratically, which should be physically impossible. Meanwhile, two girls targeting Iso's companion watch from the entrance, wondering if she has a cowardly heart under that massive Yorkshire jacket. She quickly ducks into the bathroom and slams the door shut. The mean girls giggle, crowding around the frame as they pelt heavy wine bottles right over the top. They burst out laughing as the glass shatters inside, but when they kick the door open, Yorkshire has vanished. These poor bullies actually thought they could mess with an elite assassin like she was some nerdy teenager from a high school drama. Suddenly, she materializes behind them, grabbing their wrists before slowly pulling the heavy bathroom door shut. They are about to learn what happens in lockup when you drop the soap, even if they did not actually drop it. Minutes later, Silver and Raven walk over to check on Call, wondering what is taking her so long. Silver is pretty annoyed that Raven kept her history with the Hellhounds a total secret from everyone for all these years. Raven offers a quick apology, but hey, everyone has secrets, like her secret life dancing under a neon phoenix. So now, they are totally even. The two keep talking, working through their drama until Call finally steps out, completely ignoring them as she tells them to handle the two pieces of garbage she left inside the stall. Silver immediately wonders if that is code for a clogged toilet, but Raven knows better. She wonders why Yasha's attitude is always so incredibly toxic, though Raven knows exactly what caused this sudden change. They push the door open and find a scene straight out of 50 Shades of Grey waiting inside. Amazed by Call's wild creativity, they decide to handle the situation. Meanwhile, Iso is totally gloating, confident that the White Queen will behave herself now that he has proven his connection as Gordon's actual son. He even playfully calls her his little sis, demanding a proper welcome, but instead of that, the White Queen throws her arms around him and weeps, calling him Papa. Iso freezes in absolute horror. He definitely did not sign up for child support. Meanwhile, the demonist desperately tries to shatter the massive ring of ice trapping them. Renai strains to listen as the sobbing White Queen demands to know why he abandoned her to go get milk and never returned to his favorite little girl. Renai only catches the word baby and instantly jumps to the wildest possible conclusion about their relationship. Her mind completely breaks right then and there. She collapses in shock while Iso asks what the DNA results actually say. Nunchaku slowly steps forward and hands over the device. Unbelievably, it declares that Iso is the White Queen's real father. Iso is utterly baffled, convinced the test must be broken. But seeing the desperate hope shining in her eyes, he decides to play along. The icy beauty immediately asks if he vanished to handle some world-ending crisis, and reincarnated in a younger body to fix it. She says she would never have disrespected him had she known. It explains why he stood up to that world noble. From now on, she promises to back him up with her entire organization. Ice is completely dazed. Every weird accident somehow lands him another overprotective family member. Even if he were her dad, this dramatic reaction is just too much. Nearby, a cop stares at the massive ice barrier and urges the chief to intervene, but the boss just tells him to relax and enjoy the expensive seafood buffet. 6 days ago, Isa was searching for a valid DNA sample, and this very chief handed him a dirty using Gordon's blood. Even though Iso is utterly shocked, he decides to play along. He quickly tells Ninkeo that they are actually half-siblings. She better play the part of a sweet sister, or else their dad will get furious. Ninkeo immediately apologizes, completely buying into his act. He demands sibling treatment, telling her to give him a hard time, but secretly, he had secretly used alchemy on a tiny scrap of dried blood, mixing it with other chemicals to synthesize a fake DNA match. His plan was simple: prick his finger on a sharp lobster shell and let her notice, so she could easily steal a quick sample. But those lobsters got destroyed completely by Cole. Fortunately, when Yorkshire showed up and bit his lip, he found a golden opportunity to smear his fingers in fake blood. But get this, the entire situation has taken an insanely ridiculous turn. He somehow gained a daughter older and prettier than him. She is the city's second highest-ranking hero, and she is absolutely convinced he is her father because of his familiar face and overwhelming aura. Memories of happy childhood days with her father flash before her eyes, recalling when he supported her swimming competitions and walked along the beach. She quickly dissolves her ring of 5 and starts arguing. If he is a bastard, he will never be acknowledged or get a single coin of their inheritance. Seeing that the danger has passed, Ren AI scrambles up. Suddenly, the White Queen tries to freeze Iso, but Cole arrives and grabs her finger, threatening to snap it. The crowd goes wild. Watching the tension, a nearby cop asks if they should intervene, but the chief shrugs. They will only step in if blood is spilled, but the anxious cop wants to act before innocent bystanders get hurt. The chief only Smiles, unbelievable, it seems these top heroes always get to run completely wild. Meanwhile, Ren AI grabs Iso by the arm and drags him away. The furious maid squad tries to block them, but Iso orders them back. Once they reach a safe, secluded spot, Ren AI marvels at his incredible ability to turn himself into a fully grown adult. Iso immediately brags, calling himself the absolute greatest alchemist of the century. She begs to try the adult potion, but Iso explains it only works on his unique body, though he promises a custom version later. Now, getting back to business, her father definitely does not want Iso around, but Ren AI disagrees, even though Haku hates him. Iso's new status as Gordon's bastard gives them a perfect angle to force a meeting. A bit later, the butler hands Haku a written list of visitors seeking an audience. Haku is in a terrible mood, but one name changes everything. Meanwhile, Iso strolls around carrying Ren AI, loudly telling everyone she fell asleep while playing. He boasts about how lucky Haku is to have such a sweet, adorable daughter, even suggesting that he should become her godfather. The nearby demon gasps in absolute shock, while Ninkeo looks ready to unleash a new ice age. Ignoring the freeze, Iso slips into Haku's private quarters. An assistant informs the patriarch that Iso has arrived, carrying the young girl. Haku's staff is furious, and the butler threatens to blast him. Even though her magic is barely strong enough to unclog a toilet, Haku tells everyone to cool down her jets. She has done more than enough blasting for one day and needs to get to the carriage immediately. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, Iso is feeling pretty nervous and is squishing Rennie's cheeks like a stress ball. Her cute pout somehow makes him think of squishy slimes that can actually harden. He finally makes it to the quarters with the mayors following close behind. It is pretty risky going alone, but they have a solid backup plan. Cottonori's magic ring will alert them if anything bad happens. Silver is also completely sure that only a literal prodigy could ever defeat their master. Later, Iso is offered some exotic tea that honestly looks like actual brake fluid. He is definitely not thrilled. But Haku immediately starts hyping it up like it is some legendary nectar straight from heaven. Apparently, it tastes like a spring breeze and melts away just like soft autumn snow. While Haku goes on praising the drink, Iso completely ignores the lecture and just cracks open a cold can of soda and chugs the entire thing. Honestly, tea masters would have fainted seeing such utter disrespect, but little Renai is watching and wants to try some too. Iso apologizes. Honestly, the fancy tea is just not his cup of tea. Haku immediately calls him a total peasant, but Renai is still begging to try that soda. So Iso tosses a can over to Haku, telling him not to knock it until he tries it. But Haku just hands the drink straight to his attendant and tells her to throw it in the trash. Iso calmly tells him that he really should not be so harsh on his own daughter. Kids just like trying new things. Right then, two threatening demons materialize directly behind him with sharp blades pressed right against his neck. Haku coldly warns Iso to just watch the show. Keep quiet, otherwise he might not leave this place in one piece. Iso just laughs it off. He suggests that if Haku hates talking to him, maybe he should invite his girlfriend in. Haku instantly refuses. Only Iso was ever allowed inside these private chambers, and if he is so desperate for female company, the demon guards will do. Off come the masks. The two demonesses immediately start massaging him. Renai watches this ridiculous display, looking like she is about to completely lose her mind. Meanwhile, back in the backstage hallway, the strict auntie is walking alongside her young daughter, ready to watch her husband perform. She is absolutely thrilled to see her dad dressed up like a legendary hero, but right then she comes face to face with a mysterious woman wearing a tight latex outfit who walks past them. Naturally, the curious little girl cannot resist and calls out to her, complimenting her cool look. She even asks to take a closer look at her sword. The woman gently warns her to be very careful because the blade is extremely sharp. As the girl touches it, she is amazed. The woman quietens down and asks if she happens to be Mir's daughter. The girl nods, asking if she is a fan of her dad. The woman simply smiles back, claiming she is with the crew and admires Mir. She mentions hearing he has two daughters. Where is she? The question makes the auntie look like she might pass out. The little girl innocently explains that her father only has one child, and that is her Milo. Hearing this, the mysterious woman slowly reaches for a hidden dagger, and the Auntie immediately senses danger. She tries to drag Milo away, but the girl resists. Complaining that she only touched the sword for a second, Milo pulls away and runs. Straight back to the lady, bowing politely while digging into her bag to find a special little finger puppet of her father. She offers it as a sweet gift since the lady was so kind to her. This innocent little gesture honestly might have just saved both their lives. The assassin stares down at the puppet, completely frozen and unsure of what to do next. Beast, in the other room, Mir gets his makeup redone like a king. All of a sudden, he gets a letter that might change everything. Later, everyone is watching Lucille try to blend in like a Discord mod in a normal crowd of citizens. 5 days ago, ISO had finally created the Malice Eater virus. Something that could easily take care of anyone's hatred. The whole crowd was excited, and Cheese teased ISO because he could not see anything. Lucille laughed, stating that of course he cannot see a tiny virus. Then ISO whips out microscope, letting Cheese look at a strange bacteriophage-like creature. It can eat anyone's bad thoughts before they even happen. ISO smiles and puts one on Cheese, who immediately starts crashing out over it. ISO tells him not to worry, he will just spend the rest of his life as a nice guy who never gets angry. Cheese looks at ISO and breaks his limited edition CD. That was his private collection, that is enough to push Cheese over the edge, but instead he just sulks and cries. The others think he is reaching for a weapon, but it is just a tissue. He starts sobbing uncontrollably while ISO hands him a backup copy. This was just a test. Normally, Cheese would have started shooting ISO, but now he is just a giant crybaby. Lucille is very excited to test the Malice Eater. She wishes someone would infect her dad with it before she tells him she failed math. Next, Lucille challenges everyone to make her angry, but before they can even try, her collar starts loudly beeping, and ISO cannot believe that all the Malice Eaters on her body are dead. He uses his entire backup supply, but they all die before they can even take a single step. They quickly realize that Lucille is pure malice, which completely destroys the virus. Just look at that, her negative energy turns his entire stock into dust. Now that his supply is wiped out, Lucille is proud of her immunity, but she does not realize that everyone else is going on the mission without her. She has to stay behind, so she starts begging ISO to let her join them. She begs him during meals, during television time, and even when he is asleep. Naturally, ISO eventually caves in, telling her she must apologize and stay discreet and to stay completely out of the bathroom to avoid a restraining order. She just smiles, plants a quick kiss on him, and runs off. Soon, she is roaming the streets, actively lowering her malice levels. She spots a stray kitty rubbing against her leg and gets an idea. A strain of her toxic virus quickly infects the poor animal. Meanwhile, mysterious car appears in a driveway where a heavy guy is enjoying himself. He is living his best life with a beautiful woman when he notices a cat sitting on his car roof. He tries to scare it off with a glare, but the feline does not budge. It stares back with glowing demonic eyes, and the man realizes he is totally screwed. Within seconds, they are reduced to a pile of bones. Lucille was remote controlling the cat to get close to ISO, but in the blink of an eye, her spy cat is shot by a mysterious sniper. She cannot believe it actually happened. Her signal was supposed to be completely untraceable. Suddenly, two figures. Somehow, it still happened. She was supposed to be completely untraceable. Two robed figures grabbed the cat and cradled it, completely destroying the virus. The cat is safe. One got infected but quickly contained it with their power. Next up, she tries sending an infected rat. Total fail. An infected mosquito fails, then a tiny paramecium. Nothing works. She cannot believe someone is effortlessly neutralizing her best plagues without showing their face. Meanwhile, the robed duo wonders if they should alert the local authorities. Someone is trying to sneak into the theater, but one partner disagrees. Their job isn't to warn people, they are here to do something far worse. Their job is to go down there and eliminate the threat forever. Lucille has no idea what kind of absolute mess she has stepped into. Will she actually survive this, or is she going straight into a body bag? Mr. and Mrs. Chungus and Fungus are still bickering over the little rat they caught. They quickly decide the style of the G4 unit isn't capture. It is pure eradication. A cold shiver runs down Lucille's spine. She has absolutely no idea what sleeping tiger she just poached. Trying to flee, she gasps as the White Clan duo blocks her path. The legendary G4 is real. Bedtime stories, think again. If Iso finds out her massive screw-up ruined his plan, she is in deep trouble. He will definitely make her pay. Terrified, she tries to run. Her portal completely fails, sending her right back. Still, she runs again. She leaps through the portal repeatedly while they laugh at her desperate struggle. They explain this as a special barrier. This space is entirely cut off. Every single citizen within a 1 kilometer radius has been evacuated. It's execution time. Meanwhile, just a minute ago, Cheese was minding his own business in peace. Then a tiger showed up, and suddenly he got teleported right onto a restaurant plate. The 11 out of 10 tiger furry apologizes for keeping customers waiting. But then the giant tiger starts chasing Cheese, shouting at his restaurant. His place won't tolerate any ratatouille situations. He is ready to beat Cheese down. Back to Lucille, who is still acting incredibly arrogant and full of herself. No way are these two terribly dressed weirdos going to take her down. She summons her massive poison dragon, but the toxic wave is effortlessly blocked. They laugh, they call her weak, but she just grins. That was just her controlling the plague virus in its physical state. What if she disperses it into the air so their lungs literally burst apart? She smugly tells the duo that the toxic air is already inside them. But they just stand there, perfectly fine. Her confidence completely shatters. Shellhead calmly explains that the weakness of flesh doesn't apply to them. They aren't carbon-based organisms, so they can't be poisoned. Now it's their turn. It is time to put some real effort into this fight. Shellhead lifts his mask, spraying blood everywhere as a massive cross blazes in the sky. Meanwhile, Coil is completely relaxed, still happily munching away on her favorite sweets. The Ice Queen is absolutely furious that she ate 35 cheesecakes and 59 tarts. No wonder her plate stays full, she just keeps constantly refilling it. Now she's worried Coil might become her stepmother, forcing her to call Coil auntie. Her attendant tells the Ice Queen to chill, asking if Coil is actually pregnant. That crazy rumor is enough to send the Ice Queen into an absolute frenzy. There is no way her dad got some idiot pregnant. Silver tells Coil it is time. Having eaten enough food to feed an entire army, they finally head inside together. They walk straight into screening room number 2 while Iso has the absolute best seat. His head is squished between two heavenly thighs, and his foot rests on gorgeous curves. Iso smiles to himself. This is so perfect he could practically die happy right now. His wish is immediately granted as his furious employer stomps directly on his crotch. She complains to her dad, asking why the assassins treat Iso like their husband. Iso quietly curses the little brat for not knowing her own monstrous, terrifying strength. Suddenly, the massive curtains begin to part. Get ready, the show is finally beginning. Everyone is seated, and Chief keeps rambling about how vital snacks are for films. Popcorn and soda are essential. She then starts teasing the officer sitting beside her. She mocks his lack of experience with women, pointing out his virgin status. The poor officer suffers instant emotional damage and literally coughs up pure blood. A film rolls. It shows a desperate man getting jumped by 3 horse riders. They are preparing to execute him for a crime he did not actually commit. Defiantly, the man roars at the Imperial Guards, ready to face his execution. But suddenly, the actor playing the guard drops dead in a pool of blood. Yorkshire stands right before him, leaving the entire audience in absolute shock. She looks down and asks if this is the tragic scene he originally imagined. His lordship gasps. Seeing his panic, Iso asks if he recognizes the lead actress. The Lord nods. That face belongs to a woman who once tried to assassinate him. Little Miss notes that the assassin costume in the promotion looked totally different. Her original outfit had leggings. Sweating bullets, the terrified Lord stutters out a question. He asks for Yorkshire's name. Suddenly the scene changes to a cruel aunt. The woman stands right before a little girl who looks exactly like young Yorkshire. Next, the man also transforms. This horrifying scene is identical to what happened years ago. Crow laughs maliciously, holding the script while keeping the aunt's actual daughter hostage. The aunt is warned to stick to the script or watch her child die. Her nervous acting is terrible. Crow snaps and warns her to do better. If she does not stop acting so poorly, her daughter gets a permanent manicure. One she will never need again. That threat finally ignites the fire in Auntie. Now screaming at the little girl, she blames her for playing instead of mopping. Following Crow's strict instructions, the ant brutally stomps on the girl's teddy bear. Staring up in sheer terror, the little girl witnesses her mother's true, monstrous form. Crushing the toy, the mother kicks the child. Up in the stands, Mel yells. Mel screams that this is entirely wrong. This was not the planned script. Yorkshire stutters, accusing her own father of never stopping that abusive old monster. Yet the garbage director is still only worried about his precious play. Iso intervenes. Watching his own daughter get abused, his only priority is still his stupid play. He has never once stood up to protect his helpless little girl. She was treated worse than trash. Honestly, even Harry Potter lived like a king. That cruel auntie would starve her, stab her with needles as punishment, and worse. Imagine pouring boiling water on her tiny body while this spineless father watched. Mel stood in the corner like a total coward, watching the whole thing unfold. And to top it off, Yorkshire's mother abandoned her hellhounds just to protect him. All those years he carried her picture around, but his love was just selfish delusion. Mel is finally starting to realize what a pathetic life he has led. He desperately tries to find an excuse, but Iso just smiles, telling this sleazeball that the Yorkshire he needs to face is his actual wife, the redheaded warrior. Squints her eyes and drives a brutal kick into Antai's neck. She gasps, demanding to know her identity. Suddenly, her uniform bursts into flames, revealing a familiar woman. This is Yorkshire's mother, also named Yorkshire. Iso laughs while Mel stands there, completely frozen by the sudden appearance of his dead wife. No way is she back. Iso just chuckles. One of the best parts of alchemy is making the impossible happen. Meanwhile, the girls attending to Iso are suddenly starting to feel extremely dizzy. And the little miss is nowhere to be found. The plot thickens because Iso used his special drink to drug them. Silverhead tries to warn the family, but she is already blacking out. Over elsewhere, Tiger King is struggling to manage his crazy ratatouille situation. Cheese keeps running around wondering. His life shifted from a powerful mob boss into a silly cartoon chase. He decides he is done running and stops instantly, causing the tiger to trip and crash. Cheese quickly promises to pay for the damages, claiming it was just an accident. This guy really thinks he can negotiate with a 1,300-pound predator using a stack of cash, but the tiger does not care about dirty sewer money. How dare a filthy rat show up in his kitchen? The rat argues back, insisting he is holding back because he hates ruining restaurants he likes to visit. Since he is also a chef, they should settle this chef to chef. Tiger Lord hesitates. Cheese really touched a nerve there, and Tiger Lord yells out to everyone to listen up. They are settling this chef to chef. Cheese grabs a bun, takes a huge bite, and announces that today's pork and onion filling is far too greasy. It is pretty obvious they did not use white pepper. Tiger Lord is shocked. He expected this rat to only know cheap garbage food, but here he is calling out the missing ingredient. Cheese insists they have a contest. If his buns taste better than the tiger's, he wants a lifetime membership card. Meanwhile, Lucille is facing absolute Armageddon while Cheese is having a friendly cooking battle. She stands face to face with a massive, blazing blue cross lighting up the entire sky. A sharp beam impales her effortlessly straight into the ground. She tries using her plague virus to heal herself, but her legs are pinned. A gigantic energy ball is forming right above her. It blasts Lucille with a direct hit, but she laughs it off. Physical attacks cannot hurt her, or so she thought, until her hand starts crumbling away. She cannot even break down into viral particles. The strain light is pulling her entire body. This power seems to lead directly to a dungeon. The devil had previously warned her about this powerful inverted cross. It is used to easily purge fallen kin class entities, so she should feel honored. She tells Lucille to stand proud because she was strong. Meanwhile, Doberman is desperately searching for something even if it costs his life. He tells Yorkshire that his most valuable possession is hidden inside a locker. Meanwhile, somewhere out east, just days before the theater assassination, Iso reveals her weapon. They arrive at the coordinates. Koa tracks down the locker, ready to smash it with a single blow, but the heavy latch proves far sturdier than his grand hopes and expectations. Only a faint scratch appears, but Iso does not care. His slime maker will melt right through any solid barrier. He fires a shot, dissolves the latch, and signals his lordship to step inside. The moment she enters, she freezes completely, staring at her mother preserved on a freezing bed of ice. the apple clearly does not fall far from the tree, though her father must have been insane to choose Auntie over this gorgeous woman. A rose-like orchid blooms on her chest. She reaches to touch it, but Iso stops her. It is not just simple poison but a legendary dustcart orchid. This highly toxic plant completely halts all bodily decay when placed over a dead person's heart. It blooms once every 11 years, producing only 111 flowers. The very last specimen was taken by the infamous Musin for his dark demon experiments. Plucking even a single bud before it fully blooms turns the host body to dust. They freeze. They cannot believe Doberman actually managed to find this sacred flower. Normally, resurrection takes exactly 111 days, but they simply do not have that much time. Using his genius alchemy, Iso accelerated the growth of the mysterious plant, successfully bringing Yorkshire's sleeping mother back to life ahead of schedule. 1,200 years early, creating a truly spectacular, special gift for their family reunion. The mother is ready to serve, surprisingly addressing Iso as her master. This immediately irritates Yorkshire, making a flustered Iso quickly explain that accelerating the resurrection process comes with a severe side effect: total memory loss. When she first woke up, her immediate instinct was to attack him, trying to gouge his eyes out, while smothering him with her chest. Honestly, not the worst way to go. He tried to explain her amnesia, eventually showing her the corpse of her former hound master. That was when she pledged her absolute, undying loyalty to Iso, her new master. Following strict Hellhound law, which states that whoever slays the previous leader claims the title. Now she wants bloody payback against everyone who tormented her daughter. Yorkshire realizes her mother has lost her memories, but Iso promises the side effect is only temporary. Yorkshire refuses. She prefers it this way. With family comes dangerous attachments, and those attachments only lead to weakness and ultimate death. She simply wants her mother to forget the painful past and live a beautiful, fulfilling life. Iso just smiles. A mother will always do what she thinks is best. And there is absolutely no point arguing with mothers. Yorkshire is left completely red-faced. With pure embarrassment, she hates the idea of her mother calling Iso her absolute master. Iso just grins. He only wanted to see her hilarious reaction, and he will happily respect her wishes. In response, Yorkshire looks ready to end his family line right then and there. Meanwhile, Auntie warns that too many eyes are on them. If they start a fight here, there will be absolutely no escape. Iso only laughs, having secretly hacked the Grand Theater's advanced illusion system. The audience is just watching the normal movie play out, only their actual target is currently viewing the real events, trapped in a custom execution ground built just for him. Yorkshire's mother suddenly manifests a sharp blade of grass from her palm, revealing the dustcart orchid. The forced growth wiped her memory, but her physical body has now become the perfect soil. She can summon and grow these deadly flowers instantly from anywhere she desires, making her a truly terrifying force on the battlefield. It is a terrifying plant. Once it takes root in an enemy, it drains them. Beautiful petals bloom as the victim's entire body hardens into solid wood. She relentlessly kicks Auntie, but the old woman keeps impaling her over and over. She stares at the flower blooming in her chest as Yorkshire laughs, promising to give the aunt a funeral worthy of dumping her ashes in the toilet and flushing them away. Iso gets a bad feeling that his newest recruit has a few nuts loose. She even brings out a wood-eating worm to burrow inside her body. Once she turns to wood, the aunt starts apologizing desperately for everything she has ever done. But it is too late. Crow growls and laughs. This is how a real hellhound acts. She is an instant fan of Yorkshire Sr., while the hostage girl sob cries. No matter how trashy that woman was, she was still her mother. The tiny worm begins burrowing into her hand, but then Yorkshire surprisingly asks her mother to stop. She does not mind the torture or the spilled guts, but tormenting a mother right before her daughter's eyes is too cold. She wants no more revenge. Just being brought back to life is enough. Yorkshire Sr. is moved by her daughter's soft heart, plucking out the blooming flower, promising a swift and clean end. The trashy aunt still tries to pull some cheap trick, but gets turned to dust instantly. She crumbles into nothingness. As Yorkshire Sr. walks away, the hostage girl's entire world shatters, and Mel grovels on the dirt like a spineless coward. Yorkshire Sr. tells her husband that she cannot just forgive and forget. That is not her style. She prefers stomping on her victims to leave them suffering. She stomps directly onto his head, crushing it like a ripe watermelon, telling her daughter that it is always better to slay your enemies and send them straight to hell. Her blade aims for the pathetic man's neck, but Yorkshire Jr. steps in to block it, getting impaled instead. Mother is furious with her, but the girl cannot stand watching her mother murder her father. Mr. covers his eyes in dread, a total nightmare. Why are this mother and daughter tearing each other apart? Yorkshire Sr. stares at the blood dripping from her daughter's hand, laughing wildly as she prepares to test out that new ash angel arm. Is it stronger than a normal limb? Suddenly, the slave collar around her neck shocks the absolute life out of her. ISO warns Yorkshire Sr. that Cole is a key part of this team, and she is pushing her luck. Meanwhile, Cole raises a blade to ISO's throat for hurting her mother. Turns out Yorkshire Sr. is an even bigger psycho than her daughter and Lucille combined. She calls ISO master, begging him to punish her disobedient dog to prove he is truly fit to rule. ISO feels something rising inside, and it is definitely not the shield hero, and Yorkshire Jr. is ready to cut that feeling right out of him. Meanwhile, Mel stares at the dagger nearby, preparing to slit his own throat, but Yorkshire Jr. stops him. His fate is hers to decide, just like she promised. He trembles, sobbing and apologizing for being such trash. He wants them to live a good life, wanting only to die to pay for his sins. He feels a soft cloth dabbing the blood from his forehead. Yeso gently tells him that he took a heavy hit to the head. He must stay still and stop talking. Because he is Yorkshire's father, Yeso won't let anyone kill him. The old man is stunned. Despite all his terrible crimes, Yeso is offering him a second chance. Yeso smiles, truly moved by his honest plea to make things right. This mother and daughter duo might finally forgive him once they can live happily. But wait, something is completely wrong here, because kindness is definitely not Yeso's usual style. The old man apologizes, then immediately brags of his performance. He staged everything to create the ultimate tragedy, starting with Auntie's death and now his daughter's demise, all serving as the dramatic climax of his twisted play. Suddenly he covers his mouth, leaving Yorkshire completely stunned by what she just heard him say. He claims he is losing too much blood and speaking complete nonsense. But then he tries to cover it up, slapping his hand over his mouth again. Yeso just laughs, revealing that a truth serum on his handkerchief is making his deepest thoughts spill out. The old man lived his entire life like a performance, treating everyone as mere actors. He cares nothing for love or hate, or even ancient grudges. He only cares about putting on the absolute perfect theatrical masterpiece. Honestly, he does not even deserve to be called human at this point. He tells Yorkshire Jr. to do whatever she wants, and she chooses a fitting punishment. She will erase him completely from her memories and wipe their memories from his mind. If he wants to play a part, he can live and die as nothing but a nameless actor. Yeso smiles but refuses to alter Yorkshire's own memories. Instead, he tells Crow to take the little girl back to base, then orders Code Nori to change back. Turns out the kid playing young Yorkshire was her all along, immediately transforming into her voluptuous self. Meanwhile, Lucille. They secure her to a massive cross, desperately capturing every single plague particle. To end this, they must drive a sacred, holy spear straight through her heart. Lucille prays her massive chest shields are tough enough to protect her vital core. But the spear is incredibly sharp. Blood immediately erupts from her chest. Her eyes slide shut. Before blacking out, she spots Shellhead standing near the cross. And looking away, Shellhead finally takes off her helmet, revealing she is a total baddie. Victory. She is thrilled they took down such a strong opponent. Her companion also takes off her helmet, ready to protect the world nobles at all costs, but they celebrated too early. A sudden darkness starts creeping into her eyes, making her stagger. Now Cheese tries to farm some aura, introducing himself as second in command of the Pelsriod family. He is not some weak rat who only knows how to goof off. He is a master of style. A photo with two gorgeous girls on his arms is enough to prove he has serious game. Next, he starts kneading dough because he takes only two things very seriously: beautiful women and gourmet food, though some consider them the exact same thing. He then spots Tiger Lord standing completely still and wonders what he is doing. Tiger Lord just smirks, asking if he knows what makes great dim sum. He is quite a prominent master. Cheese wonders if it is just aura farming. Just moving a muscle during a competition gets Tiger Lord fired up, pure brute strength. He begins pounding the dough like it owes him money, telling the rat boy that real power mixes everything flawlessly, no effort, just raw, unmatched force. To squeeze out the air for a perfect, smooth finish, but that is exactly where the rat boy can never compete. Why? Because the Tiger clan has superior genetics. Cheese shrugs, asking who cares about genetics when they already have actual talent. He pulls out elite roids, popping a pill, he rips off his shirt and bows. He apologizes to the dough, yes, really, then he turns to Tiger Lord. He claims roids easily conquer genetics, instantly buffing up to an absolutely insane degree. Shocking, the Tiger girl is completely stunned as he starts beating the absolute life out of the helpless dough, completely shattering the table and getting the Tiger girl totally worked up. He apologizes for breaking the table, then he asks her to fetch some steel boards. She blushes, they do not have steel boards, but Cheese just smiles, handing her a thick wad of cash and telling her to head to the supermarket. He tells her to buy one and treat herself, talk about smooth. No wonder the Tiger girl is immediately blushing red as a tomato. Tiger Lord looks ready to slice his tail off for flirting with his daughter. Luckily, his men hold him back. Cheese just laughs it off. He proposes a brand new condition to Tiger Lord. If he wins, he wants a date. With the Tiger girl, she has zero objections. Her eyes say she definitely wants him. But Tiger Lord will never let his little girl get taken by an overgrown sewer rat. If the father wins, though, he is going to chop off Cheese's tail in his manhood. Cheese accepts, game on. Both of them start chopping furiously, making dim sum. Meanwhile, the butler is walking around the family ship, completely unable to control her deadly stomach issues. She has wrecked the restroom 20 times. Honestly, her stomach is a literal biohazard. She is stinking up the place. Suddenly, she comes face to face with a demon so horrifying that anybody would have sold themselves right there. Terrified, she tries to bolt, but the demon grabs her. He forces her to bow before a mysterious figure who tells her not to ruin the floor. The three elders of the Moose clan have arrived. The butler stutters in absolute fear. Asking what she did to deserve their presence, one elder demands to know about the Mirage Plank and why they left the Golden Zone without any permission. The butler stammers that Lord Yin Shou obtained the Three-Eye Seal, and that is why they activated the Mirage Plank to bring Miss Runai to the lighthouse zone to watch the events, but the elders are furious with the leaders. Choices viewing him as completely incompetent. Meanwhile, the butler is still struggling. Her insides are ready to explode. Clenching her teeth, she is about to unleash a toxic nightmare. The elders realize this and quickly order their shinobi to purge the toxins. Instantly, all the poison exits her body from every single orifice. The mysterious ninja tells her to keep clean. This is Milo, the Axis of Twilight. Outside the main hall, the demoness and monk wait for their masters, but something is wrong. Monk are waiting for their masters, but something is seriously wrong. The entire building vibrates violently as the ceiling suddenly bursts open. The demoness rushes into the room, frantically asking for her lady, but only silence greets her. Yorkshire Senior begs that she wants to stay and join the fun, but Iso wants her to return to base. Keeping her near the daughter is getting far too dangerous. She insists that she is having fun, trying to sweeten the deal by offering Iso everything she has. Then she tells Cole and Cotton Nori to come to the next theater so that Lord Yen and Black Palace Rana can finally meet them. By now, Cole has already changed back to her blonde, golden retriever form. He turns pale. Seriously, why transform back right now of all times? Yorkshire demands that she replace Cole immediately. She is useless now, left with no choice. Ice has to agree, go back to base, he tells Cole, but she desperately refuses. She wants to be useful, not the Sakura of this story. Iso smiles, promising her there are cookies back at base. Just go wait like a good girl. Cottonori cuts in, asking how on earth Iso even managed to teleport them from the theater straight to this crumbling, rundown building. Well, a few days ago, Iso and Cheese snuck into the theater disguised as laborers hired to repair broken chairs. Once inside, they began tearing down the seats, carving out a massive teleportation magic circle across a huge area. Using specialized guns, they deployed 5 layers of spatial barriers that would lock onto specific biological targets, leaving Cheese completely stunned too. See the complex alchemy formula to bypass all potential threats like the Black Palace has G4 agency detection and layers of defense effects. He needs to cook up a highly complex formula to supply all that energy. Once the play starts, it triggers a teleportation circle to send ISO away. He is sending the Black Palace family and Milo family to the abandoned building. ISO has also set up many instruments there to completely alter the environment. He recreates the snowy scene from the show, which they will use later. This will hide their tracks, leaving the G4 agency with no way to follow. They will have no idea what hit them when their targets suddenly vanish. While they search for their precious young master, he will pull off his debut. He wants to be the #1 villain of the city. Meanwhile, down at the ruined lower level of the city, Rana is getting a massage from Silver. Alongside a cola from Hayabusa, she spots Iso and immediately cheers up, asking why it is taking so long. Hayabusa grumbles. He hates serving a spoiled little girl who does not even wear shoes. Iso tells them to listen, adding that they do not serve Rana anymore. Hearing this, Hayabusa grabs his drink and chugs it down right away. He smugly tells Rana that her days of having servants are officially over. Rana pouts and hands them a picture of her mother, which Iso inspects. He passes the photo to Katanori, telling her to work her special magic. Instantly, her marshmallow power swells up, shaping a busty version of Ranai's mother. Ranai screams that her mom never had such giant chest pillows. Katanori laughs. She wants to keep them huge, but Iso tells Katanori to listen instead. Following several modifications, the clone finally looks exactly like the girl's mother. The little girl calls her mommy and reaches out for a warm hug. But she is secretly planning a sneak attack, wanting to kick her face. Instead, Ranai kicks her first, sending her spinning while Iso just facepalms. He knows this is a mere illusion, but then footsteps echo behind him. Instantly, his sword is drawn. He warns the intruder that they are courting death, but then his entire body freezes. Standing there is his long-dead wife, smiling warmly and gently asking how he has been after all this time. The catch is he was the one who killed her. Yinshu sheathes his blade with a cold smile. Looking up at the sky, he mocks Iso, asking if they expected him to scream in regret. Did a ghost reunion really seem like a trap, or is this Ronnie's final execution ground? Through the screens, Iso and Ronnie watch, absolutely furious. Their psychological trap did not work at all. Yinshu merely dips his blade into a muddy puddle. He leans back against a tree, telling Ronnie that his dead wife was nothing but a cheap plaything. He grew bored and discarded her, adding that even the Black Beast family is just another toy. Nearby, Silver and Hayabusa keep watch, complaining that things are far too quiet. Hayabusa smirked, noting she has no intention of playing the role of a submissive dog. Instead, she wants to be the kind of pet that bites back at its owners. Suddenly, a violent gale sweeps through, tearing their uniforms straight off their bodies. They look up in shock as a massive shadow crashes into the ground nearby. Staring into the deep crater, Hayabusa feels a dark, ominous presence looming overhead. Sharp blades of wind slash down, instantly shredding the solid concrete right beneath her feet. Leaping back, she extends her sharp claws, eager for what she thinks is a fun game. Unfortunately, she is completely out of her depth against this terrifying, monstrous force. The creature grabs her head and slams her face first into the shattering concrete. Standing triumphantly, the demon prepares to exact justice, but suddenly freezes mid-stride. Right there, Yinshu stands calmly, holding a razor-sharp blade directly against Iso's throat. He coolly informs the ghost monk that he already holds all the cards. The demon demands Yinshu return to the pavilion, but Yinshu is furious at his insolence. As the head of the family, he expects the ghost monk to bow before him. Yielding immediately, the demon kneels, but then fires a hidden projectile. Fortunately, Silver intercepts the deadly blast, wielding her frost blade with perfect precision. She creates a solid ice decoy and heavy armor to tank the impact. The demon grudgingly praises her fast reflexes, but she does not care. She has absolutely no interest in his compliments or his respect. Instead, she is curious why his entire arm has not completely frozen solid yet. With a sharp inhale, he unleashes multicolored flames that melt the ice away. He boasts that a mere immortal weapon cannot harm a true Tengu demigod. Yinshu simply smiles, declaring that this foolish performance is officially over. Holding the hostage, he warns Silver not to make a single move. Then, with a dark grin, he orders the massive demon to lean closer. The demon obeys, and Yinshu suddenly drives his blade into its eye. The creature roars in agony, demanding to know why his body has suddenly gone completely numb. As it turns out, that deadly blade was heavily coated in paralyzing dragon pearl toxin. Next, Lord Yinshu undergoes a bizarre transformation as his muscular frame begins to shift. His hard chest softens completely, reshaping his entire physical form. He becomes Yorkshire Senior, a submissive servant begging to please her master. The young master must have nerves of steel, because facing a monster like this would make anyone fold. This crazy witch giggles, talking about how much she loves gouging out eyes. She demands a reward, leaving Hayabusa shocked by her incredibly submissive, dog-like behavior. She was genetically engineered for this, but Iso simply laughs off her complaints. His grand collection is missing a tengu, and this monk will fit perfectly. He will find his high-security detention room to be exceptionally comfortable. In this economy, he will never have to worry about rent or food. It looks like our boy finally lost his innocence, which completely disgusts Rana. She hates that he is refilling Katanori's mana pool, arriving with Iso. Carrying him, she explains that the master created a massive bird monk sword. It drained way too much of his mana, forcing him back to normal. 5 minutes before the Tengu attack, Iso wanted to know who ruled them. He asks about the Black Palace, and Iso explains their secret structure. They are seen as world royalty, with everyone worshipping the head like deities. People believe they are the direct descendants of 3 legendary, powerful gods. But in reality, the ones who truly inherited that divine power are different. The ones holding all the real power in secret are the Mu elders. Every family head is merely a puppet chosen by them, controlling everything. From their eating habits to their private bedroom affairs, the elders dictate it. Iso cannot believe the elders choose who they can sleep with. Having children is completely decided for them, which prompts Yushao to explain further. Things get interesting with a high-stakes bet. If they can survive this, they will get the rest of the story. He never actually got permission from the elders to take Ranai out of the Golden Zone, let alone use the Mirage planking. This means they are probably getting punished, and no matter where he runs, the Great Tengu will find them. Iso just scoffs, believing nobody can track them with his teleportation software running, but Yushu disagrees, pointing out that his own sword is crafted from the spine of a rebellious Tengu. A simple breeze from it can easily summon the entire Tengu clan, just like a dead ant attracting a swarm of other ants. Once they defeat the Great Tengu and restore Kotonori's mana, Ice changes back into his regular clothes. Hayabusa helps him get dressed while Yorkshire is absolutely pissed that Kotonori keeps touching their master with that mouth, but Kotonori just wants to show her master what that mouth can really do, and if not for Miss Cole, Kotonori would have shown Yorkshire exactly who she is. Iso asks what on earth they are whispering about, completely oblivious that these 2 cougars are fighting over him like the last bit of catnip. Meanwhile, Ranai really cannot believes they are going to pretend to be caught by her father to board that great Mirage planking. Even though her father was killed, this could easily be a trap. She refuses to trust her father, let alone all this crazy mumbo-jumbo about the Mu elders, but Iso tells her not to get so worked up. Her father is telling the truth, but they can use a truth serum to make sure. He asks if Kotonori has any, but as she fishes through her robes, several vials suddenly spill out. She immediately panics and talk about awkward. Iso picks one up and realizes they are just mana potions. It turns out Kotonori lied about running out of them all to sneak in some sweet mouth-to-mouth action. She just laughs hysterically to cover her tracks, quickly changing the subject to the serum. Iso still wants to have a talk with her once this is all over. Meanwhile, the Tengu is already frozen solid in ice. Yin Shou is ready to talk man-to-man, and Iso agrees. But when Ranai protests, Katanori quickly locks her in tight restraints. They both stare. They lock eyes under the sunset, and Iso suddenly whips out a truth serum. This chemical makes anyone spill their guts and reveal their deepest secrets. It is brewed from a fallen world creature, a brain leech that makes a person incapable of lying. Iso smiles, asking why he is going through all this trouble, but Iso wants to do things the old school way. He wants to drag out the truth and then happily introduces himself as the absolute greatest genius and alchemist in the world, which is straight out of a comic book. Iso just chuckles, not expecting this supposedly evil mastermind to be some kid who just hit puberty, yet he is pretty curious. How this brat got the legendary White Queen on board. She is not the type to care about anyone, not even powerful global aristocrats. Iso simply laughs since he is not about to reveal his best magic tricks, while Iso actually dares him to use the serum. 10 minutes later, everyone is fully aligned, though Rana is aggressively cursing them out for planning things behind her back. Iso promises to deliver her heart's desire and successfully finish the mission, but the situation has shifted, meaning she must return to headquarters with Silver and Hayabusa. Naturally, she strongly protests, even throwing a full-blown tantrum, but our main guy just sprays her to instantly make her go. Night-night, as Katanori looks after the sleeping girl, Iso tells Iso to wear tracking device so they can monitor his location. They also desperately need cheese on board while everyone else is putting their lives on the line. Meanwhile, Lucille is about to be pulverized by two rogue monks. Iso just defeated a powerful global governor and even resurrected a dead man using high-level alchemy, but Cheese is out here living his best life, cooking off against Tiger Lord. With dumpling steam everywhere, Tiger Lord tells the rat peasant to stay in his lane, but our rodent chef is ready to show exactly what these furry claws can accomplish. The second he unveils his food, a blinding golden light blasts out. The baffled Tiger Lord demands to know why the buns are glowing. Cheese just chuckles and spins a ridiculous story about how, if a chef is truly legendary, the cooking god personally blesses the food to make it shine. Honestly, maybe the opposite is true for my girlfriend, whose cooking clearly gets blessed by chaos. But anyway, the flustered Tiger Lord stutters, completely unsure if that is even real. In reality, Cheese simply slipped a literal flash grenade inside for a cheap parlor trick. Everyone present is completely blinded, but the stubborn Tiger Lord refuses to believe. These buns are so incredibly perfect that a literal deity came down to bless them. Cheese just laughs, telling his opponent to stop being so salty over a cooking battle. He says once he wins, he will personally bless his daughter's buns. Suddenly, Tiger Fury tells the crowd to eat up, and everyone tasting her father's buns loves the flavor. Now it is time for Cheese's creation. The crowd instantly anticipates some supreme grossness, since after all, they were made by a literal rodent, but Tiger Fury loudly yells at everyone to stop being so rodent racist and just eat before they get kicked out. But the second they bite in, they collectively hallucinate about resting on a massive goddess's giant marshmallows. The flabbergasted Tiger Lord cannot believe that everyone loses their absolute minds over a single bite, but honestly, Cheese already knew that. The mighty Tiger clan is completely unmatched when it comes to making dim sum. They passed down a secret recipe for 5,000 years to dominate this dim sum heaven. To beat them, Cheese had to make some creative adjustments by adding a special sauce, secretly brewed from a highly legendary mushroom. This weird plant grows right under a lord-level beast. When used on a burger patty, it triggers wild hallucinations. No wonder everyone within a 10-mile radius is tripping out. Iso is screaming at Cheese, demanding to know why he went completely dark. Cheese tries to keep a low profile, but Iso just bellows at him to stop whispering. He orders him to grab Lucille, get in the truck, and track him down immediately so they can eye the Mirage Plantain. They must watch the Mirage Plantain and blast it down. Meanwhile, Tiger Batty declares Cheese the bun-competent winner. Shorty really cannot wait to have her salad tossed. Too bad Master Splinter has to go clean up Iso's mess. He is using the family seagull to teleport, but he still plans on getting that date he wanted. He is determined. Meanwhile, Cheese reaches the car and realizes Lucille is completely missing. There is no sign of her. He warns Iso that Lucille might be in serious danger, but Iso is totally confident. She is basically a walking biohazard and nobody alive can take her down. He is still trying to grab that choker from her and almost gets flattened by a G-Wagon, but she just chucks a grenade at the truck, draining its total aura and masculinity. It literally shrinks down into a tiny, bright pink toy car on the spot. Cheese tries warning Iso again that something is seriously off with her, but Iso brushes it off. Nothing can stop Lucille. Meanwhile, Keys is busy teasing Iso about catching her terrible germs. Still, they are gearing up to shoot down the Mirage Plankton. Doing this will solidify their names in history as the absolute worst villains alive. Of course, that means they will also have a giant target on their backs, Cheese. Vows to stand by him to the end, and Iso just laughs, ready to slaughter the Mu elders. Time to get this show on the road. Yin Shou leads Tengu and Iso through the massive vessel. Yu Shou warns Iso that he needs to start worrying about his own survival, but Iso is way more offended by the hideous interior design of this place. That is not the real Tengu holding him, but Katanori in deep disguise. Suddenly, a strange presence fills the entire tomb, like a massive ocean lurking beneath them. It feels like more than 10,000 souls have perished on this very ship, Yu Shou marvels at the Hellhound's keen sense of smell, though the real number is far higher. The heavy doors slowly creak open, letting a thick green mist flood the room. This is definitely the butler's doing. Stepping inside, they spot a crowd of women, all sharing the exact same face as Rona's mother. Yin Shou explains that defying the ancient elders brought down this grim punishment, without warning. Yin Shou ruthlessly begins cutting down his late wife's clones one after another. Wondering if this whole twisted trial is just a test from the elders, every strike tears through another fake, yet one clone attempts to play a highly sentimental act. Shockingly, it actually works on Rona. Her father hesitates, but with crying eyes, the girl begs her father not to slash her mother like that. Iso is actually impressed by the performance, telling Katanori to take some notes. He says they should learn from these demons. It completely fooled Rona. However, Yin Shou coldly reminds the young girl that her mother is long gone. These monsters are not her family, and right on cue, one grabs Rona, ready to break her neck. Suddenly, an ancient necromancer rises directly from the depths of the chamber, looking way past his prime. He hoarsely tells everyone that it is finally time for destruction. Hearing this, Yin Shou remembers their old promise from years ago. His wife sacrificed her life so their daughter could survive in this world. At their family, but the elder has zero plans to keep that promise. Yuisho can barely believe this sack of bones is actually going to double-cross them. Turns out this isn't the necromancer's first dirty game. Years ago, they offered a neighboring kingdom immense wealth and grain to stand as allies during a war. 50 nations surrounding the imperial army believed the lie, and during the war they exhausted, handing over their treasure and army to the empire, only to get backstabbed by their own clan. That entire legacy is built on pure hypocrisy and lies, definitely nothing to boast about. Iso smiles, asking if he can use those exact same methods. No complaining about unfairness, the elder demands to know where this brat crawled out from, which gutter spawned him. Iso smirks, telling the old bag to watch his mouth. Crimson slashes instantly tear through the surrounding undead guarding him, and a sharp dagger tip erupts straight through the middle of his mouth. The elder stares at the blade in horror. Ron, I finally stepped up to actually slay a patriarch like a boss. She swings her blade in a wide arc. The strike shatters his jaw completely, then she licks the blood off like a psycho. She even mocks him, saying his blood tastes worse than a terrible energy drink. Clutching his broken jaw, the old monster wheezes out, demanding to know her identity. Suddenly, Ron-I's flat figure shifts into a remarkably curvy shape. Yorkshire grins, ready to finish the job, but glowing red ribbons suddenly burst from around them. Yinsho senses the danger and instantly swings his blinding blade. The strike blinds the elder, though his ruined face looks even more hideous than before. Before initiating the strike, Yinsho had warned the entire group that they needed to avoid looking directly into the old monster's eyes. No eye contact. That is his curse. One single glance and a piece of their memory is wiped. Iso just smirks. No eyes means they are safe. Still, Yorkshire is pretty annoyed that her killing blow got snatched away like that. Yet the stubborn necromancer keeps on babbling, despite literally missing his entire lower jaw. Yinsho grips his sword, ready to put this fossil into a grave 50 years ago. Just as the steel is about to crush his skull, a strange mark flares on his forehead. A green eye blasts Yinsho flying, and a colossal female demon emerges. Yinsho realizes his sword has transformed into a monster. The beast moves like lightning, slicing his arm before he can even notice. Yorkshire reacts instantly, leaping away while grabbing the wounded fighter. Harm's way, Iso just smiles. This fight is about to get breezy. Suddenly, Katanori warns Iso to watch out as a massive wave of demon masks bursts out of a toxic green cloud. Strange abominations are multiplying by the second. A few even cluster together to recreate his missing jaw. The necromancer cackles madly. He boasts that to kill him, they must destroy every single soul. At his disposal, he explains that each of these masks was once a person. He brutally slaughtered, their tragic spirits now trapped forever within these walls of pure resentment. The old monster laughs hysterically as countless skulls sprout around him, but Iso just smiles, the exact opposite of what was expected. See, this entire battle is being broadcasted on live television, and everyone is staring at a face so incredibly hideous that goblins look like gorgeous models in comparison. He has completely ruined any shred of dignity left. Furious, the old man barks orders to his ghost monk to destroy the brat, but Iso makes it look like the elder's brain has entirely evaporated. After all, the figure behind him isn't a monster but his beloved wife. And the family maid. The stunned old man demands to know why they are interfering in his business. Iso calmly puts on his mask, a dark smile spreading themselves. Now it is showtime. He is ready to announce who he is. The old man yells for Iso to stop enjoying himself, but he is completely in the zone. He tests the mic, telling everyone to listen up. A little kid is even scared seeing Iso's face suddenly pop up on his television while he was busy watching anime. Needless to say, the kids are not happy with him. And the news reporters are doing everything they can to cut the broadcast, but the signal cannot be blocked due to a highly complex encryption pattern. Still, the necromancer doesn't care. This old monster does not care about the citizens at all, but Iso wants to become the world emperor, declaring it is high time for a change. And there are also helpless victims trapped like livestock inside the walls. The old man looks over his shoulder but finds absolutely no one. Everyone wonders what kind of man Iso truly is, for him not to show a single speck of fear in this terrifying place. The elder cannot hold back anymore, desperate to eliminate this kid, so he remains the only one who can reap all the souls. He tells the young boy that although his tongue is sharp, his wits are incredibly slow. He opens his wicked third eye, sending out a massive beacon. Suddenly, something zooms toward the elder, but he just smiles, welcoming the ultimate challenge as he creates a terrifying scene. Straight out of hell itself, a massive icy vortex swirls around him, freezing the entire room. He is ready to turn their beautiful faces into masks on his wall of deep resentment. Katanori wants to unleash her demon king form to crush these monsters, but Iso calmly tells her there is no need. If they cannot beat them, they should join them. That is why he is simply going to take over as their new boss, despite facing a one-way ticket to absolute ruin. The old man puts up a brave front, claiming nobody can defeat him. Because of how many lives he has taken, in his mind he is basically a god. Iso simply raises an eyebrow, mockingly telling the old man that he is way past his expiration date. Besides, he is about to be busy with the 100 Ghost Night Parade. Iso is going to control this entire swarm of curses, a giant arrow in chains form around the chamber as his insignia clashes directly with the old necromancer's. The necromancer is completely rage-baited now. As an ancient warrior, he really should have known about the legendary Pelsriod family, the clan that famously feuded with the Kaiwang family across the Key continent. Iso calmly explains to the ancient necromancer that his bloodline is deeply rooted in undead magic, meaning he understands necromancy better than anyone else on the planet. This is why he holds a negative life seizure token. It can interfere with Insi's control over his undead minions once the necromancer loses his grip, and that is exactly how Iso easily took down all his enemies using advanced nanotech. Iso laughs hysterically as he ruthlessly plucks out the old man's prized third eye. He was showing off. Iso also has a dark surprise for him, commanding all of the vicious demons to turn on their former master. The beasts tear him apart, but Yin Shou knows the old monster won't die that easily, but Iso has an even darker plan in mind. Does it lock his soul in a container with all the other souls he slaughtered? Well, the old fogey is about to get wrecked by the entire village. And sure enough, the old fogey is about to get absolutely destroyed by the village.